Recording in progress.
Good afternoon. Welcome to this Wednesday, September 2023 special meeting of the Board of Trustees of the Sequoia Union High School District. We're opening the meeting now for any comments on our closed session items. This is for comments on closed session items only. Do we have any members of the public wishing to make comments about our closed session items? Okay, seeing as we have no comments on closed session items, we will recess to closed session and return at 6 p.m. for open session. Thank you. After the comment, Okay, good evening. Welcome to this Wednesday, September 2023 special meeting of the Board of Trustees of the Sequoia Union High School District. My name is Rich Ginn. I'm serving as board president for this meeting. Can we have roll call, please?
Student trustee Agarwal.
Present.
Student trustee Yuryev.
Here.
Trustee Nori.
Here.
Trustee Koo.
Here.
Trustee Dubois. Vice President Stevenson.
Here.
President Ginn.
Here.
A quorum is present.
Okay, thank you. The next item on our agenda is approval of the agenda. Does anyone have any? No, approving this agenda. Do you have any comments about today's agenda? Okay, seeing none, do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor of approving the agenda? Okay, agenda approved. Item number 6 is report out of closed session. The board met in closed session and took no action. Okay, the next item is a discussion item titled Streamlining Course Offerings and Creating More Diverse Learning Environments to Increase Student Access and Success. The way we're going to run this agenda item is we're going to start by doing public comment. And then after the public comment, we will hear the presentation. And then we'll have questions, any questions by board members of the presenters. And then after that, the presenters will return to their seats, and then we will have a board discussion after we've concluding questions. So to the extent people have questions, ask it during that phase, and then during the discussion phase, we won't expect people to be coming up and back. And for the public comment, and this is something for us to decide as a board, how to hear the public comment. We have our typical board policy is 3 minutes per person, but if the time is going to be more than 10 minutes, then we can shorten the amount of time per person and choose how long we hear the total comments and how long each commenter speaks. So an idea that I've heard was to have students who have come to speak first, and then they can go home and do their homework, whatever else they need to do, and then pick an amount of time. And after the students speak, or maybe before, we can choose when, people who, I'll say, if there are people who want to leave everything like it is or remove more classes would speak in one section, and people who would prefer to add classes would speak in a different section, and try to allocate equal amount of time to people who have each opinions on each side. That was an idea. And I'm interested in any feedback or thoughts from my colleagues as to that general approach and how much time you'd be interested. Potentially 20 minutes for the students and then 20 minutes for each of the other groups, with being an hour total, but we could go other lengths of time. So I'm just curious, any thoughts?
So I would favor more time. The first thing, I actually talked to President Ginn about letting students first, because we did receive a lot of emails from students. I think this is an issue that affects them directly that we're talking about. So I think it is only fair to let students talk first. And then the other thing that I'm in favor of it is I've seen how other districts handle controversial things. And I think one of the problems with our current setup is if we just set a set amount of time, whoever manages to raise their Zoom hand first and whoever can keep track of it has an advantage. So I think to make it more fair, it would make sense to divide it into and pick a set amount of time. I'd probably favor half an hour for each because I think it's a contentious topic and we should let as many people be heard as possible, but I do favor everything that President Ginn suggested.
I think we need to know how many cards there are, because I don't want to make an arbitrary number and then we have like too many cards and that feels somewhat disrespectful. So.
Okay, fair.
I'd
So
like to
let's
hear
do
from-
it quick. For the people who are in the Zoom audience,
Can we start by polling students? Like, because I'd be curious to know how many, if we were agreeing in
Can
that.
can we first get the people who filled out the card, which are some of the students, and then go back and figure out who the students were? But we need to hear the total number.
actually, I'd like to do is just say, if you are a student in the Zoom audience, a student who's a current student of the Sequoia High School District that's in the Zoom audience that wishes to make a comment by Zoom, if you could raise your Zoom hand, and if you are a student who's physically in the room, that's a current student of our district, and you wish to make a comment, if you could raise your hand, and we'll just see about how many we have. Let's see, 1, 2, 8, 7, 8, 8. There's 3, 3, 2, 8, and 1 online. So we have 9 students. Okay, thank you. And then if you are in the Zoom audience and you are in favor of the course offering staying like they are or removing more courses, either of those situations, if you could raise your Zoom hand or raise your hand if you're in the room. So I was saying, if you're in favor, so the general debate here, there's people that we're receiving emails that want us to leave the course offerings as they are. We're getting a large number of emails. People want to leave the course offering like they are, or potentially remove more course offerings. And then there are people who are saying restore and add offerings. Put back, let's say put back honors classes would be adding courses and then not making a change. So first I'm trying to see so we can try, that's sort of the two sides of that I'm hearing. If we're going to try to give equal time to people with each interest. I'm open to if you think that's not the right approach.
So, okay, no. So, previously during COVID, when we had several public comments, we took a poll of how many people wanted to make a public comment, and then the board decided how long they wanted to use public comment, and then we divided that up from 3 to 2 to 1 or 130, 150 minutes per public comment. Because if you have people, that's my recommendation. That's what we did in prior times when there were lots of public comments.
Your recommendation
2 and
not
4.
try to split it is your recommendation. Okay.
So if I could say something though, one of the problems, because I was also there during COVID, that we saw was that people would raise their, like random people would start raising their hand in Zoom, people would skip the queue. It was a lot harder to manage. And many people complained that it was unfair that people would raise their hand. For example, like the people who raise their hand on Zoom right now, do they get to start? Like, do they get a head start on where to raise their hand? So my personal opinion from looking at other districts and how they handle stuff like this is what San Francisco Unified does, is divided into. And the reason I would support that, just to be more equitable and say that, you know, it's not necessarily as dependent on when you raise your Zoom hand per se.
No, because we don't want to label that precisely public comment, because there could be other types of comments related to this topic. It's not just about course offerings. There's other things that people will want to say.
I also think what is appropriate and what we have done in the past was to allow students to speak first, just because of the next day is a school day. To me, that's been part of our practices, and I think that is appropriate.
Okay, so I'm hearing recommendation that we hear students and then we just hear everybody else in whichever order. And
Did we confirm what the total number?
we did not.
Yeah.
Okay, so it sounds like has the majority support. So we'll just have two comment sections. It'll be the students and then it'll be everybody else. So just so we can get a sense of how many people wish to comment. If you are planning to make a comment live, if you could raise your hand, and if you are planning to make a comment on Zoom, if you could raise your hand. Not the students, sorry, the students, if you're not a student, because we've already counted the students. Yep, they are. Thank you. We have about 20 people here. More than 28 cards.
So I have 29 comment cards, both there's some
Yeah.
students and then
There's
some.
8 students and about 21 other people. And then on Zoom goes down past the screen. If someone's able to count how many we have here.
Are they all? Are they?
29 so far. So you can see the hand count next to the attendee.
Oh, got it. We have 31 hands on Zoom and 21 hands in person. There was one.
Did ask.
Okay, we have just over 50 public comments from people that are not students and 8 from students. So
I think there were also some students on Zoom that raised their hand. Did you get that?
there was one.
I think there are more.
I think there may have been more.
So I'll propose a minute 30 per person, but I'm open to and then we hear all the comments, we go a minute 30 per person, but I'm open to
I
other
would
opinion.
say a minute, but because I think a minute will take an hour, but I don't know if you want to do minute 30, that's fine too.
I'm okay with the minute 30.
Minute 30?
Yeah, it's too hard. Minute's too short.
I would support a minute 30.
Yeah, I think minute 30 is better.
Okay, I'm fine with the
And we
minute
can
30.
encourage people to keep it brief. If someone already said something very similar, just say you agree.
Okay, so we'll do a minute 30. We'll start with all of the students. So if you are not, let's see, should we try to get a list of the names of people on Zoom who want to comment?
Yeah, can you make another announcement for Zoom
Should
attendees?
students on Zoom raise their hands or not? Like,
Okay, so anyone on Zoom, not a student who wants to comment, if you could raise your hand now.
Okay, so we have
To the student who is online, did we write down all the names? Okay. Hmm.
If the students who are planning to speak could come forward, and we just want to make sure we have your cards, for those of you who put in cards. So every current student of our district, if you come forward and talk to Ms. Loese, just to make sure that we have your cards separated out. So if there's people afraid you're not hearing us, we were being quiet for a moment as we were recording all of the names of the Zoom hands, and then we will not accept additional public commenters and those that have their hands up now.
So I have 29 names written down and there's 29 hands up. They were at 24, went up to 29. Some of them have changed. So they're still going up. So do you want to, President, do you want to give it a few more minutes so that people logging on can put their hand up?
I like it having you read their name and then they put their hands down, so get all their hands down and make people put anybody.
Okay.
Okay, so for the people in your Zoom audience, what we're going to do, our superintendent has written down names of people whose hands are up because the names are shifting on our screen. So what we're going to do is she will read a name. That means that you are going to be called for public comment. And when your name is read, if you could put down your Zoom hand, we will call all the names that she reads will be called for public comment, but we just want to make sure we don't miss anyone. So as Superintendent Leach reads your name, please put down your Zoom hand.
Daniel. Jonathan T. Craig Cohen. Kathleen Dolly, Daly. Carol Cunning. Patrick Royson. Clayton. Parent who wants honors back. Chloe Montgomery. Kelly P, Parisi. Lan. Dulcie, Dulcy Freeman. Mallory Brine. SHAWNAK. Beatrice. TAPAN. Last name Mooring. Katie. BEHROOZI. Darcy Book. Heather Hopkins. Alan Sarver. NAAMA B-GORALY. Is it Amarita I said PATI. CNVARRETE. James. Fatima, last name PALAL. First name CHIRAG, last name KADIWAR. Patricia Bronstein. Oh, got her down already. Okay. So those were all my names that I wrote down. Okay, well, people haven't put their hand down.
Oh, some of those have been named.
Mm-hmm. So I can put their hand down. Okay. Mhm. Yeah, okay. Okay. Sure. Yeah, I can force put their hands down.
We're down to the last 5 or so. Yes, if people here have not yet filled out a comment card, you can turn one in. Once we start the public comment, we won't take any additional cards or hands, but anyone who's here who wishes to make a comment may make a comment. Fill out a comment card and turn it into Laura Loese.
Okay, I have everyone. They're just gonna keep putting their hands up, so I'm not gonna.
Okay. We're not more hands are going up. Is that what's happening? Okay, last call for comment cards. You want to read the hands that you got or put them down so we know that we're good? Got it. Okay. Okay, we're not taking any more Zoom hands. We have a list. Can you say how many are on the list? And we'll read. No, we're not taking any more Zoom hands, sir. We're not taking any more Zoom hands. We've been taking Zoom hands for about 20 minutes. We're not taking any new Zoom hands. We're still accepting comment cards in person. Once we've received, once we start the public comment, we are gonna not accept additional comment cards once we start the public comment period. So for my board colleagues, we have 40 people on Zoom wishing to make comments, and I'm not sure what we're up to in the live audience at the time. So anyone in the room who wishes to make a comment, now's your chance to turn in a comment card. Once we start the comment period, we're not going to be accepting any additional commenters. Laura, are we ready? Okay. Okay, so we have our final, the list of comment cards for the people in the live audience. We have the list of people on Zoom. Just ask my colleagues, do you want to hear the live audience first and then Zoom second, or something other than that?
I think.
First students, right? And then, yeah.
Yes, but for each of for the two categories, live audience, comment card, and then Zoom, or something other than that.
President Jen, we've been corrected by a clerk that we probably should go with the people in person and then the individuals online.
Yeah, that's what I
Best
said.
practices.
That's what I was suggesting.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll start. We're going to hear current students of the school district that are here. Then we'll hear current students of the school district who are online. Then we'll hear every other commenter that is here in person. Then we'll hear every other commenter that is on Zoom. Ms. Lewis, if you could lead us through public comment, please.
President Ginn, were you gonna say something first before we started public?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the reminder. So each person is going to get a minute 30 to speak. There will be, for those in the live audience, the minute 30 will be on the board and you'll see the countdown going. For those who are in Zoom, you should see the timer on your Zoom screen. The Zoom audience will be muted when the minute 30 ends. And the live audience I will ask you, or Laura will ask you to please stop when your time ends. Ask everyone to adhere to this time as we have a lot of commenters to get through. I request that people during the comments feel free to be as aggressive as you want about ideas, but please don't be insulting of people. And for the people here in the live audience, I ask that we hear the comments respectfully and there not be any clapping or booing or cheering, but that we respectfully just listen to all the comments. I know there's people here who share what some people are going to say and others that disagree. And I just ask that we have calm, decorum, and respectfully listen to each other and listen to each other's ideas. Thank you.
I also think that to remember we're all on the same team for achievement for all students.
Thank you. Anybody else want to add anything before we start with the public comment? Feel free. Okay, thank you, Sophic, for reminding me to do that. Okay, let's start the public comment.
Okay, first we have Bruce B. Carmel student.
You hear me well? Okay. We can begin. Okay, so I'm here to talk about the not removing of AS classes. So what I just learned pretty recently was the classes that were AS English 1, I believe, AS Physics and AS Chem were taken out from classes that students could enroll in. And I just want to say that I hadn't even known that happened. I remember in my freshman year, I had been able to take AS1, and that class, if to sum it all up, it was pretty hard. And I think just because it was hard for me, I don't think that it was hard for others. And if that class were to be taken out and other classes similar to it, I feel like it could be potentially harmful or doesn't cater to everyone's interests within school and education. And I believe it should be every student's right to have any kind of education that would be beneficial to their interests within the school, and anything they believe they should have in the future, such as majors they would take in college, could be classes that they could take before they get to college and high school within AS classes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Valentino.
Hello. My name is Valentino Bennett, and I'm attending Carlmont High School, and I came here to voice my opinion about the removal of honors classes because I believe that honors classes are beneficial to all students, no matter race, gender, ethnicity, or any other factors or characteristics of the student. And I believe that these classes should remain in place because they help students like me, who I would consider brilliant, not based on my race or origin or background, but because I'm a brilliant student who wants to learn more in school. And these classes help me achieve this because they push my critical thinking. They push my, I guess you could say, like, my further understanding of the course. And these courses that you're taking away, they're taking away from not only me as a student, but every student who would wish to push their thinking, pushing their critical skills, pushing their learning for their benefit as a student and for their future. If they consider college applications to help them stand out and other means of that sort. And I guess that's all I really had to say.
Thank you.
I think it's
Marcus,
good. I just ask that we not have any sort of clapping, cheering, snapping, or any, just let's please hear everybody's comments respectfully.
Marcus Ottinger,
Can we not force them to say it's what they have the choice?
Yeah.
My name is Marcus Ottinger. I'm a current senior at the district, and I'm in favor of reinstating honors classes for students to choose from. I've talked to over 30 students from various schools who have all been in favor of reinstating honors science classes, algebra readiness, and maintaining AS1. When asked if they would still take it even if it didn't provide a grade point boost, 90% of them said that they still would. I think this demonstrates that students want to take it because as former students said, it's critical thinking, it helps progress students, and it's important that students have the option to take classes that foster their interests. Additionally, teachers have come out and said to me that they support reinstating honors classes. Math teachers have expressed a desire for algebra readiness because not having algebra readiness does not allow their students that aren't at grade level yet, and having not having non-algebra prepared students and algebra prepared students in the same class does not foster a healthy classroom environment, creates two different classes, which is the exact thing that this board is trying to avoid having happen. Additionally, science teachers have expressed a desire for AS classes because they believe it helps teach motivated students on a faster pace and help students that may not have that same motivation get personalized instruction to help them achieve that grade level necessity in science learning. The goal should be to meet students where they are and provide them with the most holistic education possible, not force them to assimilate to classes where they cannot succeed and aren't going to be challenged. That should be the goal, and having AS classes helps achieve that goal, not having them doesn't.
thank you. Kiva Rutenberg,
Hello, my name is Kiva. I'm a senior at the district. I also have an 8th grade sister who's going to be a freshman at the district next year. And I believe for her sake and all of their incoming freshmen, it's crucial that classes like pre-algebra, AS English 1, and other AS science classes are brought back. I've been a tutor for over 5 years, and I've had more than 100 different students. My current job at Mathnasium, I see kids at different levels all the time. And your math level is determined by a test, not by the grade you're in. Some students I have sit at my table and do long division, and others work on basic multiplication. If I made every 4th grader work on long division, some students wouldn't be able to succeed, as not every student matches the grade levels standards. The same outcome occurs when high schoolers place freshmen on an Algebra 1 course when they're not, where they don't have fundamental skills in pre-algebra. To allow all students to succeed, bring back pre-algebra in our school is necessary. Just like many levels exist in math, they should also include in subjects like science. I took physics in my sophomore year, but if there were an option of AS physics, I would have loved to take it, as well as me and many of my other classmates. As students who are ready for a more advanced pace, they take AS physics, and students who need more support would take regular physics and get the attention they need to succeed. This applies to all science courses as well.
thank you. Kiana Hickson.
Hi, I'm a senior at the district. I'm just going to speak from personal experience. I've experienced a lot of instability in my home life and in my interpersonal relationships. And in those times, it has been the choice that I made starting in freshman year to take AS English that gave me an association between academic success and value as a person in my identity. And I don't think I would have made the association in school that pushing myself and working hard would make me as a person feel more valuable to society and feel more valuable to those around me and to my teachers and to my school communities if I hadn't had that AS option. I don't think that I would have ever made that association. I think the same thing happened to my sister when she was taking all grade level courses besides AS English 1, and she experienced instability as well in our home life. And it was only taking that AS option that made her engaged and excited to go to school every day, because in her other classes, she would just listen to music in the background and be bored as her teachers discussed things that she didn't need to pay attention to in order to earn an A. So I don't understand why we don't focus on communicating stories like mine or my sister's to students entering high school to give them the ability to make well-informed choices into the types of courses they want to take in order to see the way that they can develop their identity in union with their academic success. And I just think that's very crucial and that the board should consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. Andre Ferre, I'm sorry if Andre, are you here? Ferre? Oh, you have to go? Okay. Jasne Sasan.
I'm vertically challenged. Thank you so much for having me, everyone. I'm a senior from the district, and I just want to talk about my personal experiences. From kindergarten to 8th grade, I dreaded going to school. Education was supposed to be empowering, but that was the last thing I felt. My teachers would tell me to participate less in class and sit at my desk when I finished assignments way too early. And school felt less like a haven for growth and more like a prison that was stifling my academic excellence and my ability to learn. And high school was the first time I experienced real academic growth. Taking honors and AP classes not only revived my passion for learning, but it was the first time I finished a 30-minute assignment in 30 minutes. But today we've gathered here to talk about equity. And I'm here to tell you that the real separation happens by putting very vastly different students in the same class for 3 reasons. Firstly, teachers are more likely to provide accelerated students with special treatment. Secondly, students who fall under accelerated pathways feel like their growth is stifled in class. And lastly, accelerated students often don't get the education and the resources that they need to grow in classes. Therefore, removing academic honors classes is a
Thank you. I'm sorry, your time is up. Thank you. Ritika Rawith.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Ritika, and I'm a junior, and I'm here to talk about some of my experiences with honors courses. First of all, I think honors courses are immensely valuable because they give us an opportunity to pursue our interests and chase growth in fields that are appealing to us. And I think that's really important because it makes students motivated and excited to come to school, which is very important for their education experience. And secondly, I'd like to point out that honors courses are optional, and yet they're still so popular and so many students still strive to take them because they enrich our lives and they're meaningful for us as students, and they add value to our lives, and they give us skills such as like more effective communication, organizational skills, and they develop us in a way that's beneficial for our lives as we grow older, whether it be in higher education or in our careers. Secondly, just having them makes us feel like our environment in school is there to support us and help us grow rather than inhibit us or limit our initiative and agency. We're there at school because we want to learn. And so by removing honors classes, it feels like we aren't able to take initiatives to support our own learning and growth, which takes away from our excitement and motivation to come to school. And it's very, very disappointing if we come to school and we feel like our environment isn't there to help us learn and grow and develop. And for that reason, I think it's very important that we keep honors classes at schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Elaine Jiang.
Hi, my name is Elaine and I'm a junior at the district. I feel that high school should be a place where students and kids get to explore their academic interests. And by taking away honors and advanced classes, you automatically limit students from exploring a interest to a certain point. So for example, if you take away an honors English or an honors chem class, you prevent those students who would otherwise be very interested in English and chemistry from taking those classes to a higher level where they can explore the material more in depth. And instead you stick them in classes with kids, other kids who are not as interested as they are, who are not as passionate as they are. Additionally, when you remove honors and advanced classes without that are meant to bridge to AP classes, you often leave students very unprepared for AP classes. For example, I was speaking to my sister and she was one of the first classes to take AP Chem without having the honors chem option at our school. And she felt obligated to write an open letter to her chemistry teacher representing the opinions of her and her fellow classmates about how underprepared they were for the rigor of AP chemistry. Additionally, high school is meant to prepare us for higher education, for college. If we can't take honors classes, how can we expect students to be prepared for the academic rigor of universities and colleges and to know what they want to do in life? So please don't take away honors classes. Thank you.
Thank you. Riley Bloom. So Riley is at a soccer practice. Will she be able to comment when she arrives? Okay, if she makes it here before the end of the public. Okay. All right, so that's all the comment cards for in person. I'm gonna move to Zoom. So we have one student on Zoom. Helen Rapkin.
Oh, and I think there were more students online though, because some of the names I recognized as students.
Okay.
If there are any students online, can you please raise your hand if you would like to make a public comment that you raised your hand before? Students only.
Okay, we're gonna go with Helen Robkin first.
Hi, I'm Helen Rabkin. I'm a freshman at Woodside, and I haven't taken any honors or AP yet because that's not an option for me that I know of, but I have taken accelerated math in middle school. And I know that if I were in one of the other math classes, I would definitely still have done well, but I would not have been as engaged. I would have felt, I know in the accelerated math class, it was hard and fast moving, but I never felt bored and I never felt that I wasn't able to put my best in because I just wasn't getting stuff that I could think as much on and I could try as much on because it just wasn't as clear. And I felt that in many other classes where everything is just very clearly laid out and I'm like, I know the answer because I can just see it. And I feel that if I were put in something that was more challenging and more something that I'm personally interested in too, there are many classes that I would not consider taking AP because I'm just not interested in that. I would definitely try even harder than I do, especially when I get projects that are about a certain topic that I'm really interested in. I know I put in even a better effort consciously Therefore, it's important for me to have honors, I think, and any other incoming freshman.
Okay, thank you. SUHSD Swaroop.
Hi, my name is Shrishti, and I'm currently a middle school student who's looking for, and I'm looking forward to taking AP courses in high school. Because there are a few areas which I'm really passionate about, and I've taken the time to understand those areas deeply. And if I've grouped with the students who are less passionate about the subject that I'm passionate about, then the class that I'm in, if it's not AP, may not be challenging enough for me. So therefore, I think that AP classes should be brought back because many students are passionate about in certain areas, whether it's physics, math, English, science. They should have the opportunity to learn content that they are actually appropriately challenged for. And so if they are grouped with kids who are not as challenged as they are, then it could hinder their learning and it would just teach them things that they've already learned. That's all I want to say, honestly.
Thank you. Next, we have Shashant Popale.
Okay. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Sushant Bhopale, and I'm a current senior at the district, and I'm here to speak about the importance of honors courses. First, I've been very fortunate throughout my high school career to have a plethora of options in terms of courses that would get me ready for college. I took AS English 1 and 2 in my 9th and 10th grade years, and these classes helped prepare me for a variety of other classes, such as AP Seminar and AP Research. The skills that I learned in my AS classes put me in a position for success in my classes later in high school. In other words, I'm saying that having honors courses early in high school is a vital step for preparation for college readiness as well as advanced classes later in high school. Second, there may be a tendency to believe that students who take AS and AP classes are already prepared enough for college, but I would like to say that that's clearly not true, and I'm sure that my fellow classmates would attest to this. I've learned a myriad of indispensable skills from my advanced classes, such as analytical skills and critical thinking, and these are essential for college readiness. Third, the focus cannot simply be on test scores and grades because college readiness and learning are not always reflected in these metrics. I've seen countless examples where the grades between classes are the same, but the work that it took to get there was different. Thus, I respectfully submit to the board that providing support for students who desire to take honors classes, regardless of these students' backgrounds, is a better solution.
Thank you. Our last speaker is Shanik.
Hello, can everybody hear me? Perfect. Okay. Okay. Hello, board. My name is Shawnee Kumar. I'm a sophomore co-president with my friend Axel Paulette, who's also going to speak later today. But I think the first thing to recognize is that there is a huge socioeconomic gap. Stems from different funding middle schools. We see this this is the nature of the issue that the board is trying to tackle, right? We are trying to get people coming from different income middle schools to a level where they can all succeed and do their best. I think what the board is trying to do is in a really, it's in a really genuine matter. But I think when we're talking about implementation, detracking has just simply, I like to give this analogy with the spring. If you hold two different lengths of a spring down, only one will pop back up in the future. And so this is the kind of concept of detracking. We're just seeing we're seeing a short-term fix, we're seeing a short-term hindering. We're not really seeing a long-term effective solution to detracking. And I think overall in detrack, I'm a sophomore, so I'm taking ACE English right now. And coming from MCLV, it's really tough for me to adapt to that level of a course. Coming from, a common level course, like from ethnic studies to AP World, it's a huge, huge gap. And a lot of people are dropping ever than before. And I think overall, it's really important to consider that, to weigh that in. And I really appreciate the board and the genuine concern for all the other students from different income middle schools. But I think it's really important to recognize.
Thank you.
Okay, so that concludes comments from students. Thank you, students, for coming and sharing your comments. You're free to stay as long as you like. You're also free to go whenever you like. It's completely up to you. And now we will take comments from the people who are here.
Excuse me, Mr. Ginn, a couple of students showed up late or a little late, but are still here. Can we by any chance allow them to speak?
We call the end of the insertion of comment cards, and so we're going to hear from, we have a very large number, so we otherwise, yeah, we're not going to add to the list of people commenting. We had a final call for comment cards and for Zoom hands, and so we have to stick with that.
Okay. First up is Candace Bowles.
Good evening. My name is Candace Bowles. I've been an educator for 20 years and have taught history at MA for the past 12 years. I'm speaking to you in response to the letter you received in March from a parent group called Students First, who claim that our district's efforts to reverse systemic racism by detracking the 9th grade courses is causing harm to those students. I'm here to state that this claim is false. In the 21-22 school year, the district eliminated tracked 9th grade world studies classes in favor of detracked ethnic studies classes. Since then, we have seen the number of 10th grade students taking AP history classes double, from 89 students in the 21-22 school year to 177 students taking AP World last year. In addition to seeing the increase in the number of students, we have seen the exam pass rates increase as well, from 88% of students passing the AP Euro exam to 98% passing the AP World exam. Not only has the pass rate increased, the distribution of scores has changed. More students than ever are scoring a 4 or a 5 on the AP exam. Last year, 60% of students scored a 5 on the AP World exam. It's clear that detracking the 9th grade history courses have not harmed students, but in fact has contributed.
Thank you. Erin Walsh.
Hello, my name is Erin Walsh. I'm an English teacher at Menlo Atherton, and I'm here to speak in support of the detracked class offerings at MA and across the district. MCLV, which I can speak for from personal experience, is a challenging course for students. We did not remove any texts. We did not remove any of the rigor. In fact, we added to it. We added texts to it so that our students feel represented and see themselves in the texts that we are reading, and they feel empowered to go forth and make change and write creatively and speak for themselves and for others. Our district mission is to engage and prepare all students to excel in a global society. A detracked heterogeneous class does exactly that by exposing students to a more diverse classroom community, preparing them for that global community. Our district's why is to become a national and international beacon of equity and excellence. Equity is about fairness and justice, a concept that I am talking about with my 9th graders this very week in class. If we are discussing equity and posting it on our district website and talking about it with our 9th graders, shouldn't our actions reflect that? Thank you.
Thank you. Erica Mungai.
Or if you could also call the next person up so they can maybe come forward, and then.
After Erica is Michelle Nafek.
Good evening. I have a lot of thoughts right now, but I just want to acknowledge that I really appreciated hearing the student contributions tonight. But I also want to acknowledge that we're not hearing from all of our students. I have students who can't make it tonight because they have after-school jobs, they are taking care of siblings, right? I also have students who didn't even know that this was happening tonight because they don't have a family that's plugged into the news about the district. And so I want to actually talk about a misconception I'm hearing. I hear that students are concerned about the rigor of our courses, but honestly, I don't think they're giving credit to the fabulous educators we have at our district. We are not perfect. Sometimes the class is going to be boring, but we're really doing our best to use differentiation strategies to differentiate both up and down to make class accessible and rigorous. As someone who has gone to a higher institution of education as a double graduate of Stanford, the skills that I'm teaching my students are similar to the skills that I developed at Stanford, that I practiced at Stanford. Collaboration, using your voice, engagement with other people, and those are the skills that students really need to be successful. So I hope that we can have a longer conversation about this because I really don't want students being afraid to enter my class 9th grade at MA. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. We have Michelle Nafak, then Gina Sudaria.
Good evening, trustees and district leaders. My name is Michelle Nafak, and I'm a Sequoia High School parent, a former San Carlos School District trustee, and an education professional with 20 years of experience working with school districts to improve educational outcomes for marginalized students. From 2018 to 2021, some of my work was in partnership with the 9 districts that make up the Sequoia Union feeder pattern. I'm here tonight to speak in support of Sequoia's ongoing efforts to democratize the freshman experience. The changes that Sequoia Union has piloted are aligned with curricular pathways at neighboring school districts, and they respond directly to decades of the district's own student outcome data, which showed that tracking students as freshmen created distinct winners and losers. What's more, there's overwhelming peer-reviewed research on the harmful effects of tracking that supports the district's change strategies. As a community, we cannot abandon changes that promote equitable outcomes because they make our work more difficult or threaten the status quo. That's why I'm also asking our district leaders and trustees to ensure that teachers are getting the support and resources that they need to make these strategies succeed. Again, I applaud the district's preliminary efforts to close the opportunity gap for marginalized students. I believe these changes help our students gain a deeper understanding of themselves, their community, and their place within it without sacrificing their opportunity to challenge themselves as scholars. Thank you.
Thank you. After Superintendent Gina Sudaria, we have Julie Otaki.
Good evening, Gina Sudaria, Superintendent for the Ravenswood City School District. I stand before you today in wholehearted support of this current initiative to create a more diverse and inclusive learning environment in the Sequoia Union High School District. The recent studies findings are both compelling and encouraging, highlighting fundamental truth. When students have access to rigorous coursework and high standards, they rise to meet those expectations. One standout result from the study is the significant progress made by socioeconomically disadvantaged students. They consistently showed an increase in positive outcomes with more socioeconomic status students, disadvantaged students meeting graduation requirements, as well as the UC CSU A to G admissions criteria, showcasing the power of equitable education to unlock every student's potential. Importantly, the success of disadvantaged students doesn't diminish opportunities for others. Passing rates for students who are not socioeconomically disadvantaged remain steady, and access to challenging programs like advanced placement and international baccalaureate courses has expanded, benefiting all students for whom there is data. As trustees, your fiduciary responsibility is not to elevate a segment of students over others, but to guarantee equitable opportunities for all. The data shows we're on the right path, prioritizing every student's well-being and success. In more simple terms, we are not in the business of education to have a few exceptional students. We're in the business to ensure success for all students. Our duties.
Thank you. Thank you. After Julie Otaka, we have Lance Powell.
I'm Julie Otaki, parent of 3 MA students. 74% of districts graduates and go to college. They are competing with students from high schools all around the country that do offer honors classes. Please don't put our kids in a disadvantage. Your district used to offer vocational courses, but they don't anymore. Not every student wants to go to college. Going from a blended English ninth grade AP to an AP English is giving the students a disadvantage. That's all I got.
Thank you. After Lance, we'll have Jasmine Schmeck, read by Edith Salvatore.
Good evening. I'm Lance Powell, and I am a 27-year veteran science educator. I'm currently the department chair at Menlo Atherton, and I fully endorse all the programmatic changes that we've made over the last handful of years. While the periodic table hasn't changed a whole lot in the last 6 or 7 years, the way we teach science has changed dramatically. And about 10 years ago, California adopted the next generation science standards, and we've been transitioning to that ever since. Gone are the days where we're blasting through textbooks and trying to just learn as much content as possible. Now we're focused more on things like asking good questions, designing investigations, modeling, taking data and trying to figure out how to visualize the best way to show it and interpret it. All these things are designed to have low floors and high ceilings with multiple access points for all different kinds of students to be in the same room. Right now, we're modeling combustion and fire. Later this year, we'll be modeling climate change. Some of the most sophisticated models ever made by humans are around climate change. We could bring in the Intergovernmental Panel of Climate Change into our classroom, and we can do this side by side. It's a high ceiling. Their work is more sophisticated, of course, and they can do it with us. The AS chemistry is gone. That class was not based in NGSS. We can't bring it back in its.
Thank you. Susie Cho will be next, and then SDTA President Edith Salvatore.
I'm speaking for Jasmine Schmick. I am an English teacher at Sequoia. I'm the English department chair and also the AVID coordinator. I've been at Sequoia for 14 years and was part of the team that detracked our 9th grade classes. I'm currently teaching IB Year 1, a junior course, and I wanted to speak to the changes I've seen within my IB classes over the past few years. To do this, I want to share the story of one of my students last year. I'd worked with him closely throughout the year in IB English class. The work was not easy for him, but every single time I asked him to do something, he did it. When we had Socratic seminars, he was nervous, but he spoke and always added an exciting new perspective to the conversation. His lived experience, different from that of many of his peers, allowed new and exciting interpretations of the text we were studying. It opened the conversation to places it could not go otherwise. His voice, his experience, his existence in the room taught students how to interact with people unlike himself. In May, he sat for the IB individual oral, which is a 10-minute recorded analysis of 2 texts, and then 5 minutes where I questioned him on the understanding of the text. This is a tough assessment, to say the least. Every single student is nervous, and he was no exception. At the end of the recording, he looked at me and smiled. I asked how he felt, and he said, "I think I did all right, but honestly, if someone had told me freshman year I'd be sitting here right now, I would never have believed them. So really, I'm just proud of myself." And regardless of ethnicity.
Thank you. The time is up. Thank you. Susie Cho.
Susie Cho. I have taught AS English 1 for 6 years at MA and AS English 2 for 5 years at MA. Every class at MA requires that students know how to read and write critically, but not every class at MA teaches students how to read and write critically. My math teacher friends will all agree with me when I say that geometry classes do great geometry things. Students solve for the area of a triangle, they measure angles, they use graph paper. Okay, but in geometry class, students also need to write claims for mathematical models. And the expectation is that students have the English skills to transfer to math class to write these claims, how to form an argument, how to use evidence. And this is why we need MCLB at MA at the freshman level. An issue with the AS English 1 class, again, which I taught for 6 years, is that it didn't ever explicitly teach these skills. The class operated under the belief that all students in the course are of advanced standing, as the course title suggests. This means that students were expected day one of school to come in advanced past the middle school standards. So I might have taken 5 minutes to tell my students where I wanted their claims, but I never taught them how to make that claim. That is a 7th grade standard they needed to master before they walked into my class. In MCLV, the assumption isn't that students have mastered every skill of middle school. The assumption is that students might require review. They need review on where their socks go at the end of the day, right? That means they need review on how to make a claim. And thus the largest group of students that MCLV serves is the kid who wouldn't have gotten skills review if they had taken AS.
Thank you. Edith Salvatore as herself. And Erica Wall. Erica Wall will be next. Thank you.
I'm very excited to see so many people here. It's usually just me. I am also a little concerned that we have so many students here under the assumption that there is a decision being taken tonight that will take something away from them. And an assumption that if a course title doesn't include the word honors, it doesn't foster critical thinking, and it's not possible for it to be a rigorous challenge. One of the students tonight spoke to us about what it feels like to be in an advanced class. But what does it feel like if you're not? And we haven't heard that perspective. I read all 120 something pages of Dr. Wilmot's paper, and I noted that there were no claims made in it about causality. We don't do that in education that often. Detracking is not the only solution. It's not a silver bullet. We also are moving to standards-based grading. We've also adopted the next gen science standards. We are also learning much more about how to accept students where they are and move them individually forward. My request is that we respect the agenda tonight, which is a discussion, that no decisions be made here tonight, and that the board respect the hard work that's been done by our members and teachers at sites.
Thank you. Erica Wall, then Rachel Richards.
Good evening. My name is Erica Wall, and I teach 9th grade biology and AP environmental science at Menlo Atherton. It is my 5th year at MA and my 7th overall. As any freshman teacher will tell you, we have a very special job at our school. We are the introduction. We set the tone and create the first impression that our new cohort of students will have of our school for the rest of their journey. I want you to think about what that first impression would be if we retracked our 9th grade classes. Our newest minds would quickly see 2 schools divided in 1 campus. This picture is something many campuses, including MA, have a history of, and when has rolling the clock back on history brought us forward? Core content of subject content is certainly a pillar of schools, but we are also a school cultivating our communities for the future. Standalone events to build community and empathy are small efforts, but what really builds community and empathy is knowing the people around you. If we really value diverse perspectives, you won't make the mistake to retrack 9th grade classes. Thank you.
Thank you. After Rachel Richards, we'll have Diana Blum.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Rachel Richards. I have been teaching biology and chemistry at Menlo Atherton for over 10 years, including AS biology, regular biology, blended biology, and currently blended chemistry. When I first heard that we were eliminating AS biology, I was apprehensive. As a teacher, I was worried that teaching a blended course would make it very difficult to effectively challenge gifted students while supporting those who were struggling. I feared I would have to dumb down the curriculum. I was proven wrong, and my sentiments have since changed 180 degrees. I have watched students of all levels thrive in our blended classes. I think those opposed are afraid that opportunities for our students are being removed. This is a grave misconception. Instead, we are providing enriched opportunities for everyone in our blended courses. I realize now that I teach the same rigorous curriculum to my students now as I did in my AS classes. The labs are the same and the subject material is the same. This is largely due to how the standards have changed. The next generation science standards have beneficial changes that allow students of all levels to access the curriculum from multiple points, regardless of their backgrounds.
For instance, the new standards focus on science and engineering practices, such as designing an experiment, something that is really hard to do well, but something that every student is able to achieve at some level. Everyone can benefit from.
Thank you. Sorry, your time's up. Diana Blum, then Rachel Wan.
Thank you. I came to the US as a refugee who didn't speak a word of English. Like many immigrants and socioeconomically disadvantaged families here today, my parents worked multiple jobs just to put food on the table. I studied twice as hard as my native English-speaking friends, often not feeling like I belonged. But with each perceived challenge, I overcame, my confidence grew and my insecurities dissipated. For a poor immigrant like myself, honors classes paved a path out of poverty, which is why I don't understand how the district can deprive students motivated to learn from such an opportunity. Lowering standards to give underperforming kids a false sense of accomplishment only harms them in the long run. I spent the last 2 years volunteering in the classroom at Bellhaven Elementary, trying to better understand the root causes of the educational performance disparities we know exist. I saw enough to say, you cannot fix this problem in high school by removing honors classes. Student-centered education should mean getting politics and conflict of interest out of the classroom. I believe third-party consultants and teachers' unions have their own interests, and sadly, the educational success of all students is not the priority. Transparency and accountability for failed policies is how we will achieve meaningful solutions. I urge the district to end this experiment.
Thank you.
Hello. I'm Rachel Wan. I teach the heterogeneous 9th grade class at MA, heterogeneous 9th grade English class, excuse me. And every year I tell my students the same thing. The purpose of this class is not to teach you how to read and write. You come in here knowing how to do that already. Especially with the creation and advancement and frankly, the abuse of AI technology, especially in the classrooms. Teachers have had to grapple with the purpose of classes like English that have products that are easily replicated by work of a computer. We as adults caring for young people have to understand the fundamental humanness that machines and computers can never replicate, which are skills like collaboration, communication, critical thinking, understanding, and empathy. These skills are not taught through more reading homework or harder tests. In fact, they are developed in class through rigorous engagement with the ideas that are different from our own and with people whose backgrounds are different to us. This engagement is not something that you can measure and can be boiled down to a grade or the outcome of a project. In fact, having taught both AS and CP at the 9th grade level, I can say without a doubt that in this heterogeneous class, students are more engaged in being and working together in ways that benefit all of the people in the classroom. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Caroline Krauskopf and Laura Gill.
Hi, I'm Caroline Krauskopf. I'm a parent and I'm currently working as a substitute in the district. Formerly, I was research faculty at the Stanford School of Medicine. And my concern is about some of the quantitative flaws in the draft report as I see it. The report states verbatim, quote, "Since this analysis is descriptive and not causal, we cannot definitively state whether the described changes lead to these patterns." However, throughout the report, a key analytic error is repeated. A causal relationship is implied, and it is essentially a tautology. More advanced and prepared students have been merged into classes, and therefore is an a priori result that pass rates would increase. This is not some wonderful result. It's a basic fact. It's a facet of how the study was done and the methodology. So I'm concerned about that. And the report really seems to endorse heterogeneous classes with no data or consideration of the negative impacts, even if unintentional, that they may have. And mixed classrooms can have unintended consequences. In fact, educational research demonstrates that detracking can erode low-achieving students' self-confidence and academic ambition. It is crucial that we do meet all students where they are. And it's important to take very seriously this decision. Thank you.
Thank you. After Laura Gill will be district alum and parent.
Hello, my name is Lara Gill and I teach multicultural literature and voice at MA. This is my 20th year at the district, over which I have taught SUHSD English, AS English 1, AS English 2, AVID, reading intensive, reading support, academic literacy. I've served as department chair, instructional coach, tips coach. I've mentored 10 student teachers from Stanford, 5 of which we have hired. I've been nationally board certified twice, and I need you to know that my proudest achievement is teaching these students together in this class because they can. And it is very clear to me that many people in this room do not know or respect the integrity of the students in my class and what they are totally capable of doing together. I'm here tonight because I want you to know the way I feel about this course, because I'm an English teacher and I talk a lot about feelings. I feel that this class is actually making a difference. I feel that multicultural literature and voice is an amazing course because while we're still teaching an interesting text and having complex conversations, students are doing it together. I feel this way about MCLV because it is the first class I have ever taught at Menlo Atherton that does not feel segregated. It genuinely feels to me that we're living up to our motto of pride and diversity because our classes are actually diverse and students are thriving because of it. I had 4 more pages, but thank you for your time. My students are wonderful. Please speak about them with more dignity.
Thank you.
My comments tonight are about process and your role as the school board. It is the board's responsibility to adopt the district curriculum and courses of study to be offered. This was not properly done in the past. Let me provide evidence for what I'm saying. The following is from a current board of trustee. Quote, as an individual board member, I do not remember the board of trustees approving the detracking effort. I also agree that our community has not been involved in the conversation. I do not believe this topic was ever fully discussed at a public board meeting. When I asked Chris Thompson about this at one of the board retreats, he said the actions were taken in many small steps over the last 10 years. The steps must have been so small that I'm misunderstanding what we are doing as a governance team, end quote. And so it comes across to many in the community that staff, through a variety of well-compensated consultants and other outside influences such as Stanford University, has essentially enacted major policy decisions when it is the board's role to do so. Let me be clear, I am not in any way at all questioning whether staff has been well-intentioned. I am just saying it has been a major failure in process, and that lies at the feet of the board. But the fix is simple. You just need to take a public vote. Please vote tonight so that the system of democratically elected school board can operate as it should. Lastly, I would like to commend the many student speakers tonight. I thought that was wonderful. And I also commend the courage.
Thank you. Next, we have Abby Corman, and after Ms. Corman, we'll have Will Bonig.
Good evening. In March of last school year, when we had this exact same conversation, I heard an MAPTA representative name the community was asking what happened to honors classes and for more transparency. And the district spent many hours putting together this 100+ page research brief to answer those very questions. We learned from people with masters and doctorates in education why this happened, and we saw data proving its effectiveness in our schools. It appears actually, instead of an elimination of honors courses, as some are presenting, our district and each site seems to be offering more AP and IB classes than ever before. The streamlining of 9th and 10th grade courses is not causing harm to anyone or even jeopardizing acceptance into college, as applicants are compared to their peers and the courses offered at their specific high schools in college admissions. I also want to add, as a teacher, if there are any students who want to be challenged a little more, reach out to your teachers. We'd love to give you an extension. I'd actually argue that's probably not the case. I believe The district and the board have provided the answers requested, and I hope this is the last time we have this issue on the agenda. And I also hope this means other issues where 500 or more community members gather are deserving of research and board discussion, because the BSU signature from April has 600 plus signatures and we haven't heard it.
Thank you. After Will Bonig, we'll have Ravenswood Board of Trustees, Jenny Blum.
Good evening, everyone. I'm here with my daughter Annabelle and my son, who are going to be future district students. And I just want to say first, thank you to the representatives for this opportunity. I came here this evening prepared to share about my personal experience as an ESL student in a middle income first generation family, and the role that honors classes played in my life to help with my identity as a student, which helped me excel and ultimately open doors for my life. And after listening to the students and the teachers, I actually don't know which side I fall on this topic. I always look to the professionals who are closest to the day-to-day work, the teachers, and I respect their personal experience. And I've seen compelling arguments on both sides. And I want to make a request that as we listen to each other, we listen to understand what the concerns are, because my belief is that with all of the smart people involved in this topic, teachers, students, board members, professionals, we can make good decisions that we can all get behind. I know that I'm open-minded and that education has changed drastically since I was a student, and we should adopt what works well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. After Trustee Bloom, we'll have Gemma Jacques.
Thank you, Board of Trustees. My name is Jenny Varghese Bloom. I'm the president of Ravenswood City School District, and I would like to say, as someone mentioned before, there are many students whose voices are not here right now. And I will say, as a leader in my community, they look to us as their leaders to represent them. So even though I'm only one person standing here, I'm one person speaking for thousands of students that will be students of the Sequoia Union High School District. And the one thing that I will say is, back in March and again in August, we heard Ravenswood data used without humanity, without context, without any sort of understanding of what it's like to be in our community. I have 2 children that are at the Ravenswood City School District that will go to Ravenswood Middle School, that will come here, and I hope can sit in classrooms with students from Entrada and from Hillview. I will say, you as a board have data set before you that you asked for. You need to look at that data. That is what you as a board member have to do. You have to look at the data you asked for that is being presented to you with context, with your teachers, with your staffs, understanding and given to you. You cannot say that more students getting higher GPAs and being able to be A through G ready to apply to CSUs and UCs who want to go to college. That is a data point you have to look at. To see that AP scores or IB scores have not diminished, you have to look at that. It is your responsibility to do that for every student in your school district. Thank you.
Thank you. After Gemma Jacques, we'll have Robert Steinmetz.
Good evening. I'm one of the parents of a current high school student. And one of the things that I wanted to highlight is the report that was issued to study the effects of detracking is seriously flawed. And as was pointed out earlier, one of the questions that was asked up front was, did changes in course offerings in which more diverse group of students learn together create less opportunity for advanced students to succeed in that course and future higher level classes? And the study was looking at the passing rates for those students, non-SED students. And if you think about it, when you have advanced students who are not able to take honors classes, their passing rate is still going to be high. What the report is not measuring is the detrimental effects on those students. And we've heard many of them speak today. And when you have a student who is bored and not challenged enough, and they're not able to really advance to the degree that they're capable of, those are detrimental effects that are not taken into account in this report. And I think that's a very serious flaw in how the report was designed, and that should be considered. Thank you.
Thank you. After Robert Steinmetz, we'll have Danette Solberg.
Hi, I'm Robert Steinmetz. I'm a parent in the district. I have three children in high school in the district, and I just was looking at the report, which I've read, and the title of the report is Streamlining Course Offerings and Creating More Diverse Learning Environments to Increase Student Access and Success. Does that sound like an objective piece of analysis? It doesn't, right? I mean, it's a report that sounds like it was created to justify a decision after the fact. I just don't believe, as a parent, I don't believe that limiting students' ability to challenge themselves is the best way to help our students. And again, the report doesn't cover anything about the impacts of this kind of a decision on students who would have taken these classes. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Danette Solberg, and I'm an employee here at the district, and I'm talking also about being a parent of the district as well. First, I wanted to talk about my personal experience in high school where I was in an English class and I couldn't stand being in the class because I felt like I was back in elementary school again. And so I chose to go to a higher class and end up with the AS class. And I was so glad that I had that choice. I have 5 children that have gone to Sequoia Union High School District schools and graduated. And I know children are different. All 5 of my kids were different. And some of them really need to be in accelerated classes. I mean, they were able to take that on that stress. It wasn't too hard on them. And then the ones I knew, you shouldn't. It's like, that'd be too stressful for you. Don't do that. And I know that the ones that chose to do accelerated classes, that has helped them. I know my one daughter went to the IB program, got the IB diploma, but the higher education, more advanced classes that she took before that really helped her. It really made a difference in being able to succeed in that program. And my son was taking AP Lit, and he, in college, he's talked about how much that's helped him be able to do his essays in college and things like that. So I know that having the choice, I mean, I'm assuming all kids can choose it, but having a choice to be able to take a more accelerated.
Thank you. I'm sorry, your time's up. Thank you. Next, we have Jeremy Gurwitz and then Shaheen Habibi.
My name is Jeremy Gurwitz. I'm a resident of Redwood City. In my own experience, I grew up in New York and I attended public schools where I took honors classes along with many of my classmates that prepared us extremely well for college. I think a lot of people have shared today kind of a false premise, the idea that that one track classes are going to be exactly the same as both the honors and non-honors classes. If that were the case, then why wouldn't everybody just be in the honors standards? I think as many people have said, different classes set different courses for different people, and that's something that everybody needs to have the opportunity to go down their own course. What we're doing with this is taking away the opportunity for many people to excel, and that's something that's deeply challenging. I think it's instructive that all of the students that discussed shared that they wanted to go back to the way things were. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name is Shaheen Habibi. My daughter just started at MA. She's 9th grader. I admit I haven't read the report. I just noticed one line in the newsletter, so I showed up here. But how should I put it? I don't know what the purpose of this change is, but I heard all the buzzwords: fairness, equity, justice, climate change, whatever. But I tell you this, I can tell you what you will achieve. You will lower the standards. You will have less and less students motivated to go to college. And eventually what you are going to achieve under the disguise of removing or erasing class differences, which I find it hilarious here, you are going to force more parents who can't even afford it to send their kids to private schools. Therefore, you are going to reinforce the class differences because we are going to have schools, public schools where, you know, people who can't afford it, they go there and they don't end up at Stanford and Yale. And so other schools that some people here, they said they are from or whatever. And then you're going to have those kids whose parents could afford it because we know where we live, to send their kids to Menlo and Sacred Heart and God knows how many other private schools. So you're not eliminating class differences here. And by the way, I'm running out of time, sorry.
Thank you. Next, we have Jessica Stoudemire and then Mark Weiss after.
Good evening. I am a parent of 3 children, 2 of which have graduated from MA, and the third one is a freshman this year. And so I've experienced both with the AS classes and without the AS classes. And at least in my personal experience from my children, my child who was able to choose whether they wanted to do AS classes or not freshman and sophomore year, benefited from that. And she was somebody who definitely liked being challenged and liked that it was more rigorous. Now, that was 8 years ago. So and she has now graduated from college. My middle child, unfortunately got sort of double jeopardy in that, which is probably the wrong word for it, but she started freshman year, 3/4 through freshman year, we had the pandemic. So not only did she go online, but the AS classes were not available to her. And she has struggled all the way and did graduate barely from high school and is going on to Foothill, but has been very challenged. I have a 9th grader who would really like to choose whether he gets into have classes that are more rigorous or classes that aren't. And he would like to have that choice. And I think that's the point, is that there needs to be that choice. And that choice for everybody, whoever the child is. Thank you.
Thank you. After Mark Weiss, we'll have Tatiana Shapaisman.
Hello, everyone. I have a junior at MA, and he has had the opportunity to tell me about blended and non-blended courses. And what I'd like to say.
Can you speak close? Okay.
What I'd like to say is I don't see what is going on here. Students, when there is tracking, can choose. Their parents can choose to go into a blended or a non-blended class. And it seems to me that the entire argument that's being made here is whether or not to remove choice. There's data obviously on both sides, but what you're doing is taking away a choice. Let students, let their parents, let their advisors and teachers come together and let the students make a choice. Don't take away that choice.
Thank you. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Can we restart the count?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was waiting. Yeah, I was waiting for her to say that I should be speaking. Sorry. Okay.
Sorry.
I'm a parent in the district. I have one son in Menlo-Atherton and another one is in middle school. My youngest son loves science. I'm terrified that Menlo-Atherton is removing advanced science courses. I see him growing up without the encouragement. I heard many people speak here in the favor of the tracking. I haven't heard a single one of them say that they actually care about growth of advanced students. I grew up abroad. I came here because I got excellent education. I feel that what is happening here is doing misservice not only to my children, it's doing misservice to this country.
Somebody here mentioned global competition. God help you, walk out, look around. How many people who got education here do you see around? Those kids grow up in the countries which care about bringing up the best students, about getting every student achieve their potential, because the best students help to advance the country. This doesn't have to be at the expense of other students. But why do you remove opportunities from children in the country which is supposed to be land of opportunity? This is just beyond me. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last two comment cards in person, Nicholas Juskes, and then student Riley Blum has arrived.
Hi, thank you very much for all of you. And thank you to all the teachers who shared with great passion about your expertise. I'm sure you're doing an amazing job in trying to do something that is fundamentally difficult. A year ago, before my son started freshman year, I really wanted to believe this idea of having a high ceiling, low floor sounds wonderful. If we can help more kids without hurting anyone, why wouldn't we do that? Sadly, here's what I heard from my son. Freshman year was a breeze. It was easy to get an A. You know, he'd been more challenged in middle school. Hey, this is what high school's like, no problem. Suddenly he gets to sophomore year. And the demands go up, the expectations go up. And he realizes, oh, shoot, I don't have the study habits. I don't have the skills. And so now he's running and sprinting and he's going to be fine. You know what? I have the resources, the support to be able to help that child. But you know what? The low floor, high ceilings, and it wasn't from lack of trying. It wasn't from teachers who weren't wonderful. They really, really, really are. But what you're trying to do is so fundamentally difficult. It is hard to give to every student out there. And so it is not costless. This is a really hard trade-off you're being asked to make. And, you know, the big question is, what is public school for? Who is it for? Is it truly inclusive and diverse? Or are we going to push a set of kids out to the private schools? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Riley Blum and I attend Menlo Atherton High School. I believe we should bring back honors classes for freshmen. All throughout middle school, I felt as though English was my strongest subject. I was so excited to be able to challenge myself with the class in high school, but as honors English is not an option, I'm not able to. One can argue that I can just take a more advanced class next year, but because I'm not currently enrolled in one, I'm concerned that I would not be prepared for the class and the jump would be too big. I know it was very hard for my sister. Aside from academic challenge and preparation for advanced courses, there are so many reasons having honors classes would be beneficial for freshmen. Enrolling in honors classes can also mean being surrounded by peers who are ready to learn at the same pace as you are, which can create an environment where students can learn from one another. Another bonus is that honors classes can also lead to better work ethic that would be extremely helpful for the rest of high school. Also, I heard a comment in the drive over about the data showing improved participation and scores in AP history after detracking. I would challenge the board to also look at or ask for data on the impact of detracking on AP math and science scores, because it may be possible that detracking works well in some subjects, but is detrimental in others. I can of course see why someone may want all freshmen to start with the same classes rather than having different levels, but I strongly believe that students should be placed in classes that cater to their understanding of the subject so that no one is falling behind or being held back.
Thank you. That concludes comments in person. We're going to switch over to Zoom. To our Zoom audience, first speaker is Daniel. Daniel, you might want to raise your hand so we can find you.
Can you hear me? I think I'm speaking now.
Yes, we can hear
Can
you.
you hear? Awesome, let me speak. Thank you. I'm a parent of a child in the district. I'm talking about, I'd like to have the reinstatement of the honors program. My view of education, I think most in the room would share it, is the role of education, I believe, is to nurture a love of learning in all children. My son loves science, and I'm concerned that the initiative that's being enforced here is he's being devalued. And I would like to know from the board, what are they going to do to help promote enthusiastic, talented kids like my son who have a love of a particular subject, getting the best out of that subject. My concern is the board here is engaged in a terribly misguided attempt to foster equity in the classroom. But the students who spoke this evening are probably the most eloquent, example of the very people who are going to be harmed by this. And I hope you listen to them very clearly. I think you are trying to foster equity here at the expense of excellence. The other point that I would like to make is that the other people who will be harmed by this are minority children. As you can maybe hear, I am from an affluent family. I can afford to send my kid to private school. And more importantly, I can afford to make up for the deficiencies in his education. Minority children will not have the sort of support that my child will have. And minority kids who want to be stretched will not get that opportunity. Please don't make this decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Jonathan T., if you can raise your hand, you're next. And then next after Jonathan is Craig Cohen.
Hello, my name is Jonathan Torzan. I'm a parent at Encinal School in Menlo Park. I'm calling to speak up in favor of tracking, especially for math and science. I used to run a nonprofit in Africa that would work with at-risk youth. And I can't stress enough how important it is to have both remedial classes and advanced classes if you want all students to reach their potential. In addition, interventions need to be done much earlier than high school to achieve equity in academic performance in STEM classes. This really needs to be addressed at the elementary level and junior high, and students need to come to high school prepared. Removing honors classes, especially for math and science, will do damage to talented students, and it is something that the district should not do. I would really urge the district to reconsider reinstituting honors classes in 9th grade. And if you do not, it's just going to result in more students going to private school, loss of more students in the district. And that is an outcome that's negative for everyone, especially for low-income at-risk students. That's all I have to say, and I hope you make the right choice to keep tracking in our high schools.
Thank you. We have the next 5 raise their hand. Craig Cohen, Kathleen Daly, Carol Cunning, Patrick Rosen, and Clayton. Thank you. Craig, you're up next.
Hi there, I'm Craig Cohen. I'm the father of a Menlo Atherton student, and I also have another high school student who's in private school. And I just wanted to speak about restoring the AS honors classes. I'd like to see that happen. I'm definitely in favor of helping all the students out, and I really wanted to thank the teachers that spoke elegantly. I think I'm a product of 2 public school teachers from New York. I married a teacher. And I really feel like teachers are going to do the absolute best they can with the hand that they're dealt. But I think it's important that for both the students and the teachers, that the ability for students to self-select into either the regular class or the AS honors class is an important thing to have. And one example I'd like to give you is, as a thought experiment, is like, what if we decided we weren't going to have a varsity football team because in the name of equity, children that can't play at that level are being excluded? I think we would all agree that that is somewhat ludicrous. So if your kid is a varsity student academically, it seems like they should be able to be challenged and excel and rise to their level. And so I'd like to see that all students benefit, but I want to make sure that we try to restore choice and restore the honors classes. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathleen Lee.
Yes, thank you. 9th grade freshman year is usually a very stressful environment for all students. Creating an even playing field early on in life is a really good life lesson. We should be encouraging students to truly understand equity. The research and the data supports detracking. It is in the report. Trust the administrators, teachers, and authors. D-tracking has helped high-risk students without negatively impacting high achievers. I want to give a shout out to all the great teachers and administrators who spoke tonight. Thank you for doing this work.
Thank you. Carol Cunningham.
Yes, hi. I'm a new parent to the district with a freshman. I was quite disturbed to learn that this is even a subject that's under debate. I also found it very interesting and somewhat dismayed that the only people speaking in favor of detracking are the teachers and administrators, which makes me seriously start to question why. If it's really the students that we are serving and should be at the center of this, they have spoken loudly and clearly and very eloquently, and I support them in bringing back honors. If we take this discussion up a level, we are trying to prepare our kids to thrive in a global society with other countries that are hungry and motivated. We are falling behind and losing our competitiveness. So why are we considering weakening our offerings? If the root issue is diversity and equity in the honors classes, let's figure out how to pull more kids up through interventions, tutoring, resources, as someone else had mentioned, instead of holding others back and creating a crabs in the bucket situation where we're trying to pull kids down. And I have heard too, that even if the outcomes don't appear that kids are still passing, someone had mentioned you don't know the struggles that they're going through to try to catch up because they weren't properly prepared for those AP classes. We were excited to come to MA, but if you continue down the path of tracking, we may, or detracking, we may go to private.
Thank you. Patrick Roizen.
Hi, I'm Patrick Royson, an MA teacher with 31 years of experience. This is my 27th year in the district teaching AP Biology as well as a variety of introductory science classes. I'm also the parent of 2 MA grads. In that time, I've seen the pendulum swing back and forth with regards to honors classes for our freshmen. In my professional opinion and experience, we've gotten overall better results with the heterogeneous grouping we currently have. My pass rates for the AP Biology exam have been higher since we eliminated the Honors Bio 9 course than before, along with a greater number of 4s and 5s as opposed to just 3s. And as noted elsewhere, the AP Chem pass rates have gone up since we eliminated AS Chem. We've seen an increase in the number of AP course sections over the last several years. And that objective data demonstrates that we should continue the course we're on of heterogeneous classes. In the past, I've also seen the stress levels of the students in homogeneous classes, both honors and basic classes, is higher. And this is extremely true for the kids who are in the silent middle. On a personal note, I was a National Merit Scholar when I was a high school student, but because of a paperwork snafu on my first day of high school, I was placed in the non-honors track. I personally saw how kids in the low track were guided not to be challenged, to not be pushed. The implication that each child can choose is not reflective of the reality of most kids. I only took 2 science classes, and the only AP level class I took was calculus because of having completed geometry in the 8th grade. I still was able to get to Davis and Stanford.
Thank you. Now the following, please raise your hands. Parent who wants honors back. Chloe Gentile Montgomery, Kelly Parisi, Lon Nguyen, Dulcie Freeman, Mallory Bryan. First up is parent who wants honors back.
Thank you. I urge you to stop banning AS honors classes and instead vote to restore these important classes for the Sequoia Union High School District. The community is really surprised on what has happened, and people are very worried that AP classes might be banned next. People feel blindsided because this major policy direction was taken without a board vote or broad community input. It is really shocking to fully understand what is unfolded here and that it did not support a democratic process. How is Sequoia Union High School District going to ensure transparency and community input moving forward? We really, really need the board to vote on major policy decisions moving forward. The staff report does not provide data to justify eliminating or banning AS honors classes. Instead, it highlights major equity issues, including grade inflation. State testing scores are either flat or decreasing in the same period, and the number of people failing is also slightly increased or constant. It is clear the banning of honors courses does not support educational equity. Instead of removing these challenging courses, we should strive to improve access and support for all students to achieve high levels. There should be no barriers to students choosing their classes. There are so many reports which show this.
Thank you. I'm sorry your time is up. Chloe Gentile Montgomery, then Kelly Parisi will be next.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. My name is Chloe Gentile Montgomery, and I'm a history teacher at Menlo Atherton. The fact of the matter is that tracked classes lead to segregated classrooms and communities of students that attend the same school but know little to nothing about each other. In my first year teaching at MA, which was last year, I noticed the stark difference between my juniors who did not have ethnic studies their freshman year and my freshmen who were enrolled in my ethnic studies course. The juniors completely self-segregated themselves whenever given the opportunity to choose their own seats. I also noticed that this year, my current juniors who did take ethnic studies are far more prepared for US history, far more ready to engage with one another in different perspectives as reflected in their overall improved progress report grades. Our motto at MA is strength in diversity, and our D-Track classes are an example of this motto in action. Students are learning from each other, learning how to be in community with each other, and learning how to live in a diverse environment. When we say that D-Track classes are less rigorous, there's an assumption being made. And I will be honest in that assumption being a racist and classist assumption. We need more support in our D-Track classes to help teachers support all students equally, not additional stratification and segregation. I've heard through these student stories a lack of support for teachers to adequately engage all of their students, and I don't believe this issue will go away by reinstating freshman honors courses. Students still have the opportunity to take honors and AP courses in the following years, but what is so wrong with giving all of our students the same starting point during freshman year to level the playing field? Education is changing. Let's strive for.
Thank you. Kelly Parisi.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. I had something that I was going to say, but I was so struck by the last speaker because I always tell my kids and my Girl Scout troop, who feel like my 12 other 7th grade children, that we should use the right names to describe the right things. And I've heard so much hyperbole here this evening. And to even say that the honors versus non-honors is segregation is just absolutely astounding to me. I originally was going to say the kids said it best. And why are we pretending we care about kids' opinions if we're not listening to them? And why are we pretending we care about parents' opinion when I only recently found out about this and I'm an active parent in this community? If this is such a great decision, why is it hidden? Why are so many people just finding out about it? I guarantee you, if more people knew, they should have their voices in this fight and conversation. It's clear teachers are doing a great job, but there are more voices that need to be added to this table. Thank you.
Thank you. Lon Nugan.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Lan Nguyen, and I'm a teacher at MA. I understand that many people are concerned about how D-tracked courses do not challenge high-performing students. Tonight, I want to share a story that challenges this perspective. I'm going to share a story of my student, Ben. Fake name, real story. Ben is a student from a well-off family in West Menlo Park. Last year, Ben was in my D-tracked 9th grade ethnic studies class. This year, Ben is in all honors classes. At the beginning of last year, Ben complained to me that he was not accustomed to being around quote unquote these types of students who were quote unquote lazy and students who quote unquote do not know what should be common sense. It was clear that Ben had internalized negative stereotypes about students who were different from him. It was clear that he believed he had nothing to benefit from being around these students. However, Ben's worldview was quickly shattered. When I taught about Dr. Tara Yoso's framework of community cultural wealth, which is a graduate level framework, Ben was bewildered. Dr. Yoso's framework involves identifying assets and specific talents possessed by communities who experience oppression. Ben's classmates, whom he previously labeled as lazy, were quick to raise their hand and used advanced vocabulary from the lesson to exemplify how their parents, their neighbors, and their siblings possess community cultural wealth, while Ben struggled to identify a single example, whether anecdotal or theoretical, of community cultural capital. He was unable to complete the assignment while his classmates were able to complete the assignment. In this lesson, Ben's worldview changed. And this shows that academic rigor includes learning alongside people who are different than you. Thank you.
Thank you. Dulcie Freeman.
Thank you. I am a sophomore high school parent, and I am new to this issue and new to listening to all the different perspectives. I wanted to ask the board that they not make any decisions quickly or in this calendar year. I am not in favor of making any more changes to the sophomore year without a greater in-depth survey of students and parents that would help inform decisions to be made in the future. I have read some of the report, and I agree with many of the parents and educators who say the report does not incorporate enough surveyed opinions or look at long-term outcomes, especially of those who may have already graduated our high schools and how they are performing in life and college and beyond. I am in favor of excellence and rigor, and I am in favor of celebrating excellence and rigor in all ways, and I hope that our high school locations can do so. I believe that there are many ways that we can encourage our students to celebrate all of the excellence and rigor that students display, because that is what will lead them to long-term success in life.
Thank you. Mallory Byrne. Mallory, are you there? Okay, Mallory, we're gonna come back to you. Next is Beatrice Orozco. Beatrice, can I have the following raise their hands, please? Beatrice Orozco, Tapan Gupta, Elias Maureen, Katie Beruzzi, Darcy Book, Heather Hopkins, and Alan Sarver. Okay. Tapan Gupta.
Good evening, board members. My name is Tapan. I am a parent. I recently got to know about this and got a little bit concerned. Coming from my own background, in my elementary school, I was a pretty bad student. And in my middle school, I improved thanks to encouragement from a teacher. And in high school, I really excelled thanks to AS and AP classes. And I know that when I tell my story to anyone, I only talk about the story which happened in my middle school, where due to encouragement, I improved, because that's always more fascinating. And that's what I see all the teachers are talking about, students who improved because of removal of AP classes. Nobody talks about talented students who excelled because AP classes provide them the challenge which they need. I think I agree with some of the parents who talked before me that let's not rush into this haste. Give us everyone time to go through the report, understand the implication of both sides, and then take some decisions which are beneficial for both. At least don't remove the optionality, the choice which students have, because unfortunately, I think, as someone said, people who have means, they will move to private school, and it will start a vicious circle where good students will keep moving out, and what remains remains, and over time the ranking will go down, people will stop moving in this area, and it's a vicious circle which will be difficult to turn around. Thank you.
Thank you. Elias Maureen. Elias, are you there?
Hello. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry, can you reset my time, please? I was muted. Okay, my name's Elias. This is my second year teaching English, D-Track English 1 at Woodside. I was going to list all the ways our D-Track classes have succeeded in providing equitable, rigorous learning opportunities for all students, but instead I want to challenge an idea that has been presented several times tonight, which is that D-Tracking classes removes the opportunity for students to choose to challenge themselves. And I want to ask, whose ability to choose are you concerned about? The former AS students here who had the privilege of taking hours out of their day to speak, or the students who were not able to speak tonight because they were working, taking care of siblings while their parents worked, or whose parents were not even aware that this meeting was happening because they're juggling a million other things. You claim that we're removing the students' ability to choose, but what about the students who were for years told that they were not capable of taking AS English 1 by their counselor, or whose parents didn't have the language ability or capacity to advocate for them to prepare them for AS as a freshman? What about these students who have historically not had a choice, those who have lacked the encouragement of a mentor, been pressured into taking regular English or intervention? In the past few years, thanks to D-Tracking, all students have had a choice at the end of their freshman year: to take AS their sophomore year and AP classes in the future, or to take regular English. But in spite of this, some of you are suggesting to remove these students' right to choose in order to favor the privileged minority of students that have spoken here tonight. I want the board to keep their word and keep the best interest of all students in mind.
Thank you. Katie Barussi.
Hi, my name is Katie Baruzzi, and I have a junior at MA High School. First, I just want to say how much I appreciate the work of the teachers in the school. We've had the most consistent teaching quality at MA that my son has had in his entire school career. And he went to great schools, Oak Knoll and Hillview as well. And I'm not just saying that because progress reports are coming out this week. I also want to say that he's a gifted kid, and I've asked him his opinion. And he has his favorite class freshman year was actually biology with Dr. Richards. Those classes are serving him fine. I think the data in the report speak for themselves. And there are objective standards in there. There are AP scores, there are AP enrollment. I also think it's a little bit weird that we're still pushing our kids to chase status when we also know how hard it is for them and how bad it is for their it's not yielding good results. And I feel pretty strongly about that. So I appreciate that we do have a varsity football team in the form of dozens of AP courses. My son is enrolled in 4 of them right now. And so far, knock on wood, he's kicking butt. I don't think he's been harmed at all, nor do the metadata from the district as a whole so far indicate that other students are being harmed either. I also have not heard any kind of data or evidence-based case that tracking was helpful, just anecdotal things. So thank you so much for being open-minded.
Thank you. Darcy Book.
Hi, my name is Darcy Book, and I teach English 1, English 1 support, and AVID at Woodside. I was also part of the D-Tracking ad hoc team at Woodside for 2 years. I'm speaking in favor of maintaining our D-Track courses. I am here to tell you that the D-Tracked English curriculum is rigorous, challenging, and accessible by design. We were funded for 3 years to design a course that is comparable to AS English in content and in pace, but accessible to all. which is what many of the parents here do not understand. Finally, all students have a fair shot at accessing AS2 and AP courses, not just those who have been on the AP track since preschool. Data has shown that nearly double the BIPOC students have had a chance to take AS English this past year at Woodside. In addition, all 3 highly experienced AS English 2 teachers this year have noted the excellence of their AS2 students after the first detract year at Woodside. I haven't even touched on the incredible success of my support students and struggling readers who are now excelling and testing out at a higher rate. Detract English truly helps everybody. Detracking English 1 is the first step in the right direction to reduce some of the distressing disparities in our district. Thank you.
Thank you. Heather Hopkins.
Hi, good evening, board and staff. I'm the parent of a Woodside High School freshman and also a recent graduate who, though we live in Menlo Park, my kids chose Woodside over MA in order to get away from the academic stress that pervades our community. Streamlined classes at Woodside have served my children well. My son is currently in Mr. Mooring's streamlined English class. Mr. Mooring just spoke, and it's incredible. And as a freshman, my daughter took a streamlined biology class, and though the curriculum was similar to that of her 8th grade science class, she still really benefited by engaging with the material in other ways, including helping other students understand the concepts. She also developed a really strong relationship with her teacher that continues and became a TA in that class her senior year. She was very well prepared for AP biology, aced the AP exam this spring, and is now pursuing a degree in biology in college. This long-planned, not sudden initiative has made a huge difference for students who have been marginalized for decades. We need to center these students in this conversation. Clearly, high school is not too late to make a difference. Thank you, teachers and administrators, for believing that. As Ms. Salvatore said, this shift in practice will take time to perfect, but that does not mean we should abandon the initiative. We need to focus our attention on those students who for so many years we let them slip through the cracks, and we cannot continue to fail them by throwing up our hands and saying it's too late to do anything. The data tell another story. Please trust our educators. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Alan Sarver.
Okay, I think you can hear me now.
Yes.
Hello, board, superintendent, staff, and community members. I'm Alan Sarver, a former trustee for the district. I want to thank and congratulate the staff for this detailed, fact-filled, informative report. Thank you for the tremendous time and effort you have put into generating this report and for the years of great work that underlie it. Although it's illuminating and positive, this report held little that was actually new to me. This has been the primary work of the district for the entire 13 years I was on the board and decades before I joined the board. This work has been the topic of continuous discussion in board meetings, and the board has requested and received numerous updates on the positive progress of this work. The clear result of many years of streamlining and diversification efforts is that a substantially more diverse and greater number of students has been participating in college track, AP, and IB courses, showing improved GPA, year-to-year continuation in advanced courses, participation in AP IB tests, passing rates of the tests with no harm to aggregate outcomes for the traditional participants in this coursework. Please continue this work and make it more personalized, differentiated, and stronger.
Thank you. We're going to go back to Mallory Burns and Beatrice Orozco. Mallory.
Thanks, Laura. I hope you can hear me this time.
Yes, we can.
All right, so this is Mallory, retired social studies teacher from MA. I currently teach 9th grade life skills, ethnic studies, and college prep US history. I am very happy teaching a 9th grade class, which does not have an option to be tracked. There's no AS or AP option for 9th grade history, and that's something that I absolutely love. Some of my priorities as a teacher at MA are to build community in the classroom and to support students academically and emotionally. As we know, the 9th grade is one of the first times that students from the East and West of 101 come together, And it is seriously a beautiful thing to watch many of these students get to know each other, to laugh, and to learn with one another. Now, something that my students and I need more of is academic support from instructional aides. Something that my students and I do not need more of in the 9th grade are advanced courses. I should currently have more adult assistants in the classroom for my students that need help, but our district is struggling to hire additional aides. This might be because of the low pay and lack of benefits provided to classified employees. I'd like to see our district spend more time figuring out how to pay our classified staff a livable wage and not worry about how we will get money to provide more advanced classes. Let's put more money and thought into helping our struggling students. Thank you so much and take care.
Thank you. Beatriz Orozco.
I think it's working now. Perfect. Hi, my name is Beatriz Orozco. I'm an English teacher at Sequoia High School. In my first year at Sequoia 8 years ago, I taught tracked English 1 ICAP classes. Less than a third of my students at that time were students of color, which was very surprising to me, considering that at Sequoia, over half of the student population identifies as non-white. And then even fewer of my students were from lower economic backgrounds. I am a child of immigrant, Spanish-speaking, low-income parents. I was so saddened to see this as an educator. And some students confessed to me that they did not think that they were as smart as their classmates because of the reputations of the middle schools that they came from. And some of them, because of these reasons, decided not to pursue English 1 or English 2 ICAP despite having the skills they needed to tackle the course. I want you to know that now that I teach heterogeneous classes at Sequoia, academically, the curriculum contains the same skills that it did before when my classes were tracked. And I hold the same high expectations for my students. The only difference is that now my classes are so much more inviting and welcoming, and they have a diverse range of student voice. So by implementing detracking, I really believe that we're empowering all of our students, not just our most advantaged students, not just the students whose parents can take them to private school.
Thank you. I have the following Zoom audience members raise their hand. We're almost there. Naama Barney Gorali, Amrita Pati, C. Navarrete, Vames or V. Ames, Fatima Palai, Shirag Kadawar, Patricia Bronstein, Brianne, Prasanti Bisi, Diljok Kaur, and Anna Grizamala Wuse. There's still a little more, but we'll stop right there for now. The floor is yours.
Hi, I wanted to share a wider perspective about equity. I'm a child and adolescent psychiatrist, and I also have an MA senior who has ADHD. And the district is very concerned about equity, as it should be. But it seems to be a concern about only one type of equity. Specifically, the school district does not seem to be concerned about equity for the 13% of students who have ADHD. And I realize it's off topic, but it is related to equity. So you're probably wondering, they have 504 plans, they have IEP, but in reality, the 504 plan, I was so surprised to see this as a professional, is not designed for students with ADHD, and it actually seems to be designed to be difficult for students with ADHD to follow. So it ignores major deficits that students with ADHD have. And as a result, their high school experience is much more stressful than it needs to be, and it sets them up for failure. And many of them indeed fail. So it's an unnecessarily awful experience. So I urge you to think about different types of equity, not just one.
Thank you. Amrita Pati.
Good evening. I'm the parent of 2 children and a scientist, and reflect the viewpoint of multiple families today. I speak in favor of reinstating honors courses and content. The choice of what courses to take needs to ultimately rest with the students. Depriving them of this choice places our kids at a distinct competitive disadvantage and limits them in scope and in terms of the pathways they pursue after high school. The report and the proposed theory of action do not interpret the study data accurately and pave the way for a potentially intellectually erosive environment. As a regular contributor to and volunteer in the district, I beg the board to listen to their community and to consider creative pathways to foster diversity through the formulation of new pan-education pathways for SCD families and to lift them up. Let all children have a choice. Reactive elimination of differentiated opportunities for a very large group of students will result in decreasing diversity and inclusion and will propagate lower intellectual standards rather than build our future generations to be both intellectually and psychologically strong and reside in a strong community. I would like to close by conveying my grateful thanks to all of our teachers and educators. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Sí, Navarrete.
All right. Good evening, everyone. My name is Carlos Navarrete. I am a special education teacher at Sequoia. And I would just like to share as a former Menlo Atherton graduate that nothing did more to foster my educational apathy than attending a school that I knew was meant for two different people. I only went to school with kids who looked like me that came from Bellhaven or East Palo Alto. And those students were never expected to take on higher AP classes. In fact, in some cases, I was actively discouraged. And that also went along with my 5 brothers and sisters who followed after me, all of them actively discouraged to take some of these classes because of some test scores or something that they took in coming from Ravenswood. Now, today, I work with kids with IEPs. I work with kids who have ADHD. I work with kids that never believed that they had a shot at having success in an ICAP English class or in D-Track Ethnic Studies. But primarily, these kids, they go in there and they would parrot some of the things that I have seen over the past 12 years saying, oh, I'm not smart enough to be in there. But the joy that I get to see when these kids actually see themselves as learners and pass these classes, like you can't take that away. Thank you.
Thank you. Anna Grazmala Busse.
Hi, thank you for this opportunity to speak. I would like to respectfully ask that the AS honors courses be reinstated. I think the goal was laudable, it was equity, but removing AS and honors courses guarantees that SED students can't take them. If anything, since these courses do not have prerequisites, a ramp onto AP courses has now been eliminated for SED students. Moreover, we still have tracking. It's just not called that anymore. The English courses, for example, are only offered to students at quote unquote grade level, and English extra support classes are still being taught. So they're still tracking, just without the more challenging courses. Secondly, I think the high grades in these courses are observationally equivalent. It may be that more students are excelling, but given the evidence, it's equally possible that the grades are simply being inflated with the best of intentions. Grades have increased, test scores have not. And finally, the logical conclusion to removing AS honors courses. If we wanted to track everything, why keep the AP and IB courses? Why are we denying our students the opportunity to detrack the upper level courses as well? Why keep them given this scenario and this logic? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can I have the following raise their hands? Jamie Kubota, Jonathan Torzan, Christine Arnold, Hannah Singh, JS, San Carlos AM, and Vice Mayor Taylor. Jamie Kubota.
Hello, and thank you for having me here tonight and for all that you'll do for our children. I do understand the need to bring lower performing students and groups up, but I don't think it's appropriate to lower the level of students who have demonstrated that they can work at a higher level or an accelerated pace in order to do so. I only got a chance to look at the report today, but I agree with some of the other commenters that there are flaws there, and I would love to see an impartial and unbiased review of the report and the data before a final decision is made. Evidence shows that there are many learning styles and not one mode of instruction fits everyone optimally. So therefore, we need to be able to meet all students where they are. I think if the district continues with this, they may see more and more families make the choice to go private, and that will reduce our diversity within the district as well. Thank you so much to all the teachers and to everyone tonight.
Thank you. Christine Arnold.
Unmute. There we go. Hi, I'm a parent of 3 boys and we live in Menlo Park School District. 2 of our sons have already graduated from MA and my husband and I are both from Europe. We are both strong believers in the power of education. We came to the US for graduate school and have always been sponsors of the excellent public education system here in Menlo Park, where we decided to base our family. But the education system has been shifting priorities and the quality and integrity of our schools is in jeopardy. Let's talk about the cancellation of honors classes at MA. And note, my kids are considered in your report as non-SED students. Personally, I've seen the impact it can have on a student. My first son benefited from AS Physics and it made AP Physics a positive experience, even if it was hard work. By the time our second son was at MA, yes, physics had been canceled and the AP Physics class turned out to be very challenging because he was not well prepared for the class. And we were able to support him because we are both STEM college graduates. What about students who don't have that support at home? I read the report we're discussing today and I agree it is flawed. Nowhere did I see any solid, objective, or honest data points that validated this experiment on the students. By removing honor classes, you have removed the opportunity for all students, but I would say most importantly, you removed the opportunity for SED students to be better prepared for AP classes. Remember, grades have improved, but the test scores have not gone up. Something is going wrong there. The leap from the now heterogeneous classes to AP classes is so big that when students make it in, it will be harder for them to be successful. You have removed the bridge to AP classes that help students succeed in AP, given not all students need it. Please.
Thank you. Hannah Singh.
Can you hear me? Yeah, okay. Hi, my name is Hannah Singh and I graduated from Sequoia High School in 2013 and later taught English at Sequoia High School for 5 years. I believe that I have an important and unique perspective on this issue because I'm both a student of the previous homogeneous 9th grade English 1 ICAP or AS course and a teacher of the current heterogeneous 9th grade English 1 ICAP or AS course, which is still an honors level class. During my time in homogeneous classes, I didn't realize that I was developing very dangerous biases about myself and other groups of students at school. It wasn't until college where I was forced to confront these implicit and racist biases, which in my opinion was too late and is too late for our current students to do so as well. It became my mission to create more equitable learning experiences for students, and I'm extremely proud of the work Sequoia has done to combat prevalent issues of equity and access by creating heterogeneous learning environments. During my 5 years teaching the class, we not once made the honors curriculum easier. If anything, we made it more advanced, rigorous, and more relevant to students, and only added learning and language supports and made them accessible to those who needed them. Data showed that students of all backgrounds, walks of life, and achievement levels were reading and writing better. They were working together, they were participating in discussions more, and genuinely practicing how to empathize with people different from them versus just talking about it in theory. It would be demoralizing to reverse this important work and deprive students of the chance to learn and grow with people different from them. Thank you.
Thank you. Jojo Kaur.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for everybody's time today. I am a parent of a to-be middle schooler in the San Carlos School District, and we were moving here from Menlo Park. We've been a big believer in the public school system in the Bay Area. And one of the main reasons of us moving here was looking forward to the AP courses and continuing the good school district in San Carlos. I'm an HR professional, and day in, day out, I deal with diversity, equity, inclusion, justice subject at my work. And one thing that I can vouch for is that we need to mirror the environment that our kids are going to go to professionally in the schools as soon as possible so that it's easier for them to deal with what life brings to them. There are always different types of people at a workplace. Similarly, there are always different types of students in a school. By providing the option of a choice, we are only strengthening their personalities and not creating any differences. So I would really urge the school district to keep and retain the AP courses. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go back and last call for those who signed up before the comment list was closed. V. Ames, if you can raise your hand, or James, I'm sorry, it's James, Fatima Pillai, Shirag Kadawar, Patricia Bromston, Brianne Prasanti Bissi, Jonathan Torzan, JS, San Carlos AM, and Vice Mayor Taylor. Please raise your hands. James, go ahead.
Can you hear me? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Hello, board, and thank you. I am the parent of a freshman student in the district. I think the speakers before me, especially the students, have said everything I plan to say. But let me say this. If you claim to value student voices, you must listen to them. I ask you to look at the students in the room, if they are still present, and find the ones who come from a socioeconomically disadvantaged position. Just as it was for my wife's family and for my family, education is their ticket out of poverty. You are taking that ticket away from them. You think you are helping disadvantaged students, but in reality, you are taking their opportunities away. We need to be careful in our desire for equity, not to close the door of opportunity on the very people we are trying to help. I'd also like to point out that our district's teachers are not uniformly in favor of detracking. Many of our educators want honors classes in place. An open letter was published today from the chairs and many teachers from some of our district's English, social studies, and math departments that are in favor of reinstating honors classes. Also, I'm hearing a lot of talk about the importance of diversity for the personal development of ninth graders. But I'd like to point out that the policies being discussed here are about classes that impact sophomores and juniors as well. And there is no reason having some honors classes in ninth grade means these students won't have exposure to each other in the other classes that they take. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last speaker is Patricia Bromston.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, board members. I am here tonight as a concerned teacher in our district and a parent. I have committed my entire 31-year career in life with a passion to working to provide the highest quality of education to all students. I began my career teaching students in our at-risk academy program, 7 years in the AVID program, and in various entrepreneurship programs for at-risk students. I've also taught AP courses. In short, I have taught students with a wide range of abilities, interests, backgrounds. For all, the bar was high. Students of disadvantaged backgrounds were told they can do it, all can succeed, and we provided any and all support needed. Came to the attention of colleagues last night, this meeting was happening. We were all surprised to hear this, but also it generated a lot of discussion as teachers I know had been quietly lamenting changes in our district overall that make it incredibly difficult for teachers to offer the highest level of instruction to all students. Having taught students of all levels, it is incredibly difficult to best meet the needs of all students in one heterogeneous class. Differentiated instruction can be done, absolutely, but can it be done as well as focusing instruction, offering classes to best meet different needs? Over the years, equity has been the #1 focus of our district. I could not agree more that we should teach equitably. As a member of our JEDI committee, we need to reach out to all students, but I'm incredibly concerned that the goal of equity has been conflated with the need to detract classes. Just detracting or removing levels is not the simple answer or the only.
Thank you. President Kim, that concludes public comments.
Okay, thank you, Laura, for leading us through the public comment. I want to thank all of our commenters. We had, I feel a great sharing of ideas. A lot of people with different ideas spoke, very respectful. I appreciate everybody doing that. And so thank you everyone for the great public comment section we just had. We definitely need to take some amount of break. I'm just seeing how many minutes of break people want to take. 10,
20,
20, 10. What do you think? Okay, we're gonna go 10-minute, we're gonna do a 10-minute break. Get started in just a minute. If our presenters could come to the podium so that you're ready, we'll get started in just a second.
Yes, I've been. Okay, then you try.
Okay, so the next stage of this agenda item is going to be a presentation of the information item, followed by board members' questions to the presenters.
Good evening to Superintendent Crystal Leach and to the members of the board. Thank you for being here this evening. Before I dive into this presentation, I want to explain the choice in colors of this very vibrant presentation. It was because when we started to look at the data, the default color for the bars was orange, blue, and white. So then I decided that we would match the theme of that to the presentation that we gave you tonight. So if in the process I am giving anyone a headache, I want to apologize for that. I am so grateful to each of the board members for your preparation for tonight's study session. I personally would give you a very high score on any sort of assessment for the work that you have put in to be prepared for our conversation this evening. I have had conversations with each board member, and each of you, wherever you are on the conversation right now, has had thoughtful questions and really done your best to prepare and to put what you believe is best for students first. And as a presenter, I can't ask for more than that. So before I turn the floor over for the rest of the presentation, it's my job to give you guys a little bit of background before we go into the study itself. So the first thing that I want to talk about with you is how courses come to be. A course comes to be in the Sequoia Union High School District when somebody puts forth a new course proposal template. And for a new course proposal to end up eventually before the board, it has to be proposed by either a site or by the school district. It needs to have a department chair signature. It needs to have a principal signature, an IVP signature. After that happens, that course proposal, and the site has to fill out a lot of things about the course. So they need to talk about what graduation requirement it meets, whether it meets CTE, is it going to be submitted for UCA through G, et cetera, et cetera. And then it asks a lot of different questions about how we will know that it's a good course. When people fill out their reasoning for the course, it's pretty impressive. So then after that happens and the submission comes here, it first goes to the subject area council in the area for which the course is being proposed. So for instance, if it is a new visual performing arts class, then it goes to the VPA SAC, et cetera, et cetera. After it goes to that SAC, if it gets approval there, it next goes to the Instructional Vice Principals Council, which also looks at the course application. And if it's approved by the IVP Council, it goes to the Principals Council. Only after all of those steps does my office sign up on the proposal and does it come before this board for board adoption. Once a course is approved through the district textbook, or excuse me, course proposal process, any site in the district can offer it. There is a very, very long list of courses that over the years have been approved by boards before you and you, many, many courses. And so then district courses are selected by the sites with the following things in mind. Does the course meet a high school graduation and or a college admission requirement that students need to have for graduation from our school district and or being eligible to apply to the university UC through G system? The second criteria is student interest. We will sometimes put courses in the program planning handbook that goes home to all families and that students go over with counselors, and we'll put a course in there because we think it's a great idea and we think students might be interested in taking it. If we don't get enough course signups, then we don't offer that class. The third criteria is pedagogical best practice through the lens of who are we helping and who are we hurting? Are we helping anyone? Are we hurting anyone? And I just want to give a shout out to department chairs at sites and to district administrators and to site administrators. They are a well-trained group of individuals who work hard to do right by every single student in their care. And they are consistently asking themselves the question, are we helping anyone? Are we hurting anyone? And what you see show up in the courses that students have the opportunity to sign up for are what we believe are the best pedagogical practices for students. This is a highly trained team with a lot of advanced degrees and lots of years working in the school systems. I think you'll agree that our teachers are really impressive. So are our administrators, and I'm grateful for the work that this group does and for their care for all of our kids. Finally, occasionally, there will be a district-wide course change, and that will be, we at the district office will step in and say, no, we think that we need to offer a certain course district-wide. And we saw that happen, for instance, with ethnic studies. 3,000 folks signed a petition saying you need to have ethnic studies in your district. The board said, please bring forth a proposal. We would like to see that course offered. And then the proposal came forth and it was approved, and it then became in board policy a graduation requirement. So that's one example of when the district will come and say, no, this is a class that we are going to have students take. Another example of that was when we said, and I'll get into the history of this more in a little bit, we're going to have all ninth graders take a science class together that meets UC through G standards. Finally, if you feel like you are drinking out of a fire hose when people ask you questions about course offerings, here's why. This is a list of courses that between 2015 at 16 school year and the end of the 2022-23 school year were either started or stopped at one of our 4 comprehensive high school campuses. And when you scroll down to the bottom of this list, you will see that there are 360 courses on this list. You as a board member cannot possibly track the 360 courses over the last 10 years that sites or the district are or not offering. This list gets even longer if we add in the courses at our small schools. So for instance, Tide graduated their first graduating class last year. Almost every single course at Tide was a new course proposal to the district because they teamed up with Foothill and offered a whole bunch of concurrent enrollment classes that we didn't have. So if I'd included things like Tide starting up, EPAA and all their concurrent enrollment classes, this list would be even longer. So please do not kick yourself if you don't recognize every course on this list. It is quite an offering. Finally, there's a link below that shows just for the classes that are going to be discussed this evening, all of the times that heterogeneous grouping came to the board in either board minutes or packets that board members were given or presentations that were made. And I hesitate to say all because nobody went through and listened to every video, but we tried to capture for you the amount of times that you've heard about just these courses that we are talking about tonight over the last several years. That's not mentioning any of the other 350 courses on that list that I just showed you. If you only worried about course offerings at our individual school sites, you would have time to do nothing else. A couple of notes that I want to make about the courses that we are going to discuss tonight. This link takes you to a list of all of the AP IB Honors Bump classes that have been offered at each school in the district over the last 10 years. And if you look at that list, you will see that at each of our sites, we offer more AP IB Honors Bump courses than a student can possibly take during their time with us. There is zero intent on the part of anybody to lessen the number of AP IB Honors Bump courses that our kids take. The next thing to keep in mind is, even though every site has more AP IB Honors Bump courses than any student can take in their career, it doesn't matter if one of our sites offers 24 and one of our sites offers 21, because students are only responsible for taking the highest level courses offered at their particular site. So for instance, if you look at the University of California freshman requirements, under the factors that they consider when they look at applications, quality of their academic performance relative to the educational opportunities available in their high school. And then if you look at the Common App, which is what is used by most of the private schools, it says the counselor has a sheet that they have to check off. They have to give the school profile. They have to talk about extracurriculars. They have to list the highest level courses in the school. And then it asks the counselor to check off a box. In comparison with other college preparatory students at your school, the student's course selection is most rigorous, closest to most rigorous, etc. So I just don't want people to get concerned that because the sites offer different numbers of AP IB courses, that impacts. This is not a pitting of one school against each other. One school can have 6 more than another school. There's still more than any one student can take. Next, I want to talk about the courses that we're going to discuss this evening and the term heterogeneously grouped courses. And I have heterogeneously grouped courses. Heterogeneously is in quotes there, because most of these are not actually heterogeneously grouped courses. For instance, if you look at Advanced Integrated Science, when we eliminated that course and put everybody into a freshman science class with the next generation science standards that we felt really allowed us to do that, and a lot of eager science teachers, that was a heterogeneous grouping. However, when you look at us at our removal of algebra readiness, that is in no way, shape, or form resulted in heterogeneous grouping. Our freshmen take everything from algebra to AP to whatever calculus, SOFIC, what's the highest math class? You probably took it. BC calculus, okay? So it depends on the school. I apologize. My point is, as a freshman, you have access to any of those courses based on what you took before and how you've done. So that is not at all an example of heterogeneous grouping. Next, I want to talk about the English 1 and English 1 ICAP at Sequoia, and then the merging of AS English 1 and English at MA, and the merging of the two courses at Woodside. This is in no way, shape, or form heterogeneous grouping. There are two levels of English that are offered below this combined class. We have a lowest level track for students who are performing below the 3rd grade level. We have another track for students who are performing below the 6th grade level. The Lexile that is used, and when you go to the library or when you go to the bookstore and it says this Lexile is appropriate for, this level of reader, that's what we use when we determine what a student's Lexile is when they are coming into our district. It is a nationally normed test. So students who are reading at about this mid, and Lexiles are tricky. I'm getting in trouble with Vicky because they don't cut off evenly by the beginning of a grade year, but that are about the middle of the 6th grade year, those students are placed into the English class, the heterogeneously grouped English class. Any student reading after the cutoff of the 2 lower classes through 7th grade or 8th grade, about 8th grade, middle 8th grade, they get a support class. So that student goes to that English class that has combined the students who have traditionally taken AS ICAP with students who have traditionally taken English 1. And those students who are almost reading at grade level, they have an entire other period of the day to support them being in those classes. Everyone else in those classes is reading at grade level. This is not heterogeneous grouping by any stretch of the imagination. The other class I want to point out that is not an example of heterogeneous grouping is that AS Physics replaced AP Physics at MA. They didn't get rid of an advanced offering, they just switched it out. We're going to go into details on every single one of these classes. I just really wanted to make the point about that. I also know that there have been some fears that this is a slippery slope where we're just going to try and detrack all of Sequoia Union High School District. That is not the desire. This happened slowly over time, what has happened so far, because one group said, hey, we tried this tweak and it worked really well. Do you want to try this at your site? Or the state came in and said, you're doing terribly here, and we're going to walk you through some exercises because you need to change something. So another course changed. This has never been a movement to heterogeneously group all of the course in our district. We're not talking about APIB offerings going down. We're not honors bump courses. We are not talking about students not being able to take a whole bunch of sophomore year honors level classes if they so desire. And in a few of our freshman classes, there hasn't even been an effort to detrack. So that said, what we're talking about is what we have in front of us for board consideration going forward. Then I want to talk about district supports given for course changes. And I'm going to click on this catalog so that you can see just in 23-24, all of the opportunities for staff development that are available to our teachers. It shows you the category, the kind of PD, the standard that it meets or aims to meet, and then it shows you when those various PDs are happening. You will see that there are pages and pages of this staff development, and I'd love to take credit for that, but I have to give it to Vicky Dye and her team. And I think that when you heard teachers talk tonight about the rigor that they have kept in some of these courses, in these courses that have been merged, some of that probably came out. I also want to say that we can always do more. We have by no means perfected what is happening in our classrooms. We think that this is leading to some great results, but there are still ways that we can grow. Rooms where differentiation is done better than in other rooms. That's true of any classroom across the district. So I don't want to suggest that we have arrived, but if you look at the introduction to the white paper, you will see some of the supports that have been offered for all of the classes that have been more heterogeneously or heterogeneously grouped. And then you're going to hear from sites about some of the work that they've done in addition to that. So I just want to talk about how the district-wide course changes came to be. There have been 2 district-wide course changes. The first district-wide course change happened because of our 2018 state dashboard results. And those results were so bleak that we ended up in something that the state calls differentiated assistance. And the County Office of Education was required to work with us through a process where we looked at our dashboard results. We did individual and group assessments of district performance on a very, very lengthy document that has been adopted by the State Board of Education on what are the effective components of a functioning district system. And that has so much research behind what they included. It took a long time to do. And we did that. And then we went through the district student studies team process maps for each site to see what else is there that might be going on that is causing us to not do well in some of these categories. And throughout that whole process, we were encouraged to look at what is happening in your district that's already working that might be expanded on. And one of the things that came up a lot in the research and that was people talked about changes at their sites where we had done some heterogeneous grouping and we had seen improvements. That was coupled with the fact that the next generation science standards, we were implementing them. It was a perfect place to try this. And we had a lot of science teachers who were excited about being a part of the work. That was how that decision came to be. The next district-wide decision was for similar reasons. We had state dashboard results for our lowest performing students who were in algebra readiness and flunking algebra readiness, and then going on to flunk algebra. So we did an external evaluation, and then we did intensive training for teachers who volunteered to participate in a program where we took some of the students who were in algebra readiness classes and placed them in algebra. It was done very scientifically because I didn't do it. And you'll hear more about that later, but because that went well, then slowly we made that change district-wide. Here's the structure for tonight's staff presentation. First, Dr. Wilmot will come up and she will present the data. And then after that, for each change that has been made, the district personnel or the site that decided to make that change will come up and give you further explanation about why those changes were made. I want to give a few qualifiers. We do not have comprehensive qualitative data, so it is not used in this report for measures of success. Some of you have said, I really want to hear the qualitative, like what are the student interviews and what are the teachers saying? And we have that in pockets. We don't have a systemization of it like we do for the measures that we're choosing to use for this. Second, the primary indicators used for whether we were helping some kids and not harming other students was UCA through G passage and then APIB pass rates. Where a change is so new that we do not yet have APIB results, UCAG results, and then student performance in subsequent honors courses is used. Since we don't have the APIB data yet, we will definitely need to keep looking at the APIB data and the UCA through G in years to come to make sure that we are continuing on this trajectory of a positive change. Why did we choose UCA through G and APIB passage for our primary measures? They are measures used by the state for college and career readiness on the state dashboard. They are measures used by colleges and universities for admissions. I've linked an article in here about why grades. It's a heavily researched article by a couple of incredible professors at UC Davis about why grades are the best single predictor of college performance. And in Cliff Notes, they're not as heavily influenced as standardized exams by income, parent education levels, and race. We also used UCA through G and AP IB pass rates because students have more buy-in and motivation to do well on those tests. And the last reason is because they are not based on how a student does in an exam on a single day in a single year of their high school experience. So actually, I want to make one more caveat. When sites decided to make these changes, they were encouraged by staff at the district. Just like a site when a site comes and says, hey, we're thinking about this, and they give their reasoning and they say, what could we do for staff development? What do you think about it? We have those conversations. We don't always have those conversations, just so you know, because if it's in the course catalog, they can offer it. But we usually do. And I want to be really clear that we at the district level understood why the sites made these decisions, and we were excited about them and did everything that we could to support them. So with that said, I am going to ask someone to come to the podium who I am so grateful to, because I came to her about a month and a half ago and I said, hey, great news. We've been asked to do a study on how heterogeneous grouping is going across about 8 or 10 courses. And we'd like it to be as comprehensive as possible. And we need it by September 20th. And this person proceeded to go into a room and close the door and bug-eyedly work for 2 months on the presentation that is before you this evening. She herself will tell you that there are flaws in the study. This was done very quickly. She's also somebody who knows exactly what she's talking about. Dr. Diana Wilmot is our District Director of Research and Evaluation. She has an undergraduate degree in mathematical methods in the social sciences from Northwestern University, and she has a master's and PhD in quantitative measurement and evaluation from the University of California, Berkeley. And I'm very grateful to her for her tireless effort on this work.
Good evening, President Ginn, Superintendent Leach, and Board of Trustees and Cabinet. It is my honor and privilege to present data to you tonight, for which I've been analyzing for the last 6 weeks. In understanding the task at hand, realizing that the changes that have taken place are in multiple schools at different times and in different content areas, I knew that this analysis had to be a bit different and a bit more nuanced. There wasn't a one-size-fits-all approach to this kind of study, but I was intent on trying to find some common ground between the data which I was studying so that we can make honest comparisons and ensure some basic understanding of what was in question. While this study focuses on students' academic trajectories and outcomes, we acknowledge that student success is not based solely on their curriculum and course load, but that student success is also impacted by a student's non-academic characteristics, including their motivation, sense of belonging, and ability to advocate for themselves, as well as their persistence. A student's academic and social emotional characteristics are often heavily influenced by confounding factors, as shown in this diagram, such as prior learning experience, socioeconomic status, and their learning environment. As such, once a student joins the Sequoia Union High School District from a range of prior learning experiences across 8 different school districts, as well as private and charter schools, into the academically strong, socioeconomically diverse environment of our high schools, it is our privilege to afford each student the chance to find success on their high school path and set them up for a variety of post-secondary opportunities. As the researcher for this study, I put together this theory of action based on many conversations I had with school and district administrators, teachers, and department chairs. This was put together to acknowledge that these decisions were not taken lightly, and there was rationale behind the decision to streamline course offerings, particularly at the introductory levels. So first, let me explain that there were two ways in which streamlining of course offerings occurred. One such way was by eliminating remedial courses like algebra readiness and advanced integrated science, neither of which received math or science credit for the CSU A through G admissions requirements. In the past, the freshmen enrolling in these particular courses were spending 50% of their time in classes that didn't count. This approach of increasing access to A through G courses for students who have historically experienced barriers has had a direct impact on creating diverse learning environments in Algebra 1 and biology, and helping to narrow the achievement gap in terms of students who earn the credits necessary to meet A through G requirements. The other way our district has taken to streamline courses is by merging introductory, advanced, also known as advanced standing courses, and grade level or -P courses to improve outcomes for students who have not started on the advanced track at the very start of high school in a particular subject. The idea is to open up pathways to advanced courses such as AP or IB for more students. In addition, this change anticipates maintaining or increasing high AP IB course enrollment and test pass rates for students who traditionally have started high school in the advanced track. Also in the theory of action, which is in dashed lines, which is not necessarily part of the study, other motivators for changes included improving the learning experience for students, holding all students to higher expectations, and giving students a greater sense of belonging in the school, impacting the school culture, particularly at the start of freshman year when everyone is joining the district together for the first time. In addition, departments were also motivated to make the change as they collaborated together to align to new standards, Common Core and Next Generation Science standards, and saw this change as an opportunity to create horizontal coherence, where teachers work together to agree on common goals and outcomes for students in the same grade level courses, as well as vertical coherence, where teachers can describe the learning trajectories for students as they matriculate from one course to another within the same domain. This change allowed for a stronger focus on teacher training around best instructional practice to meet the needs of all students. While this theory of action is based on multiple components for student success, the focus of this study is to examine how the streamlining of courses created more diverse classrooms and how that ultimately impacted students' academic outcomes, including narrowing the achievement gap and increasing overall academic success for all students. I queried data from Infinite Campus, our student information system, this August in order to capture spring 2023 course grades and AP courses released from the College Board in order to have the maximum amount of data available to analyze. As such, the analysis took place over the month of August, where I locked in and attempted to complete month 1 of what could easily be a 2-year dissertation study. Knowing that we had limited time and I did not have time to do a meta-analysis, a literature review, or complete a dry run through a methodological review team, I did what I was trained to do. I started down the path of analyzing each course change as its own unique event, knowing that it was either a school-specific decision or a district one. I analyzed each course change described by Bonnie earlier as its own separate research, but tried to tie it together by analyzing the same set of data that was in common across the district. Each one of these course changes could be their own thesis for a graduate level paper. So my attempt to look across 4 separate high schools and 9 different educational curricular changes and draw conclusions was no small feat. If this were my actual dissertation in quantitative measurement and evaluation, I would have used this study as a stepping stone toward the next analysis, which would be statistical in nature and have a nested design using hierarchical linear modeling, considering school and classroom effects on student outcome. However, given the time frame in which I was charged to do so, I went down the path of using descriptive statistics only. Thus, what is presented here cannot be considered a causal analysis. Rather, it sheds light on some outcomes that we know are meaningful to students. That is, grades in their courses that bear significant weight on their trajectories within high school and their post-secondary options. Each student in my sample started as a ninth grader in our school district at Sequoia High School, Woodside High School, Carmont High School, and Menlo Atherton High School. Starting in the 2013-14 school year, the ninth grade year, all the way up to last year's ninth graders in the 22-23 school year. The data is often presented by their ninth grade year and or their anticipated graduation year. However, not every student in the sample is a graduate of the school district. I looked at second semester spring enrollment and grades and AP IB test scores throughout the study and produced 147 figures and 16 tables for the board to review. You'll notice that I removed COVID spring 2020 data when there were pass-fail grades assigned and few AP exams taken. In addition, for the distance learning year, while grades were assigned, if they were included, the difference was noted as well. To adhere to FERPA regulations protecting student privacy for the public document, I removed 42 figures and one table that didn't meet FERPA privacy standards. This was an extensive and deep look into the research questions established. Two research questions emerged. Did changes in course offerings in which a more diverse group of students learn together create less opportunity for advanced students to succeed in that course and future higher level classes? Put simply, did the changes hurt anybody? Number two, did the changes in course offerings in which a more heterogeneous group of students learn together create more equitable access for students who historically have experienced barriers to accessing courses that demonstrate their ability to graduate and meet UC-CSU admissions requirements? Simply, did the changes help anyone? One more thing that I would like to note on is confirmation bias. As is typical in research, I established research questions and determined which variables were potentially in play. This study looked at all of the possible variables impacting grades, credits towards graduation, and A through G. While it is true that confirmation bias is a human tendency to favor information that confirms your viewpoint and occurs irrespective of which side of the argument a person is on, this study attempted to disprove multiple points and come at the data from different perspectives to try and disprove the data. Should the district decide to provide additional researchers a chance to study the data, another perspective may or may not be revealed. The nature of research and whether or not people agree with it largely depends on their already held beliefs. The paper starts with a one-paragraph summary of findings. So if you're skimming this report or if you haven't had a chance to read it yet, be sure to read the summary. It's one paragraph. Following the overall summary of findings is an executive summary for each of the three subjects reviewed: English, then science, then math. The data for each section is presented in chronological order according to when the shift in course changes occurred. First, I will share the summary of findings, and then I will go through each of the sections within the executive summary. The principal of the school or the director of curriculum instruction will provide context, qualitative, and relevant remarks for each change. A summary of findings. I am going to read them directly because, again, this is the one paragraph that everybody should hear. When students have greater access to rigorous coursework and are held to high standards, they are more likely to meet those expectations. Point number two, students who are socioeconomically disadvantaged consistently showed an increase in meeting graduation requirements as well as A through G admissions requirements. Point 3, the pass rates for students who are not SED, not socioeconomically disadvantaged, remained on par from prior years, and there was an increase in access to AP and IB courses and passing exams for all students for whom we have data. When the system streamlined and simplified the course offerings, this made it easier for all students to navigate the courses and help more students excel. In some instances, it kept access and outcomes similar to before. For example, non-SED students in some subjects, but generally, it caused no harm and in fact improved outcomes for most students. First, we will start with Sequoia High School, whose English 1 ICAP course became the default English course for entering 9th graders, starting in the 2019-20 school year. The data suggests that there was an intentional movement towards this as the enrollment for ICAP started below English 1P in 13-14 and 14-15. And then ICAP enrollment grew and outpaced English 1P starting in 2015-16. This increase continued until 2019-20 when the courses were merged. The course tended to be segregated by socioeconomic status, with more SED students enrolled in English 1P and non-SED students enrolled in ICAP. As this shift occurred, the pass rates didn't alter much, and SED students who were typically having less success than non-SED students passing English 1P passed at similar rates once the classes were combined. Therefore, they were just as successful in what was perceived to be the harder ICAP course. The students who were white and Asian showed little to no change in the course pass rates as the class became more diverse. And as the Hispanic and SED population made the ICAP course more diverse, more students were given the opportunity to head down the path of IB English in their junior and senior years, although not many took advantage of it. As indicative of the attempt to find data that disproves the study and reduce confirmation bias, I reported that, quote, pass rates for SED students dropped from 88% to 76%. There is more to investigate to see if the heterogeneous makeup of the class played any role in this. These statements and examples like this can be found throughout the document and should put anyone at ease that this data was biased. When examining the high flyers, students with a 3.5 GPA or higher in the 9th grade, the data suggests that the number of Hispanic high flyers was roughly on par to prior years, as was the percentage earning an A when there were two distinct classes. The data also suggests that more white students who are high flyers got an A when the course was combined. In the class of 2025, 90% of the students enrolling in a combined heterogeneously grouped 10th grade English 2 ICAP met the A through G requirements in English, the highest that it has been in the last 8 years. And 96% received a D or higher, meeting the graduation requirements. The number of students in IB English junior year increased from 167 students in 2017 to 228 in the class of 2024. SED students are now more likely to be enrolled in IB English 1 than English 3. In 2004-05, 30 students took the IB English Language and Lit exam. In 22-23, 42% of the senior class, that's 204 out of 479 seniors, took the IB English exam. Passing rates remained consistent over the 17 years of this program at 93%. There has been no drop in IB English exam results since the heterogeneous grouping of ICAP English. And now I invite Mr. Sean Priest to give you some context.
Thank you, Dr. Wilmot. Thank you, trustees, for the opportunity to speak on this matter. I've had a chance to talk about this within the context of our site plan presentations and our WASC action plans from as far back as 2015, but it's really fun to have the opportunity to explore this topic. And I think that, you know, when I read the title of the report in the PowerPoint, and I saw the word streamlining, to me, I thought of the word alignment, with what we're doing. I think what, you know, any great organization does is it strives to move closer and closer in alignment between its values and its practices. And I'm really lucky to work at a school and in a district where we have explicit, ambitious, aspirational values. At Sequoia High School, we're deeply rooted in our commitment to equitable practices. And what that means and how that manifests is that we are surrounded by a community of professionals who work with all levels of students by preference. And these are things I talk about at parent meetings very proudly, and I'm happy and grateful for the community that supports that work. I also am really proud to work with educators who are constantly looking at ways to adopt and implement research-based practices in the interest of improving the alignment between mission and practice, and that those solutions are collaborative and are driven by data. We're in our third decade at Sequoia High School as an IB school, and so what I'm going to talk about in terms of providing context goes back long before the 10 years that I've been in this role. Even though I have this gray beard and moss on my back, I did not start this. It's worth noting that 2004, 2005 was the year that my predecessor took over as the instructional vice principal. So the work we've been doing at Sequoia is work that we've all been engaged in for several groups of trustees, several superintendents, really decades. In 2014, Sequoia High School was selected as one of 5 high schools in America, partnering with IB and the Michael and Susan Dell Foundation with the intent of bridging the equity gap in IB classes. Among the intended outcomes of the initiative were to increase representation in the IB diploma program and in our classrooms. We are a diverse school. We wanted our classrooms to represent that diversity. And not only because it was, part of some sort of educational theory, but because we truly do believe as an IB school that our students need to learn how to think critically. All of our students need to learn how to think critically, solve complex problems. We believe in cultural awareness. We believe in engagement. And by engagement, I mean interpersonal engagement with others in a globalized, rapidly changing world. So our brand is about global engagement, and we see the idea that more students with diverse experiences greatly enrich what it means to be a learner, greatly enrich what it means to be a scholar as part of our brand. And we're very grateful for our community over the years to upholding and supporting that brand. So some of the things that we did through this grant is we developed an action plan. It was integrated into our site plan and our WASC action plan from as far back as 2015. We were looking to increase the number of students in 11th and 12th grade IB courses. That is the most rigorous coursework. It's tacked to a global standard. So there are IB classes, IB students taking IB exams all over the world. And one of the things that we did was plan backwards. How can we have more kids ready for IB by 11th grade, given that we serve as many as 8 feeder schools, partner schools, with a whole bunch of different experiences, and our families send their students to Sequoia with a variety of backgrounds and experiences. So we looked at 9th grade as a real target and started finding ways that we could integrate the ICAP curriculum, which was designed as an honors level curriculum to prepare students for IB at all levels. This work was strategic and incremental. It took place over several years. It involved bringing our counselors in to make sure that they understood how this was mission aligned, leveraging existing programs such as AVID and our academies, developing new support systems such as our Voice Club, which was a place for students to meet and talk about how their experiences were challenging, being maybe the only or one of maybe 3 or 4 non-traditional students in an IB class. We were very lucky to have teachers take the lead on that. We also, as part of the push to get all students into ICAP English in 9th grade, adopted a system of standards-based grading. We recognize that very often grades and the way in which we assign grades or assign credit for work that students do is exacerbated by some of the inequities of privilege. Just to give you a simple, example, if a kid is got all the time in the world after school and a great quiet place to study and somebody who's making them dinner for them and their siblings, a class that requires its students to complete 400 pages of reading a week and write multiple essays is going to be an easier class to do well in than a student who maybe has to make that dinner for his or her siblings, or doesn't have their own quiet place to study and is maybe dependent on getting a couple hours of work done in the homework center at their school and then maybe getting home and getting to work. So we started to look at what are the ways in which we're assessing whether or not students are able to demonstrate mastery, and how are grades just purely a reflection of the level of mastery that the students have been able to demonstrate. And that's led us to the adoption of a really cool standards-based grading model, not only in our English 1 ICAP classes, but across multiple departments at Sequoia, which I think, again, is a real equity driver for us. Intense teacher collaboration. Our staff understands that if we're going to talk about equity, and we're going to talk about a class where all students are able to achieve at essentially the honors level in 9th grade, it's going to mean that teachers are sharing best practices, teachers are looking at common assessment data regularly, teachers are planning together and supporting one another in the creation of that curriculum and the execution of that instruction. Some of the unintended outcomes of our push to have students be successful in that honors or ICAP level 9th grade English class has been that it's become a proving ground for other departments. In our school, science, core departments, especially science, math, and social studies, have all, since we made the push to have all students take ICAP English in 9th grade, have found ways to expand access to core classes for students in a way that has ultimately prepared them to be successful in 11th and 12th grade IB, if that is the pathway that they so choose. We've also seen a significant amount of pressure and stress reduction at 9th grade, not in 11th grade and not in 12th grade, particularly for that band of students that Dr. Wilmot talked about, the high flyers. It's still very hard. I routinely talk to students who have gone off to successful careers at elite or high tier or upper tier four-year colleges, who tell me that 11th grade was still the hardest year academically of their lives. And I don't know, that's when I don't know how to change. I think there's such thing as good stress. I think there's such thing as good pressure. I think part of being successful is learning how to understand and cope and overcome difficult challenges. But at the same time, we want to take care of our kids. And, I'm a dad first, and I think about my own kids putting pressure on themselves to be successful, whether it's because they think I have expectations or their friends have expectations or they have expectations. And so this is something I think about quite a bit. And certainly I don't want 9th grade students to talk about being burnt out on school. Likewise, and this was the biggest immediate unintended or adjacent consequence, I guess I'll say, to the push for students to be in ICAP English, was the clear reduction in behavior referrals. We noticed immediately that the number of students who were being referred to our vice principal for disruptive behavior in English classes diminished by huge margins. And this was simply a result of the raised level of expectations manifesting in students being more engaged and less likely to create a disruption in class. The English department really has, at our school, has a lot to be proud of in taking on this challenge so many years ago. We would love to be talking about ways that we can make this even more successful. We would love to be building on that idea that collaboration is essential, and working with our colleagues at Menlo Atherton and Woodside around ways to be even more successful in heterogeneous 9th grade English classes. I hope that this conversation here leads to that. And as we go into our 4th decade as an IB school, we can continue to expand access and show kids that they never dreamed how successful they could be as students until they got to Sequoia. So thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Okay, number 2. Last year at Menlo Atherton High School, the freshman class was essentially split in population, half socioeconomically disadvantaged, half not socioeconomically disadvantaged. Before the 21-22 school year, Menlo Atherton's 9th grade course offerings in AS English 1 and English 1P were essentially segregated by socioeconomic status and race. And rather than segregating the 9th grade class into 2 distinct classes of English 1P and AS English 1P, Menlo Atherton created a new course entitled Multicultural Literature and Voice. We only have 2 years of data on this to report, which means only the first cohort of streamlined 9th grade English class is just now beginning their junior year English. It's worth noting that even with declining enrollment, there were more 9th graders earning an overall 3.5 GPA or above. This is an important data point, as the GPA helps determine Cal Grant in the state college system, as well as opportunity for other scholarships for college. This is relevant for both SED and non-SED students, as the cost of college continues to go up at an alarming rate. Merit scholarships are based on GPA when students don't qualify for need-based aid. For non-SED students, the number of students earning A's in English has increased, and the number of SED students earning an overall GPA of 3.5 or higher has tripled since the merging of these courses. We have not seen more SED students enrolling in AS English 2 since the merge has taken place. However, there have been more students earning A's in AS English 2 since the 9th grade courses merged, which suggests that the freshman year course is preparing students for success in AS English 2. Please note that AS English 2 does not get a GPA bump from the UC-CSU system as an honors course, even though it has AS attached to the title. Mr. Luskud and Simone will speak next.
Good evening, Superintendent Leach and Board of Trustees. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to streamlining our course offerings this evening. I'm going to back up 8 years here. When I was a finalist for the Menlo Atherton principalship in 2015, I was asked a question by a board member. That question was, what are you going to do to make MA one school? Initially, I thought, wow, that is a complicated question with an answer that really should be a doctoral study. And one I'd thought about as a teacher, vice principal, and soon I would learn principal for my tenure. At that point, it was, gosh, I've lost track, quite a few years at MA. Initially, my answer was, well, we're going to reduce student stress. That was a big concern and is more so now. Build community, offer support programs, have student activities during lunch in various locations on the campus, examine our bell schedule, and double down on support programs. While some of that work was exciting and innovative, the bell schedule redesign did launch flex time, which has now been mirrored across our district. It also became clear through many conversations with our amazing teaching staff, many of whom are here this evening, students in AVID, students on my Pride Committee, empathy interviews with students in our Black Student Union, that while there may be a ton of support and strength in diversity through sports and some extracurriculars, they did not feel nor see that in their classes, where they spend 6 to 7 hours of their day. So the real answer to that question, what are you going to do to make MA one school, was to examine tracking and course pathways that inadvertently disadvantaged many students having access to rigorous, standards-based instruction. And by the way, this was not a new revelation nor process at MA. AS World Studies for 9th grade was eliminated in 2007, 2008. And all 9th grade students took World Studies. This was the course that existed prior to our district shift to life skills and ethnic studies. Following, in 2016, our 10th grade social studies teachers did thoughtful work supported with release time, pay, to realign courses. And as a result, in 10th grade, there was actually an honors Western civilization course. That was eliminated as we had all students in modern European history and AP European history. Those remained. This also aligned our social studies course offerings 9th through 12th grade. We still had the AP offerings in 10th grade and AP US history in 11th grade. These efforts have now been underway for 16 years, and it brings us to the more recent realignments, one of which is 9th grade English. I will review the trajectory for how we got there. So over the years, there was feedback from multiple stakeholders in various forums, family student meetings with counselors being one of them, regarding the difficulty and stress caused in AS, not caused, but the difficulty and stress students experienced in AS English 1. Counselors had countless conferences regarding how challenging, unforgiving, fast-paced AS English 1 was. First gen students reported when they would attempt the class, they repeatedly said they felt overwhelmed and out of place. Students of any background who were underprepared for it faced challenges recovering the course, because you have to recover the course with the exact same title. And there is no way to recover an AS English 1 class outside of our school, outside of MA. The course was never weighted. There was no GPA bump. There were infinite requests for level changes at the quarter to drop from AS English 1 to English 1. And just a lot of stress, mental health concerns, which we know globally have impacted students pre, during, and post-pandemic. Parent feedback shared in shared decision-making and PTA meetings. I quote, "Many parents are concerned that the rigor and grading seem excessively difficult." A parent commented, "I've had 2 parents in the past 2 days tell me about kids crying with anxiety about this class." 9th grade English 1 and AS English 1 teachers are teaching mostly the same short stories, the texts, and this led to a very poignant question. Why are we teaching students in segregated classrooms if we're essentially teaching the same thing? Community feedback. Principal at Hillview Middle School in 2017. "It's clear to me there's a perception at MA that Hillview students are less prepared for the rigors of the English curriculum." Fall 2017, Menlo Park Superintendent Eric Burmeister met with our current superintendent at the time, Dr. Mary Streshley, and brought up the difficulty of the AS English 1 classes at Menlo Atherton. Board visits to Menlo Atherton. I've lost track of the years, but I know there used to be one at least yearly. And after speaking with students and parents, board members would bring up those concerns to me, the difficulty of the AS English 1 class. Collaboration with Hillview English teachers came up. How do we prepare our students for your AS English 1 class? They are finding it difficult. In spring 2021, oh, sorry, I'm jumping a little bit ahead. I'll get to that part. Furthermore, data, both qualitative and quantitative, in WASC self-studies in 2013 and 2019 bore out the recommendations from the WASC visiting team. The critical areas for follow-up given to Menlo Atherton in 2019. Teachers, administrators, and counselors should engage in a data-supported discussion about the impact of multiple levels of classes at the same grade level and its effect in order to minimize overstratification. Teachers, administrators, and counselors need to devise ways to increase access to higher level classes for traditionally underserved and underrepresented students in a more equitable manner to ensure that all students have access to the entire program of available classes. And soon you will hear from my esteemed colleague and principal, Carl Loosecoat, the midterm visit in 2022, the WASC visiting team praised MA for the efforts to realign the courses. So for 3 years, the MA English department sought to find a way to create a 9th grade class that would create a greater sense of belonging and engagement for all students while ensuring it maintained high standards and rigor. In 2020-21, we put a plan together with English 1 and AS English 1 teachers who were supported with release time and pay to work on the 9th grade English course. They did this by aligning what they were teaching in AS English 1 and English 1. They were working on common standards, narrative writing, created standards-based reading assessment, revised rubrics, which they used to assess students. They also wanted students to have a sense of belonging, be encouraged, engage in academic rigor, learn about each other, which would ready them to launch into the wide range of amazing course offerings they could choose from in their time at MA, which, as you've heard, there are many robust and expanded AP courses. There's career tech ed pathways and visual performing arts electives. While we know there's still work to be done, not only at MA, but across our district to increase representation of our BIPOC students in advanced level classes, it is mythical that there is one track or another at MA, because students have so many options to choose from to pursue what they love and are passionate about. So here we are 8 years later. And the answer to the question I was asked, before I go to that, I just want to say how proud and excited and thrilling it was to meet with the team who is here this evening to create this course, because we didn't detrack, we innovated. And when I read that course description, tears came to my eyes. Who would not want their student in a course that had been created to make sure all students had voice, all students were reading and had access to rigorous standards? I think I was missing a page of my comments because that was definitely there and something I wanted to acknowledge. And I'll never forget we researched A through G approved courses across the country to re-envision this course. And I'll never forget how exciting it was when we agreed on the title based on the course description. So huge shout out to the team. Okay, so here we are 8 years later. And the answer to the question I was asked, what are you going to do to make MA1 school, is clear. And I'd also like to add, there's another part of the answer to that question for our district. Since I've had the opportunity now to have a more global lens, that if we're committed to equitable outcomes for all students, that does lie in our newest school Tide Academy, where all students are opted into dual enrolled college courses and choose a CTE pathway. The vision's well in line with our district trajectory to streamline courses. Tide's first graduating class of 2023, all of whom took college prep English courses aligned to rigorous Common Core standards 9th through 11th grade, and then English 1A, the college course their senior year, had amazing post-high school and college options open to them, with 100% graduation rate, and for 6 students representative of our diverse demographic, including first-gen students, that option was UC Berkeley. Graduates had choices among other UCs, CSUs, public and private, in and out of state schools, international schools, community college, and work options. As a class, they also earned a total of 3,450 college credits. That's about an average of 45 per student. And guess what? This was the result of a largely common, rigorous academic experience with students from our diverse demographic that we serve in our district. So now I pose to you the question posed to me in 2015. What are we going to continue to do to make MA1 school? And again, with the more global lens I now have, what will we do so our district stays the course to support the collective streamlining of course offerings. Thank you for your time this evening. I'm going to now turn it over again to my esteemed colleague and principal, Carl Lusko.
All right, thank you, trustees, for having us here and having this discussion, and Dr. Wilmot for putting together this amazing report. I'm also vertically challenged, as one of the students said, but just in the other way. To Ms. Kennel for supporting MA for many years and supporting this effort for many years before me. I do want to start out actually by thanking our teachers. And unfortunately, many of our parents and teachers and students have left. I was hoping everybody would stay. Thank you. I greatly appreciated your comments earlier and greatly appreciated the globalization or the awareness that there's multiple things going on to impact student growth and multiple initiatives, this being one of them. Get back to thanking our teachers. I'm going to say this both about our chemistry and our multicultural lit and voice teachers. They are probably two of the most collaborative teams we have on campus. And I don't say that lightly. I greatly support collaboration. It is incredible what these teams do. Our multicultural and lit voice team meet regularly. I'm sure, I have no doubt they meet beyond our required 2 times a month. They communicate all the time about what assessments they're doing, what units they're doing, what texts they're doing. They grade together. They use similar rubrics. They discuss how to engage kids. They discuss what is challenging, what they're struggling with. They support each other. They are an incredible group of teachers. We try to support them by offering them release days. I can't tell you how many times I say, we will support you to go and collaborate on your own. And this group of teachers cannot stand to be out of the classroom. So they never take me up on it. But we do offer to support them by paying them over the summer to work, which they will take us up on that. They listen to feedback. I know that last fall we were here talking about multicultural lit and voice, talking about the fear that students were dropping AS English 2, which was unfounded, as it is unfounded now. But we also talked about, hey, how are we aligning our curriculum? We need students to do more on-demand writing in multicultural lit and voice. We need more argumentative writing. The team quickly turned around and says, no problem, we can do that. We can write in class. We can write on demand. We can build in argumentative skills. We can do argumentative writing, which they did last year. They responded to the voices of their students and the community. So I just am immensely impressed with them. And so one of the things I'm going to start with is actually just reading a few quotations from their students. These are from students last year who said just a few things. It won't take me very long and I'll get on, but I think it's important, especially given the comments tonight. Thank you so much for an amazing year, Ms. Wan. Hopefully I will stop by and see you next year. You were an amazing teacher. Ms. Castillo was a great teacher and helped me and was very patient. Morgan's MCLV class was my hardest in the 9th grade. Miss Morgan was really nice. I thought this was a very good course, and my teacher, Miss Mungai, was outstanding. Miss Walsh was the best English teacher I ever had. You gave me feedback I could use for future essays, and you actually taught me things I could use in the real world. None, and then in all caps, I'm going to miss you as a freshman teacher, ! And my personal favorite, Miss Walsh needs a raise. She's hella good. So I just thank you. I think Miss Walsh has gone home, as she should. I also want to take a few minutes just to acknowledge some of the things I heard tonight from students and parents. I think they're important that as this is a discussion, so I would like to acknowledge them and maybe even address some of them as I talk. I heard a desire of students to be valued. I heard a desire to be engaged and excel. I heard a fear that students are falling behind. I heard this statement, which was intriguing to me. Are we fostering equity at the expense of excellence? Are we supporting the educational success for all students? Isn't that a priority? I heard the statement, students are dropping more than ever before, which is just not accurate. We are eliminating all honors classes, which thank you, Ms. Hanson, for addressing. That is not the intent. That is not happening. I heard a former student, nothing fostered educational apathy more than going to a school that felt like we had two different schools. It's a powerful statement. I heard a plea to look at the data. So those are some of the things I heard tonight. I also heard a very distressing comment, Dr. Wilmot. I'm sorry. I think you said our ability to agree with research depends largely on our prior experience and assumptions, our beliefs. I sincerely hope we can think about that statement as we look at the actual data in the report. And maybe we have to question our beliefs. It's important to acknowledge that I hope we don't let our beliefs control the data, that we at least try to acknowledge what is there. And then before I go on and address some of those comments, I'm also going to share just some of my value statements that I think are important. I realize these are debatable. We may discuss them. I'm open to discussing them with anybody who would like. But I'm going to start with kind of three statements. I do believe that it's essential that that people from different backgrounds learn from and with each other. Just a starting point. Our world is exceedingly polarized, and we fuel this polarization by fostering stereotypes of people that are different from us. I believe it is the duty of any public school to help students see each other as people and not just another stereotype, and to help students learn how to communicate their own experiences, as well as listen to the experiences of others. This happens in some of our extracurricular activities, no doubt, but the only way it can happen for all students is for it to happen in the classroom. And I just cannot emphasize, when you look at our world today, how important it is that our students learn from and with each other. I also believe, and echo some of the things I heard our students say today, that we want to provide the best educational experience for all students, that we want to see all students challenged, engaged, and supported in their learning. Absolutely, that is our goal. And lastly, it's important that we develop systems that value all of our students. I've heard that discussion today as well. A little bit of, I think, an assumption or a belief that I have is that that's, I think, behind some of our multicultural lit decisions. When students are segregated based on their middle school or zip code, which is what the data showed is happening, we create an environment where some students feel valued and other students feel less valued. I realize that's a debatable statement. And it create those values that students internalize, they create an academic identity that has consequences. I just want to acknowledge those value statements that I walk into the conversation with. And then I was going to start tonight and share some anecdotes and some quotations from students, more than I already have, but I've actually decided not to do that because I've heard so many. Some of them I've appreciated. I've appreciated all of them, let me be honest. I worry that as we share our individual concerns, our individual stories, that we're getting lost in getting a little narrow or myopic in how we think about things. It's important that we understand our experiences, that we share them. But I think that we just go back and forth. We're not getting anywhere, right? We go, I share my experience, you share your experience, we debate it a little bit. We're not leaving that sense of what is our bias, what is our belief, what is our own experience. We have to get beyond that somehow. And I think that's why this report is so important, because I think I hope that we can ground this discussion in some data that captures, I think, the aggregate experience, in this case of students at MA. And so I'd like to point out some of that data. And I'm going to start with talking about, I'm going to reiterate a point that Ms. Bowles made about some of our AP data. And take the assumption or the statement that was made, I fear that we're causing students to fall behind. That's what I heard many, many times tonight. I'd like to point out and make a very general statement. Last year, we had 725 students take AP exams. 725. That's more than any total over the past 5 years. We administered 1,679 different AP tests. Wow. 41% of all exams administered resulted in the highest score possible of a 5. That's incredible. And I say to the parents here, your students are thriving. To the board, students in this school, in this district are thriving. We cannot allow a belief that students are falling behind to drive our decisions when that is simply not the case. I don't know how you can debate that. I don't. If I talk specifically about AP World Studies, and the reason I bring that up is because, yes, that's AP data that reflects kids that went through an AS program, right? We have students, the seniors that went through an AS English 1 program, but that's why AP World Studies is important. These are students that took ethnic studies. These are students that took a multicultural lit and voice. In their first AP class, AP World Studies, how did they do, right? Were they prepared? Were they falling behind? And what we see is, right, we see that again, in the prior year, we offered AP European History and we had about, 88 students take the test. Last year we had, I think Ms. Bowles said 177. That's twice as many. Twice as many. She referenced 98% passed with a 3 or higher, highest ever. 60% earned a 5. That's incredible. Again, that's thriving. There's no other way to look at it. And it's the opposite of falling behind, right? It's moving ahead. Our kids are moving ahead. It's so important to recognize that, and given what I heard today. If you look at, again, AS English 2, we saw a similar kind of level of student, the same amount of students. We saw more students getting A's. I saw the letter that was shared with the board last night from our very experienced AP English language and composition teacher. Been teaching here for 15 years. He's revered by students who love excellence. He's revered, but he loves honors classes. And he pointed out that the students in his AP English language class, these are the first students that have gone through the program that are taking AP English language, are at the same levels of preparation that he's had in years prior. It's also important to note that I think he's got 166 students enrolled in the class, 20 more students than the year before. That's pretty good. That's amazing. That is not falling behind. And I just think we have to be really, really clear about that. I also want to reiterate some other data points and get very specific in terms of what's in the report. So one, for the 22-23 school year, 80% of socially economically disadvantaged students in multicultural lit and voice earned A through G credit in the multicultural lit and class. That means they earned a C or higher. That means in 9th grade English, they are on track or they're moving towards being A through G eligible and being able to go to a 4-year California college or university. And 93% earned graduation credit, earning a D or higher. This is compared to 50% of socioeconomically disadvantaged students earning an A through G, and only 65% earning graduation credit in 2018-19. That's how it's compared in the report because of COVID. Again, 80% last year, 50% in 18-19. That's impressive. I also want to get a little bit more specific and look at 3 subgroups by ethnicity. We see enormous growth in the percentage of students earning A through G credits in their freshman year of English. African-American students, for example, moved from 45% earning A through G in 18-19 to 71% in 21-22 to 83% last year. Latinx students moved from 48% earning A through G in 18-19 to 52% in 21-22 to 71% in 22-23. Pacific Islander Hawaiian students moved from 42% in 18-19 to 57% to 71% earning A through G credit. I've heard the question of where are the voices of other students. That data should speak volumes about their experience and what the opportunity that they're getting and how they're thriving in this class as well. It's really, really important that we recognize that data, that we ground ourselves in that. And despite our experience, I heard comments about, well, of course, all the grades are good because you just threw in a bunch of, kids that were going to be in honors classes and their grades are going to be good. These are 3 subgroups that we have been trying to improve their A through G status for years. And here you're seeing significant growth. I want to point out a couple other things. And thank you, Mr. Priest, for commenting on this as well, because it's something I'd like to comment on. When we talk about value, we talk about building connection in the classroom. When we talk about having kids communicate with each other in meaningful ways, what we're also talking about is how do we create a sense of belonging for students. It's hard to measure. Sometimes we look at panorama data. A common measurement that we use as professionals is, the number of students being referred or suspended. Because the assumption is if they feel valued, they're more likely to academically engage in the class. They're less likely to be disruptive. They're less likely to end up being referred to the office. They're less likely to be suspended from school. We see, so looking at referral and suspension data for 9th grade students, I didn't look at just English like Mr. Priest did. I looked at 9th grade students. We see a dramatic decline over the past 4 years. In 2018-19, this is a staggering number, 1,100 students, freshman students were referred to the office 1,105 times. Wow. In 2019-20, 646 referrals for freshman students. And that was a year that we went into distance learning on March 13th. No referrals after that. In 2021-22, we had 569 referrals. That's the year back from COVID. Last year, in 2022-23, we had 307 referrals. That's down from 1,100 to 307. There's lots of reasons for that. As Ms. Salvatore has acknowledged, there's multiple things going on in the school, but I believe that one of them has to do with a sense of belonging that we create through perhaps not a fully heterogeneous class, but a more heterogeneous class that helps create a sense of value for our students. As a side note, I also want to point out, because I mentioned this last year, we also see a decline in the number of students requesting 504s during their 9th grade year. And that's consistent. And there's lots of reasons people request 504. Sometimes they break their leg and they need a 504. They need an elevator key, right? They need accommodations. But often it's about anxiety. It's about stress. There's lots of reasons for it. So don't get me wrong. But the number's way down and it's consistently down. Another trend that we see. So as I want to point out that altogether, the data shows that we have more students who traditionally don't earn A through G grades in 9th grade English earning A through G credit. We have more students earning graduation credit. We see students thriving in their honors and AP classes that they take after 9th grade, and we see fewer 9th grade students being referred to the office or suspended from the school. Don't these data points capture why we are here and what we're doing as school board members, as administrators, and teachers? To see more students from different backgrounds engaged in school, learning and performing well. They are data points which should be celebrating and looking to replicate in the following years. Thank you.
Quick break here in the middle. We need to vote to extend the meeting because we exceeded our 10 p.m. cutoff time. So I need a motion to extend the meeting. Just extending. And Amy seconded, all in favor. Oh, sorry, Carrie seconded. Sorry, Shanice and Carrie. All in favor of extending?
Aye.
Thank you.
Number 3. Woodside merged their AS English 1P and English 1P course in 22-23. So there is only 1 year of data to analyze. Before the change, when AS English 1 and English 1P courses were separate, race, ethnicity, and socioeconomic status were predictors of enrollment. White students were 2 to 3 times more likely to take AS English 1P, while Hispanic students were 2 to 3 times more likely to take the middle track, English 1P. After the two groups were combined, the overall pass rate for ninth graders in second semester English was 95%, suggesting that the most heterogeneous group in English 1P had similar pass rates to peers in AS English 1P in prior years. Given that the change began in 22-23, we do not yet have 10th grade enrollment or grade data. We will continue to analyze the matriculation of these students into 10th grade English classes, as well as AP English classes and test results the following years.
Thank you, Diana. Good evening. I'm going to open up with a preamble because I've had to answer a few parents' emails in the last couple of days and dispel some rumors. So my preamble. At Woodside High School, we offer and plan to continue to offer 19 advanced placement courses in all subjects, including world languages and visual arts. We also offer AS chemistry in the 10th grade. We will continue to teach and offer AS English too. We also offer 2 college-level math courses, multivariable calculus and linear algebra, taught on our campus by Cañada College professor. That is beyond AP Calc AB and BC after students have exhausted all our offerings. We're even entertaining AP chemistry, but we just hired a young new chemistry teacher, so give us a few years. I want that to go on record. We are not eliminating any advanced placement course at Woodside. Because we've only got 1 year of history in the AS with the non-AS English 1 course, I brought just a couple testimonials. On August 18th, Tony Mueller, our department chair for English, sent this email to the English 1 teachers. August 18th. After spending 2 periods with my AS English 2 students, I am already impressed by their preparation for an advanced level English course. Any possible worries I had about our detracking and placement efforts have been dispelled after meeting these mature and well-prepared students. Thanks for all you do for our students. 1 month later, earlier this week on September 18th, from Tony Mueller. I just gave the first major writing assessment in AS English 2, and students were clearly well prepared by their English 1 teachers. Their grades at mid-quarter of first quarter have never been higher. Our AS English team members have also remarked on the excellence of their AS2 students this year. Our detracking efforts have been a success, and I have no reservations about the changes we've made. Yes, they're anecdotal. We don't have enough other data, but this is what we're going to go by, and we're going to collect hard metrics. In my own class observations, when I came on board in 2021, 2 years ago, to serve as principal, it was the second year that our teachers, in a grassroots effort, had already been working behind the scenes to follow Sequoia High School and Menlo Atherton English Department. Thank you for paving the way. In working overtime to develop and design a thoughtful, a respectful, a culturally responsive, highly engaging, highly relevant English 1 course that is college prep for all 9th graders. It was so great to come in as a new principal and having been an English teacher, once an English teacher, always an English teacher, and joining in on those department conversations and those planning conversations. We got to practice and consult with the MA team. What's working, what's not working, tweaking constantly. Then we initiated it last year. My classroom observations of the 2 teachers who called in, Ms. Book and Mr. Mooring, last year, it just brought me pride in these heterogeneous English 1 classes. You couldn't tell as an outsider who would have been the AS English 1 student. If you sat in with Socratic seminar or one of their book talks, You couldn't identify the kid who would not have been an AS1 class student. That's how cool it was. Our teachers knew that differentiating for the different levels would be one of their biggest challenges, and it's an ongoing tweaking in this second year. But what is so great is that they are using the PD, the professional development of constructing meaning strategies to make sure that all the students' voices are heard, not just the kids who are constantly raising their hands. All students were being heard using constructing meaning, very structured strategies to make sure there was equity of voice. Couple more testimonials from our parents. This one's so simple. I want to tell you how much my son loves his English 1 class with so-and-so teacher. This is his favorite class, and in 8th grade, he disliked ELA. I love that English is not tracked. Another parent's voice. My child's freshman English class at Woodside is incredible. The teacher prepares materials that meet kids at their own level and lay the groundwork for interesting and rigorous class discussions. My child enjoys the class and is learning a ton. Maybe more importantly, this class is encouraging my child's love of language and literature. I can't script this kind of stuff. Our efforts, we got to talk data. We took a look from this year and the last 5 years, so a total of 6 years, of all of the students or the numbers of students who enrolled in AS English 2. And still, after 1 year of our English 1 class, the same percentage, the average percentage of about 39% of the entire 10th grade class is consistent. 39% of last year's English 1 class matriculated into AS English 2. In a non-scientific, non-causal, maybe there's a correlation. What we saw was an increase and an uptick in our 10th grade AP World History enrollment. We went from 116 students last year to this year, increasing by 38 students choosing that sophomore World History class to 154 students. And why does that matter for an AP World History? Because English is that foundational course. If they have those literacy, research, and writing skills, then the kids have confidence that they can take an advanced placement course in their sophomore year. We increased by 38 students. Overall, our work at Woodside has been to increase all of our students taking on an advanced level course. And since I came on board, our efforts have been very intentional. Our department chairs and our teachers have been working on making sure that all of our students knew about. We worked on a PR effort, a PR campaign, that all of our students knew all the different advanced placement offerings. And not only did we increase with all students, but specifically our students of color and underrepresented population. I want to add some research. In that first year, when I came on board, we were still just designing the course. My job as a principal is to go back and find from my smartest colleagues at the prior districts where I worked. At Saratoga High School, where I spent 9 years teaching English. And in 2000, when I arrived there, 23 years ago, and they still didn't change. They continue to march to the rhythm of no honors English at freshman or sophomore year. And they've expanded that to no honors in biology, world geography, and world history courses. Saratoga High School, you can compare to any one of our district schools. In addition, another previous district, Fremont Union High School District, where it's Lynbrook, Monte Vista, Cupertino, Homestead, and Fremont High School, where I was an assistant principal. They worked diligently to also say, we are not going to offer honors level courses at the freshman level as a district-wide decision. This did not negatively impact the number of national merit scholars they churn out each year. It did not impact their college acceptances. Why do I share this with you right now as part of my AS1 heterogeneous transition? Because you have to do the research and compare yourselves to like districts and like schools. And finally, this is how I'll finish. Our students will have the same and even more opportunities to take as many advanced placement courses, even with this transition from AS English 1 to College Prep English 1 for all ninth graders. All the while, striking a balance in their academics, their extracurriculars, and social pursuits. Our kids are more than the honors level. They're more than the AP designation. They are striking a balance to be young human beings, to go and be social, be on a sport, be in the band, do all these things. And it's okay at the freshman level that they are enjoying a common experience. And common should not be a negative word. Common in the sense of a Woodside experience. And they're reading Shakespeare still. They're reading Trevor Noah. They're reading culturally responsive and representative authors in a rigorous, thought-provoking, well-designed class.
Okay, that's it for English.
Can we take a 5-minute break before the next one?
It's an appropriate time. Science is next. There's 5 science topics, and then there's math. So we're done with ELA.
Break till 10:30.
Our break's at 10:30. We'll break till 10:30. Great. I'll see you in 6 minutes.
Continue the presentation, please.
Great.
Here we go.
Okay, so now we will move on to science. We're going to now move on to science course offerings, and we will start with chemistry at Carlmont. They were the first school to merge AS Chemistry P with Chemistry P in the 2016-17 school year. Carlmont's 2 tracks of chemistry were not bifurcated by socioeconomic status, but rather by race and ethnicity. As the demographic makeup of Carlmont has shifted over the last 7 years, the data suggests that the Asian population has increased from 20 to 30%, while the white population has decreased to under 50% of the school population at 45%, and the Hispanic population has dropped about 2 percentage points from 17 to 15%. I share this because of the representation in the chemistry courses. Overall, it appears that the number of students participating in the chemistry courses have declined from when it was 2 separate classes. However, the number of students receiving A's has gone up. Additionally, the number of students passing the class with a C or greater, earning D credit for the physical science requirement for the A through G, has remained consistent at 95 to 96%. The AP chemistry exam scores over the last 7 graduating classes appear to show that there has been a decline in the number of students taking the AP chemistry exam, but there are more students earning A's, earning 5s in the class of 2023 than there has been in the last 7 years, up 3 times since the class of 2022. And the percent passing the AP chemistry exam with a 3 or higher is also the highest it has been in the last 7 years at 92% passing. The number of students receiving a 4 or 5 on the AP chemistry exam has also gone up from 16 students in the class of 2017 to 23 students in the class of 2023. This indicates that perhaps the grades in the class are highly correlated with the test scores, and grades were an accurate reflection of the content learned. I now invite Gay to come talk
about Carmont.
Thank you, Dr. Wilmot, and good evening, Superintendent Leach and members of the board. So I'm going to try tonight to provide a little more history, context, and background information about the advanced science offerings at Carmont High School. And I'm going to go all the way back to the early 2000s, but I'll be quick, I promise. In the early 2000s, Carmont received an AP Challenge grant under the leadership of the then Science Department Chair, Tina Smith. From the years 2001 to 2004, the Carmont science teachers were able to develop and launch 3 courses. They launched AP Bio first, then AP Chemistry, and then finally AP Physics. In doing my research about these courses, I noticed that at no time did we ever offer AS Biology, but we did at that time when those courses were launched offer AS Chemistry and AS Physics. So then fast forward to 2011. In 2011, Carmont did some data crunching. This was partly inspired by some staffing challenges, but also with the lens of increasing access to advanced courses in science for all students. It was discovered at that time that students going from college prep physics to AP physics were having the same, if not better, success rate at the AP level as students enrolled in the AS physics course. So in the interest of increased access and considering the staffing issues, Carmont High School redesigned the physics to AP pathway and removed the AS physics course as an offering. Go forward a little bit more. When planning for the 2014-2015 school year, a similar investigation was done with the chemistry courses at Carmont. Again, access and teacher staffing were concerns, as was the integration of next generation science standards. As in the case with AP Physics, there was ample evidence that students going from college prep chemistry to AP chemistry were able to be successful. There was sufficient rigor in that course. Thus, the chemistry teachers worked with the AP expectations, next generation science standards to realign the chemistry curriculum. So starting with the 2014-2015 school year for the past 9 years, our chemistry offerings at Carmont have been chemistry, college prep chemistry, and AP chemistry. Let me clarify that. Chemistry, which is our college prep chemistry, and AP chemistry. Now, since that time, we have also opened AP Environmental Science, and we opened another physics course called Green Tech and Engineering. These courses are in addition to our other robust science offerings, including our Biotech Institute. So even though recent data points show an overall decline in AP chemistry enrollment, I feel that this can be attributed to growth in our other science courses at Carmont. For example, last year, we had 128 AP Bio students take the AP Bio exam. 88% success rate, by the way. 177 students took the AP Environmental Science exam. Sorry, there was a 78% success rate on that one. And then 79 students took the AP Physics exam with a 95% pass rate. And then we had 23 students taking the AP Chemistry exam, and Dr. Wilmot put that statistic up there for you. So just to sort of illustrate, again, as Carl pointed out from MA, it looks like our students are definitely thriving in our pathways. 5 years ago, Carmont students took a total of 184 AP Science exams. Last year, that number was 407. Given our curricular changes in physics and chemistry and other course additions, we have increased science access and enrollment for all students, including students at the AP level. All students are able to take rigorous, engaging science courses for all 4 years at Carmont High School. It is worth noting that for the current year, 23-24, our AP Chemistry enrollment has rebounded again to over 60 students, which is the most we've had in over 6 years. One last thing I want to mention, though this is perhaps outside the scope of this presentation, but as we did talk about thriving and people concerned about excellence, this definitely falls in the excellence category in our current science structure. Also, as principal of Carmont High School, I always like to take the opportunity to highlight one of our students. So in this case, it is an AP Chemistry student, in fact. On the most recent AP Chemistry exam in May of 2023, Carlmont student Colin Zhang was one of 23 students in the world, not the county, not the state, not the country, in the world, to score perfectly on the AP chemistry exam. So congratulations to Colin. That's quite an achievement. Congratulations to. What's his name? What was his name? Colin. Congratulations, Colin. Okay. Number 2 for science. In the data for the 9th grade science course offerings from 2314 to 2223, it appears that in general, there were multiple tracks of science available to students upon entering the district. This is a district-wide change that we spoke of earlier, which is eliminating advanced integrated science. It's important to note that the lowest track, advanced integrated science, did not receive science credit as a UC A through G course, but rather counted as a college prep elective. The distinction is important to recognize as the other tracks of science represented here, particularly advanced biology, biology and physics, are all listed in as courses approved as a lab science for either physical or life science as required for A through G. Like in the initiative for mathematics, which we'll discuss later, the decision to drop advanced integrated science was purposely made to raise the floor and provide more students the opportunity to meet the D requirement as specified. 2 units equivalent to 2 years of science are required. 3 units are strongly recommended, providing fundamental knowledge in 2 of the following: biology, chemistry, or physics. A year-long interdisciplinary or integrated or earth-space science course can meet 1 year of this requirement. Thus, in order to increase students' opportunity to meet A through G requirements, the course was slowly phased out from 803 students in 2013-14 to 202 students in 2018-19, and then 0 students starting in the 2019-20 school year. Most of the students who had enrolled in AIS were socioeconomically disadvantaged. As AIS was eliminated, there was an increase in enrollment in biology P. 934 ninth graders in 2013-14 and 1,601 students in 22-23. And the pass rate in biology P was with the most diverse group of students remained the same, with more students enrolled and a much higher pass rate for SED students in this class compared to AIS. As such, more students are likely to meet the 2-year science requirement for UC-CSU as a result of eliminating AIS. The study saw a positive change for SED students due to the elimination of AIS and a consistently high-performing pattern of grades for non-SED students. The number of juniors and seniors enrolling in AP IB biology has more than doubled from 142 in the class of 2017 to 362 in the class of 2023. In addition, the number of non-SED students participating in the AP biology exam across the district has increased, and the number of students obtaining 5s has increased from 39 to 87 in 2 years. Of the 407 students who have taken the class, 5 were SED. So in summary, the summary saw a positive change for SED students due to the elimination of AIS and a consistently high pattern of grades for non-SED students, as well as a greater access to advanced coursework in biology for all students. I now invite Vicky Dye to talk about this.
Oh, hi. Yes, so again, in 2019-20, we eliminated the AIS course. And at that time, we actually also had a course called Dynamic Ecology that Lance and other colleagues across the district were piloting. And it was an amazing course. And it did allow students to earn A through G credit, but it was still tracked by Lexile. And at the time we made this change, the context is that we were, as Mr. Powell and Dr. Richards said earlier, we were shifting towards the NGSS. And there's an entire chapter of the NGSS standards called All Standards for All Students. And the way that we were set up as a district at that point is that many of our students really were only having access to a third of their students over, or a third of the standards over their high school time. So we really weren't at that point allowing access to all standards for all students. So what's more, the placement standards that we had for students, or the placement practices that we had for students into AIS or biology or other A through G earning classes didn't really make sense in the time of the NGSS. When we're trying to move, the placement was based on Lexile level, a measure that Bonnie explained a little bit earlier. So you know, when we're trying to shift away from the just fact-based laundry list of content standards towards learning science by doing science, it didn't make any sense anymore. NGSS instruction is meant to be phenomenon-based, meant to be experiential in large part, to balance the science and engineering practices with the content and the cross-cutting concepts, understanding sort of trends across the natural world. So that didn't make any sense anymore. So we made the change, and like Dr. Wilmot mentioned, it's been, we've seen outcomes that have been really positive. Of course, for socioeconomically disadvantaged students, when you look at the entire group of students who are largely placed in AIS prior to this shift, and then after making the shift to students being placed in an A through G course, either biology or at some sites, physics is an option. We went from a 23.6% A through G earning rate to 73.6. It's pretty enormous, but you know, that's not all. For students who aren't classified as socioeconomically disadvantaged, there's an increase as well, because considering, even though not many students who are not socioeconomically disadvantaged were placed into AIS somewhere. So when all students are given a shot, even non-socioeconomically disadvantaged students benefited, and we went from 77.3% earning A through G credit in their freshman year to 93%. And overall, we're looking at a change from 80% to 85%. And you might wonder, many people might wonder, well, is this an outcome of grade inflation? But as Mr. Roizen attested earlier, and as Dr. Wilmot just reinforced, we have an external measure. The AP test, the amount of students enrolling in the AP class and the increase in AP scores, more students not only taking and passing the test, but succeeding at the highest level, allows for some triangulation for us to be able to validate the results that we see in our grades. So those are the outcomes. The other thing that we see is down the road, you know, when we increase access, the biggest worry that educators have is if we're going to be able to support all of our learners in the classroom, are they going to succeed, or are we going to set them up for failure? And that was certainly a worry at the time. And because our teachers are so amazing and worked so hard on differentiating and providing low floor, high ceiling instruction, and including many strategies to hit students at all of their levels, we didn't see it at the biology level. But we also worried a lot about down the road in chemistry. And what we see is that access has been expanded enormously, and that is huge. And this is, of course, something that you see in the report based on socioeconomic status, but also race and ethnicity. Prior to, before and after the shift, we've seen an increase in as much as 50% of students who are African-American, Pacific Islander, about 25% change for Latinx students, having access to chemistry at the sophomore level, the grade level science course. So that is what we want to see. We want to see more students doing well and more access. So that is, I think, what we can say about that shift.
Okay. Number 3, for chemistry, MA Menlo Atherton High School merged Chemistry P and AS Chemistry in the 21-22 school year. AS Chemistry was predominantly enrolled by sophomores who were not socioeconomically disadvantaged. In fact, while chemistry and environmental chemistry was available to sophomores, it had minimal enrollment compared to AS Chemistry for the class of 2017. As more and more students were enrolling in chemistry sophomore year, likely due to the fact that biology was now being taken by more freshmen, there was a point at which AS Chemistry and chemistry had equal enrollment. This was the case for the class of 2023 in their sophomore year. The following year, AS Chemistry was merged with chemistry. And as a result of this change and the elimination of AIS, the number of socioeconomically disadvantaged sophomores enrolling in any variety of chemistry as sophomores increased from 40 students in the class of 2017 to 157 students in the class of 2023. The 300% increase. While there was no growth in the number of SED students who took AP chemistry at MA, the class of 2024 had the highest number of students receiving a 4 or 5 on the AP chemistry test in the last 8 years. These students participated in the Chemistry P course during their sophomore year, which was heterogeneously grouped. In addition, since the merging of these two courses, very few students have failed to earn UC A through G credit for the course. I now invite our esteemed colleagues at MA to come back up and talk about science.
Okay, thank you. I'm back. Back to the theme, how do we make MA one school? So at Menlo Atherton, as far as chemistry, with the leadership and vision of our amazing department chair, Lance Powell, who you did hear from, as well as members, teachers in the science department, under his leadership, examined science course offerings so we could make sure they were aligned to next generation science standards. To support the work, we made sure he had time to do that. And he was really resourceful in saying, hey, we can partner with Jim Clark at Next Generation Science Innovation. Can we do this? Yes, let's do it. So with that partnership, Jim did modeling, professional development with the department. And we also contracted with them to work on standards-based grading and how that would support the shift. This was completely in alignment. I think Vicky highlighted the shift to next generation science standards and completely in alignment with the California 3-course model where you're integrating standards, right, through biology, chemistry, and physics. It includes earth science standards, but those were all interwoven there. From there, this work that the science department did informed course realignments. So this might not be widely known, but I'm not sure what year it was, but AP chemistry did not exist at MA. It was added. It's been several years now. So AS chemistry was the honors course before AP chemistry was offered. Since we had implemented AP chemistry, what part of this realignment was that it replaced AS chemistry as the higher level course. And the fact is AS chemistry was an outdated course, not aligned to next generation science standards. It was also overdue because the College Board had redesigned AP chemistry in 2014. So along those lines, the shifts to still have AP chemistry, and I think you'll hear some more data from Carl as to how that has worked out, and blended chemistry was the answer. In addition, should I get into physics as well, or that comes next? Okay, I guess I'll be back for physics. But again, I want to thank Lance, the science teachers at MA, for really thinking through what is going to work for kids. And again, going back to that theme of that common heterogeneous 9th, and in this case, 10th grade experience. So thank you.
Thank you. Promise to be a little briefer. I am going to start actually this time by just sharing a couple of teacher descriptions of their experience in the course, as I think they can capture it better than I can describe it. So this is one of our teachers who has been at MA for quite a while and has taught AS chemistry for many years before now teaching chemistry. And so she says, before we had to really rush through material, memorize naming rules, and do a lot of drill and kill for calculations. Whereas now we are spending more time with real world phenomena and applications, and kind of more NGSS aligned. Regular chemistry had motivation issues and AS chemistry students were super stressed. With our new class, it is a better balance and all levels of students can participate in lab activities. We are becoming better at differentiating and providing extra support and challenge to students. We can incorporate more doing chemistry versus taking notes on chemistry. In our third year, I see more students being able to work in groups successfully, use math basics to solve problems based on real lab data, and engage in more meaningful conversations about science concepts. By the end of the year, students are more confident about their science and engineering practice skills, and they feel they can succeed in an AP Chem class and actually want to learn more chemistry. I'll talk about our increase in AP chemistry in a second, but this teacher's hypothesis is that actually students would take AS chemistry and it would be a little defeating, so they wouldn't want to go on to AP chemistry. And what we see now, again, is similar to AP World. We see a doubling in the number of students who are interested in taking AP chemistry. So the hypothesis here is that they're having a more enjoyable experience and are enjoying and interested in learning chemistry more. I would also echo the statement that you see a lot more phenomena. They blow things up, they mix things up. You go into a chemistry class and you walk in, they're constantly doing stuff in very diverse groups, learning, trying to figure out and understand what they just saw, how that relates to some scientific concept. They develop hypothesis, and then they design labs to test those hypotheses. It's a really fun class from an observational outside point of view. Another teacher reported, ultimately in my heterogeneous classes, I have seen my kids work together, come to love science, and more importantly, all do science in their education. I've seen my students who come from lower socioeconomic status engaged in experiments, pushing themselves to understand phenomena and defying the odds to become scientists and engineers, despite societal stigma and pressure. I've also seen my students who have academic status thriving by truly understanding the content and explaining the content in more depth. Just two teachers' kind of descriptions of their experience in the class. Our chemistry teachers and also our multicultural and lit teachers are 100% behind these courses. They are kind of avid supporters and would be really sad to go back. I just want to share that personal experience. I'll just reiterate a little bit of the data. I think it's been said, but I'd like to highlight again that socioeconomically disadvantaged students who are earning a C or higher in chemistry has risen. In the first year of implementation, we saw a growth of socioeconomically disadvantaged students earning A through G credit from 50% in 2021 to 83% in 21-22. Again, if you look at the number of socioeconomic students that are now in the class, it's not just a higher percentage, but it's a greater number of kids. While the growth was not as dramatic in the following year, we're still seeing more students earn A through G credit. So it did go from 83% to 57%. That's still higher than before the merger, but something we need to look at. Similar to English, if we look at students taking AP chemistry, class students can choose to take after chemistry. We see more students opting for AP chemistry than we ever did before. The data here shows, for example, that in 21-22, only 15 juniors took chemistry, whereas 51 students took AP chemistry, 51 juniors took AP chemistry last year. We had to open up a third section for the first time we've ever offered the course. So last year we opened up a third section. In 22-23, so that was when we opened up a third section. So currently we have 81 juniors taking AP chemistry. It's also open to seniors. So right now we have roughly 120 students taking AP chemistry, whereas 3 years ago we had, I think, 32. And before that, we had a consistent number of around 60. So right now we have 122. We have so many students, we had to go find another teacher. And now we have 4 sections of AP chemistry, where for years we only offered 2. Similar to AP World Studies, we have more students taking the exam and passing the exam than in any prior year. I want to go back to one of the comments earlier and point out that we are serving equity while also fostering excellence. And I want to thank our teachers for their hard work. Thank you.
Okay, so we're on to number 4 for science. This is MA physics. This is a little bit slightly different approach. And this was in 21-22. And MA replaced AS Physics with AP Physics 1, with the hope that more students would have the option to matriculate into the AP Science course, since the concurrent enrollment of Algebra 2 for AP Physics 1 is less restrictive than the other AP Physics offering, which requires a higher level of math. As junior year physics fulfills an optional admissions requirement for UCCSU, it can be seen as an advanced course when taken after biology and chemistry, which fulfills the minimum requirements for the Science D requirement. As the number of sophomores taking chemistry was increasing, so too were the number of juniors enrolling in physics. However, there's been no increase in the number of SED students matriculating from chemistry into physics, and appears that about 1/5 of the juniors enrolled at MA matriculate from any chemistry to any physics. Since AP Physics 1 has become an option for students in lieu of AS Physics, some students are choosing to take it junior year, and others are taking physics their junior year and taking the AP Physics class their senior year. With this entry into AP Physics 1, more students have taken the class and the pass rate is increasing. In fact, the number of students earning a 4 or 5 went up from 11 students in the class of 22 to 36 in the class of 23. In the class of 24, thus far, so they've only had a chance to take it their junior year, 48 students have taken the AP Physics 1 exam in their junior year, and 81% have passed with a 3 or higher. Back to my esteemed colleagues.
Okay. So along the lines of realigning chemistry and the goal to increase accessibility of physics to all MA students, Science Department made the changes to the physics courses, well, really replacing AS Physics with AP Physics 1 in 21-22. Again, lots of work done by amazing teachers. So physics remained unchanged. AP Physics 1 was added with the math being Algebra 2 with a B or better and concurrently enrolled in a math class. I think, though, we also shifted, and Carl, you can correct me, or Lance, that they could be concurrently enrolled in Algebra 2. That's correct, right? And then AP Physics C, which was the course we had offered all along, still remained, right? And that is the class that students still need to be in Calculus A, AB. So all 3 physics courses were designed to be taken without prior physics experience. However, both AP courses are typically appropriate for students who at least took physics. And again, I think we mentioned this, mentioned with chemistry, but the AP Physics 1 and Physics C are available to juniors and to seniors. So basically that was the shift for physics, right? Was to take out, again, a course that, again, the goal to make physics more accessible and exciting for students, the goal to increase representation, And I want to just talk about the addition of AP classes at MA because this course fell in line with that. Another course we added several years ago was AP Psychology, right? These kids had been asking for it, right? And they wanted another AP course. Along with AP Physics 1 and AP Psychology, this was a little more attainable goal. And this was actually Carl's amazing idea as instructional vice principal was, okay, we'll do it, but we want to make sure that the composition of the class includes the students we're trying to, our students who are socioeconomically disadvantaged, that we're trying to increase representation. And so we had a bar where we wanted 25%, at least 25% of the class to be representative of the population. I think that worked a little more smoothly with AP Psychology than it did with AP Physics 1, but that's still a work in progress. So I want everyone to understand these course changes were made with the intention of supporting those goals. They were also made, and I just throw in AP Psychology because we did hear what students wanted. We did hear what their interests were, right? So anyway, back to AP Physics 1, there is the trajectory, just to summarize, of physics, AP Physics 1 and AP Physics C at Menlo Atherton for all students. And I will now turn it back over to Carl.
Thank you. Get even more brief. I know this course gets lumped into other course changes with the statement that MA removed another honors course, AS Physics, but the reality is that we exchanged one honors course for another. Just need to say that over and over again because the number of people that come to me and say, you removed an honors course. We replaced AS Physics with AP Physics 1. AP Physics 1 has a lower math requirement. AP Physics 1 allows students who took physics to take AP Physics. So if a junior takes physics and they really like it, now they can now continue and take physics, whereas before they could not. We've actually just replaced another honors course and actually expanded what you would call a middle level by lowering the math requirement. I know that there's some, they feel like, well, it's an AP class, so you have to kind of race to meet the AP exam. I think that is a difference. That's a challenge in the class that they face. But technically, I do believe it is content that is not quite as rigorous as AS Physics. And again, it allows students who take AS Physics 1 can also take AP Physics C. What the teacher has now done actually is expanded his AP Physics C content to include electricity and magnetism because students are coming in with foundational material from AP Physics 1. So it's actually expanded that the students who want to start out in AP Physics 1 and then they take AP Physics C are now able to get more physics in addition to what they were doing before. I want to point out just a really simple point, which is that currently there are 109 students taking AP Physics 1, which is pretty, it's a high mark. It does go up and down quite a bit, whether it was AS Physics or AP Physics 1, but 109 students currently. And we have around 10 students who are taking AP Physics 1 who would not have been able to take AS Physics under the old pathway. Not a lot, but it's 10 students who would not be taking this class if it was AS Physics. There's something to consider as we think about that course. Similar to our multicultural lit and voice class and our chemistry course, we see that with longer implementation, our teachers are able to impact increased growth and student success. I don't have the data on me here, but I know that our AP scores for AP Physics 1 over the 3 years have increasingly gone up, similar to other classes. So I just want to point that out. And again, just want to thank everybody for their time this evening, our very long evening. I appreciate our opportunity to come and talk about these courses and the opportunity to hear from the community. I do think it's important, and I hope we take it seriously. Thank you.
Okay, so we're on to the last change that occurred at Sequoia in science. And what we noted is that as more students started to enroll in biology freshman year due to the elimination of AIS, more sophomores started to enroll in chemistry. In fact, it was a 53% growth. of the number of students enrolling in chemistry. When AS chemistry was the default sophomore chemistry class for most students, it was predominantly enrolled by non-SED students, and many SED sophomores were still enrolling in biology during sophomore year since they hadn't had the chance to take it freshman year. Once chemistry P and AS chemistry classes merged, the course became more diverse and gave many sophomores the opportunity to take the second year of a 2-year science requirement for UCCSU. At the same time, the other science course offerings like physics, academy chemistry, academy biology, and academy biohealth also appear to enroll more students who are SED. Since the merging of the two courses, the percentage of students earning a C or higher has stayed about 88 to 89%. That said, the number of students meeting the D requirement for the UCCSU system has gone from 165 students in the class of 2017 to 209 students in the class of 2024 and 184 students in the class of 2025. Therefore, the number of students meeting the D requirement has gone up considerably, a 26% increase. The merging of these two courses didn't negatively impact the high flyers, and in fact helped more students earn A's. IB chemistry exams have not been administered at Sequoia High School in the data set, as IB chemistry is not a course that is offered at Sequoia. I invite up Sean Priest to give more context.
Thank you, Dr. Wilmot, and more context I shall give briefly. The end of AS chemistry at Sequoia came at a time of other realignments within the department. We talked about the phenomenon-based approach and NGSS. This was a class that was very much focused on fast memorization of content in order to cover a lot of material in a short period of time. It was not consistent with what we were doing as a science department, and was reported to us over multiple years from students as a class that kind of killed their love of science. So again, to the question of do we listen to students? Absolutely. What's remarkable about the changes in the science department was the degree to which our department chair, the administration, counselors, use that student feedback to collaborate and create a pathway that was more consistent with the IB learner profile characteristics, and created opportunities for students to be successful, not only in chemistry as an important physical science course, but also in their IB coursework as 11th and 12th graders. And as to the last point, IB chemistry is not a course that is offered at Sequoia yet. A course proposal is currently being drafted and may come before this board very shortly. So again, this notion that we're phasing out IB courses, AP courses, clearly not the case, as there are more coming as we speak. Thank you.
Okay, the last initiative that we're going to share with you tonight is the district-wide change in math. As described earlier with advanced integrated science, the district moved to eliminate remedial math courses such as algebra readiness that didn't count towards A through G credit. The move happened at various stages depending on the high school, but district-wide, the course was officially eliminated with the 2020-21 school year. The following year, the 21-22 ninth grade placement chart no longer was based on multiple choice test scores aligned to older California standards. With the removal of test scores as gateways to college entrance, it made sense to also remove test scores as gateway to high school math course matriculation. Thus, the placement chart was based on prior course enrollment in alignment with the efforts to improve access for students who have historically experienced barriers in meeting the math requirements for college admissions. Algebra readiness, which we refer to in the document as track 0, since it received 0 credit for A through G, was typically a class that was predominantly enrolled with students who were socioeconomically disadvantaged. Raising the floor and removing the bottom track created more diverse learning experiences for students, particularly in Algebra 1, which we called track 1, since it allowed students to meet the first year of a 3-year math requirement for A through G. Many students were still enrolling in tracks 2 through 4, geometry, algebra 2, pre-calculus, with very few SED students enrolling in those tracks, virtually showing that math track was predictable by socioeconomic status. Once algebra readiness was eliminated, the number of SED students meeting the first year of the C math requirement rose from 212 students in the class of 2017 to 368 students in the class of 2026, a 74% increase. In addition, we are just starting to see more SED freshmen enrolling in above grade level math courses for the class of 2026. In analyzing the group of non-SED freshmen enrolling in Algebra 1P, the data shows that they continued to meet the C requirement over 80% of the time, and sometimes as high as 88%. Their pass rate for graduation remained consistently over 90%. I invite Vicky Dye up to give us more context on the history of this change.
Oh, right. This is going to get exciting, I promise. All right, we ready? Okay. So we go back in time now to 2018-19, and we had some fairly, you remember it, Carrie? We had some fairly dismal, not fairly, very dismal results for certain groups of students in math, especially we were looking at our SBAC scores. And, we were all scratching our heads. How are we going to increase the achievement of our English learners specifically? And, we were wondering what to do. And the answers are pretty clear. There was a study of our district and our pathways, particularly around long-term English learners, but this applied to all of the students who were placed in courses or a course called Algebra Readiness, that pathways were foreclosed to them on the day that they entered our school district. Before they even arrived, their pathways were set. They didn't have the ability even to complete or to have exposure to all of the standards that they would see on the SBAC. So it was no mystery that they weren't succeeding. And so really the jury is also not out in the research literature about detracking. It, maybe in popular publications, but really in peer-reviewed research, it's not out, and it hasn't really been, there are decades worth of research in the area. So but all this said, we were still a little bit scared because the amazing educators don't want to see students who, haven't had equal preparation do poorly. They care about all of their students and don't want to see them do not succeed. One of those amazing educators is over there, and she has been involved in these conversations from the very beginning and working really hard and taking on more and more and more leadership. But I digress. She's already a leader, but in any case, because we were a little bit worried and we didn't want to lose any of our students who didn't have equal preparation, we took it a little bit slowly. We started with a pilot. So in the 2019-20 school year, what we did was we took the students, half of the students who would have been assigned either to algebra with a support class, or algebra readiness, and half of that group we assigned to heterogeneously grouped classes of that assignment, those 3 courses, not truly heterogeneously grouped, as Bonnie mentioned, because we have placements at the freshman level from geometry all the way through calculus BC. And by the way, the upper level assignments at the freshman level have been increasing over time. And then we took the other half of the students who would have been placed in algebra with support, and algebra readiness, and we kept them in the traditional assignments. And what this did, and they were randomly assigned, Bonnie mentioned this a little bit, a very, in certain cases, PhD statisticians It's so late. Grouped students truly randomly. And what this did is it allowed Stanford, a researcher named Tom D and his brilliant grad student Liz Huffaker to do what's called a random controlled study of what happened to these students, both in that year and over time. A random controlled study is the gold standard in this sort of research, social science research, quantitative social science research. Am I right about that? Thank you. I don't have a PhD, but in any case, so I'm going to talk to you a little bit about those results because you've seen already the results that we've observed in our system. So I'll tell you what these researchers have observed over time by comparing the subset who had the treatment being assigned to the pilot course versus those who were assigned to the control group. And what we see is that they do better. If you're these students who would have been assigned to algebra readiness, who were out of the running before they even came into our school system, who we had written off through their assignment. Well, over time, this group just graduated last year, and they were over twice as likely to take and pass Algebra 2 over the course of their time in high school. There was a statistically significant decrease in chronic absenteeism for the treatment group. They were more engaged. There was an accompanying qualitative study where a researcher spoke with students and learned more about that, and saw similar trends with a small sample size, but in engaging in discussion. And then they also did better on the SBAC. I guess that's not really a surprise because they saw more of these standards if they made it through Algebra 2. So this was the group that would have been assigned to algebra readiness, and the group that would have been assigned to algebra anyway fared no worse. We did no harm, and that was really what we cared a lot about. We wanted to, as Diana said, we wanted to do no harm, and we wanted to give more kids a chance. We wanted to see an improvement for groups of students who would have had their futures foreclosed to them in many ways prior to entry. And that's not what we're about, and I don't think, as a community, foreclosing students' futures before they even arrive. So what's more, Diana mentioned the changed pathways, and there's kind of some correlation or a correspondence with what we were looking at in science, which is that the standards have changed. At one time, it made sense for students to take a procedural math test and to be assigned to a course based on that. It doesn't make sense anymore because the standards are different. Now, we care about students knowing their math procedures. We definitely care about that. That's helpful. But we have a different world now, and it's equally as important, so say the designers of the Common Core, for us to be able to communicate our reasoning and to understand our problems in context, right? You might not, I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, but you might not remember like the slope intercept y equals mx plus b, right? Right, Carrie? Right, Rich? But you do know how to make sense of changes that are proportionate over time. And we care about those things equally now. So, student assignment didn't make sense the way it happened before. And so now it's changed, and we've observed improvements for our students. The one area that I will note where the Stanford study didn't see a change between the treatment and control group is in graduation rates. And the working theory is that that's because our graduation requirements in math are only 2 years, and there isn't the highest requirement is at Sequoia, where it's geometry, and that's quite a bit lower than the A through G requirements. So that's an interesting note. All right, you did it. Oh, wait, no, there's a conclusion.
You review the report off, nice, off which this presentation is based. You can click on the slide, or you can visit the district's website and click on board agenda September 20th, 2023. Although if we go much longer, it's going to be September 20th and 21st, 2023. So thank you so much for listening, and we welcome any questions before you start to discuss amongst yourselves.
Should we take another break, or should we just? Yeah, 5 minutes. I mean, it's fine. Then if you don't want to, it's fine. I'm happy to start start.
Okay, we're figuring out what we're gonna do is what we're doing. We're deciding whether we take a break or just go. So Zahara would like to make a comment and then go. So go for it.
I first just want to thank everyone for still being here. It's very late, and I actually already asked Mr. Loosecoat for a pass for my first period tomorrow. But sorry, no, he said me too. But I came into this board meeting with a kind of very clear idea of what my position was on this subject. I was very anti-detracking, and I thought that the course offerings that we had quote unquote taken away from students were, objectively better for student learning. But throughout the course of this very long meeting, I heard from so many wonderful educators, students, parents, teachers, administration, and I think for me now, it is so much more clear that the detracking efforts this district has been making are very much more in line with what I personally believe, and believe that a lot of students in this district are for. I think that, I am kind of the poster child for a lot of the students who spoke at, this meeting, talking about tracking is necessary for more advanced children. It's necessary because you're going to be held back. But I think that taking away AS English 1 is not decreasing the rigor of the English course. I think we've very clearly seen that MCLV is as rigorous a course. You're not taking anything away. And I also think that your opportunity to take classes labeled honors as a 9th and 10th grader does not determine the classes you take as a junior and senior, and it does not determine where you go to college. I didn't have the opportunity to take AS Chem, and I still took AP Chemistry as a junior, and I enjoyed that class. I felt like I did well, and I think that there is a difference between wanting your child to succeed and wanting your child to have honors on their transcript. And I think that is a difference that I am really encouraged by our administration emphasizing. And I also see so many teachers, so many professionals really, really believing in detracking. And I think that if teachers who have a degree in this, who are qualified to be talking about this, are so overwhelmingly for detracking, then there is some kind of advantage in that. And I think that was kind of the major factor in the change in my thinking. And I think that we kind of have been talking under this misconception that detract classes are regular or grade level classes, but we're removing levels. We're not removing rigor, right? You're removing the option of AS1 or regular English. You're not actually removing the curriculum that makes AS1. And I think that if any parent, student, or teacher who advocated for, getting rid of detracking were to examine those curriculums, they would find that they're exactly the same. I think there were a lot of points made tonight, and I'm not going to rehash all of them because I don't think anyone wants to hear that. But I think that detracking and MCLV and, quote unquote regular biology and chemistry are not for students whose parents can afford tutors, or for students whose parents are worried that they're too gifted to be in those classes. I think it's for the students whose parents do not have the time to sit with them after school every day and do their homework, or do not have the ability to sit down and help their child, master certain concepts or get to a certain reading level. And I think those are the students that we should be most concerned about and most focused on, because a successful student that is set up for success due to the privilege and resources that they already have is always going to be successful, whether or not they take an honors class or not. And I think those are the students we have to be thinking about, not the students who can supplement their curriculum with tutors. And I also think that detracking is, not supposed to be presented as something that is solving equity issues. I don't think that anything can solve equity issues. And someone earlier tonight said it's not a silver bullet. And I think that's very true. We're not trying to solve socioeconomic disparity. We're trying to support and encourage more integrated schools. I attend Menlo Atherton, and I know that we have a very severe problem in terms of very real social segregation, socioeconomically and racially. And I think that it is incredibly flawed to be calling this like detracking as something that is advancing that segregation. And I also think that the implications of saying that your child who attended Menlo Park middle schools is going to be dragged down by being in class with kids who did not attend those middle schools is something that is kind of makes me uncomfortable, because I think that both parties have as much to learn from each other. And I think that there's a cultural awareness that is lacking and cannot just be achieved through taking the most rigorous course schedule possible. I know I made a lot of points, but at the end of the day, I just really want to emphasize the fact that I completely changed my mind because of this meeting. And I really think that the direction this district is going in with detracking is something that is very important to me, and something that has made me aware of the privilege and resources I've been afforded, and the fact that because not every student has those privileges and resources, it is my job as a student trustee to not just address the points of the students who were able to come and sit at this meeting for 5 hours and talk about their points, but the students who are not able to be here, and the students who are always going to be impacted by this decision in a way that students with that kind of advanced beginning knowledge are not going to be able to have. Thank you so much.
Sure. Wait. Are we gonna take a break now or continue? Yeah.
Yeah, we'll take a quick break, Safik. Go ahead. Go ahead, Shawnice. You said you want to make a comment.
Oh, gotcha. First of all, I am tired. So I just I know people heard me breathe and all that kind of stuff. So I just want to say it's not the presentation, it's just been a long day. So first of all, I want to just thank the team for their presentation. It wasn't an easy process to put all this together. I trust your skill sets. I trust the report. And I can also understand why people want more of an intense study around this as well. And so I just want to take that moment. And so before Sahara leaves, I want to thank you and good night. Thank you, Zahara. Yep. Carl, I think you should accept the hall pass. I took this subject really seriously. Some people said, I know how you're going to vote or discuss, or the points that you were going to discuss. And I like to say, no one knows me but me. And I know what I was going to talk about. So as a person who is a multifaceted learner, I read, it was a lot. Then I had to call some friends across the country, to be honest. I called a professor at a college level who also does other work with high school students in Georgia. I called someone who is in the college system in Indianapolis. I called a student of East Palo Alto who is now at UCLA. I called counselors at some of our current private schools. I knew that this was coming and went to every charter high school as well as every school in Sequoia Union High School District. I don't know how I did it, but I did it. Y'all saw me. Y'all vouched for me. I was there. And so where was Shanice everywhere because I knew this topic was going to come up. So I want to say I did my due diligence. So I didn't just, this is what the community wants. As a matter of fact, I think one of the things that, let me put on my reading glasses, y'all. One of the things that we did, and I want to give people an idea of who East Palo Alto, Belhaven, Redwood City is. We had a meet and greet on the 7th. And it was lots of people, 2 different sessions. I would say it was at least 60 people given the 2 sessions. And so my thing has been get out, come people. I mean, I was like, programs you are invited, you have to bring 5 I mean, I'm kind of bossy. So I'm like, you can't come unless you bring parents. You can't come unless you bring students. They came without students, some, but some came, right? And so it was more than we had seen last couple of years ago when we went to Tide. Tide, we sent representatives because people don't trust the system. So when I think about what questions were asked at that meet and greet, these are some of the top questions that they had. A student from Carmont in a Harvard sweatshirt said, "How do you support students like me who have ELD?" One student from MA said, "What have you fixed?" We were like, well, give us a little more, right? She said, "What have you fixed?" A community member said, "How can we support? We have 6 or 7 academic and college preparation programs in East Palo Alto, Belhaven that pulls from anywhere from Mountain View all the way down to Redwood City." That alone tells you we value education. The other thing is the comments were, SUHD is coming to East Palo Alto, Belhaven? What? Other words, they were surprised. I didn't know about the trustee role. Someone's there for me. What is the Student Advisory Committee? And I start to tell them, how can we help set the programs? What about the children with learning differences? I went through the Tinsley program. How could Ravenswood be in the same classes with Los Lomitas School District? So the same questions that were being asked here, actually were being asked in East Palo Alto. So our families value education. No one sitting on the corner eating bonbons saying, how bad can the education get? Because I don't want my kid to go to college. That is actually not what families have said. Matter of fact, they said, we want to know how many kids on the college track because we want them more on there. And so I want to share that our families in East Palo Alto, Belhaven, and Redwood City want to go to college. It is the pathway to education. It is the pathway to out of poverty or low income. It raises your income when you have a high school diploma. It raises it more when you have your bachelor's, and it raises it more when you have your master's. So our families don't want to be part of circumstances that they can't control. And so education is the pathway. That's why some of our kids go to MA, because football, basketball, in addition to academics, is a pathway to college. So I don't think people are sitting around twiddling their thumb, wondering whether or not they want to go to education. So I want to talk about, so I wanted to say that publicly. And I think what I took away from this conversation is that I'm also visiting, I visited Ravenswood, 5th grade math class, 5th grade teacher, watched her do her thing because I know her personally. And then I went up to Redwood City School District at Clifford was amazed. And now I'm saying, can I go to some other middle schools? Because for me, I don't like just to hear reports. I like to, I'm a social worker. I do observations, and observations tell me a whole lot about people as an introverted person. And so that's really important to me. So our students are currently right now being recruited to St. Francis, King's Academy, Sacred Heart, Menlo College, Eastside Prep, KIPP, Summit, Everest, Costalea Valley Christian, Nueva, and Woodside Priority. Our kids are cutting across public, private, and charter schools, not because they don't think they want education. Matter of fact, because of this discussion, colleagues of mine at other schools are saying, if you guys don't want them, let me know which ones want to be recruited. I kind of was like, a little salty. I was like, yeah, you're right. Go ahead. You know, we can't do what we need to do for equity here, they need to go somewhere else. But then I was like, doggone it, education at Sequoia should be the first choice. And I'm looking at Rich, when we the first two new trustees, you said it. I said, I kind of got mad. Well, we don't want to be here. We don't want to get the leftovers. And then I realized we have the same idea. So I thank you. So then when I think about our elementary schools, we have kids in 6 of our feeder schools from Las Lomitas, Menlo Park, Palo Alto Unified School District that don't always come here, but MA does attract them back. I just want to say that that's a good thing. Menlo Park City School District, San Carlos, and Woodside. No one chooses to go to Ravenswood. Ravenswood choose to go to them because they want opportunity. Ravenswood, though, are bringing up the standards that they're bringing back some children because they choose to go back. As a parent of a child who went to private school in elementary, I chose to go back to Ravenswood. And I had a good experience, y'all. I had teachers who saw the blessings of my children being in their school. For those who don't know me, and I think it's clear, and then I'll hush up because it's been a long day. I have 3 children, and I just became a new grandma to one of your graduates. And I might cry. One child has a medical condition, hospitalized at least 10 to 20 days in a year. I have another child that thinks highly of himself and is working on his academics and his drive, but he sure can come create a great party for y'all. And then I have another one that's a little bit of a struggle. She's been giving feedback to teachers ever since she was in preschool. And as Simone, I don't know where she is, can contest, you got many emails from her, right? And they all belonged at MA. Part of this discussion said, should I ever gone to MA? Yes, they belonged at MA. Why? Because it's a free and appropriate education for my children. We don't cherry pick our kids. We don't cherry pick data. And I believe our children belong in classrooms because they're sharp and they're ready. The last thing that I will say about the last piece, I was here in 2017 or 18, and I was in that corner. It was 500 or more. It felt like 500 or more. I was a new parent. I didn't grow up in this area. I knew MA was a great school, and we were trying to determine what district elections were going to be and whether MA would be the feeder school for Ravenswood. And I walked away from that conversation saying, I don't know if this is for me. They called my kids those kids. They called my kids disadvantaged. They called my kids and their friends not ready. And I look at the table of professionals who are sitting there who said, we want you. And so I sat there and was like, wow, they still want us, but the crowd does not want us. They don't want us in the classroom. That's the message. I didn't get to speak. I remember the president who overlooked my card. And I said, man, I didn't even get to speak. They apologized and it was a mistake, but I didn't even get to speak to say who we are. And so when I hear about segregation in its new form of calling honors versus non-honors, and even though I called and said, is there something I'm missing about this honors thing? Because I'm a first generation graduate. And when I learned that there was no difference on an application with honors or not, but AP and IB courses are what people are looking for. And they compare it against our school profile of the number of classes that you take. But the entry level to being qualified for a college is taking A through G. Now, everybody needs to go through A through G for college if they don't want, but don't we want educated kids? And so here I sit saying, why don't you want my kid to go to college? If that is an option. I have a child that just took off a year because she said school was too much. I'm going to go do life. And then she came back a year later and said, I'm going to college. Matter of fact, I want to be a counselor. I think I need to get my MA. I was like, really? I was so excited, but teenage mom. Oh, really? Yeah, you figured that out? Okay. So I did their thing. So I sit here saying, why isn't she in the classroom? It's not just benefiting her, it's benefiting others. There is a benefit. And unfortunately, we haven't said what the benefit is, right? So all we know is the benefit on one side, but we don't know the benefit. I tend to look at the upside versus the downside. The last thing I will say, and I'm looking at Rich because I appreciate you to keep me on time, and I know I'm talking too long. The last thing I will say is, when will we stop blaming the student? When will we stop blaming them? They are learners and they're scholars. And Carrie, you asked us one time, what's the hard thing? The hard thing, it is to be an example of beacon of excellence and equity. It is not equity or, it is not equity, but it is equity and. And so that is the hard thing. And if I look at our teachers, now I'm no nonsense. I come from the Midwest, and anybody who's met me with my kids, I don't give them, sometimes they don't like it. I don't give them a pillow to lay on. I say, dust yourself off, get back in the game, show them that you can do this, show yourself, show God, show your family. Doggone, I'm your mama, make me proud, right? Like, go do the hard thing. And so I believe kids can do the hard thing if the adults want to do the hard thing. And that is equity and excellence, because all kids should not be cut off at the knees to get to college. They have a choice. I would not be for this if we didn't have AP, if we didn't have IB, and we didn't have a college route. When I called a friend in Georgia, they said, y'all got all that there? I'm sitting here going, we privileged. And so I want to thank you all for the opportunity of all the options. And people are asking me to come do presentations about our options. The families that know me or know someone who know me and know that I'm on the board, they're starting to ask me. When I first ran, they didn't even know what Sequoia was. We are on the map, but if we continue this idea that some people have opportunities to go to private school and others don't, and we're fighting over the classes, we're going to lose a lot of students. And it won't just be the wealthy, and it won't just be the kids on the scholarship. They'll just say, that school is not for me. And there are many, many options for students on that corridor to have options about school. So I thank you for providing this opportunity. I pray that we figure out something together. I was hoping that this would be a discussion, but I'm feeling a little sleepy. My hope is that we will have a real discussion, because I heard people say, can we study it more? I heard people say, can we have a non-biased assessment? Nothing against you, doctor. But I understand that, right? I understand that. I also heard, can we support the teachers more in the classroom so that we can do this at the highest quality? And basically, don't forget about the kids with ADHD who are included, and how are we supporting them? And I support all of those recommendations. So I yield to our wonderful president, because you're doing a good job. And that's all I got to say.
Okay.
I'm happy to go next on this.
I did have a question. Did our other student trustee want to say anything? Because I mean, it's getting really late. So,
I'm totally fine waiting.
oh, you're okay?
Okay. You guys both want to go? I don't know. Go ahead, Karen.
So I'm going to talk really fast. And if I talk so fast, I'm probably not going to sound very good. I hope the reporters are gone. I want to thank you this is a very thorough presentation. And it's very helpful. Somebody said that this work has been strategic, measured, and probably not slow. I don't think the word slow is used, but it has been slow. And that's why it's been hard for some of the community member to follow all this. It was really complicated. It was hard for me to follow. I think the last board, I don't think the communication was great, right? Not your fault, but this was really complicated and slow. I want to appreciate the educators who spent time to really help me figure this out. They invited me, some teachers at Sequoia invited me, and they spent a lot of time like figuring out what I should see and explaining what I was going to see. Because I'm not an educator, and sometimes when I walk into a classroom, I don't know what I'm looking at. And Laura, thank you. I went and watched your classroom. So I saw masterful teaching. I want to trust our educators. We made lots of letters. I've been ping pong brain, pro con, pro con. One of the most compelling letters was from your colleague, Laura, who talked about you guys and how he described how hard you've worked, and he's never seen anything like it. And the way he went to bat for you in that letter and your colleagues. So that I think that it just made it very crisp for me. But also I want to say that we have community that is concerned. And when parents come to us and say that they're concerned, I don't think you can always tell how kids are doing by a letter. I had a kid who got straight A's. He wasn't doing very well. Okay. He looked great on paper. You cannot tell from A through G completion. You cannot tell from grades. I'm going to strategic plan. I don't want to be so narrowly focused. But I trust our educators. I trust you guys. This is one of the best thorough presentations that I've had, and I've been on this board a long time, so thank you. I know this was hard and you guys need to go to bed, so I'm gonna stop talking, but I want to trust our educators and I want to trust our community. And the other thing I want to say is we need to do a better job of building community, because there's people that don't get it. And to build community, I'm going to say it again, it has to happen before the first day of school. It has to happen. I mean, maybe we need to work with East Palo Alto and North Fair Oaks. People need to know each other and know we have to care about other people's kids in a powerful way. And again, I don't think that always happens through academics. I'd like to do it before. I want to do something where people get to know each other and kids don't have to worry about code switching. They can just be their authentic selves, right? Can we do something like that? And really, so people know each other. Thanks.
So I'm happy to go next. Firstly, person I really like to thank is Bonnie, because I remember 3 years ago, it was actually probably around this time when we were on Zoom in January in 2021, when we were first deciding whether or not we'd approve MCLV. And, you know, honestly enough, there are a lot of the same faces who stayed on in that Zoom call from then. And I still remember that because I think that was an important time when I really decided that I did want to get more involved in the school board. And I'm sure Bonnie wasn't expecting to see me again, but what I really appreciated then was her taking the time when I was a student to address my concerns when I emailed her and, getting on a phone call with me and talking through some of the stuff that I shared with her in an article that I wrote for the MA Chronicles. So I wanted to share my perspective with the board, because one of the things that I did notice, and I do think the presentation was helpful in clarifying some of my concerns that I had with this initiative. But what I did see that I still think is a concern is that a lot of the slides did note that we have not seen an increase in our underrepresented minorities or our SED population in taking these higher level AP courses. And that is a concern for me. And to prove it, I found the article that I wrote for the MA Chronicle when I was a senior that Bonnie Hansen said was an amazing read. So I wanted to read a paragraph from that just to share what I felt back then and how I still am concerned right now. The problem of underrepresented minorities not taking honors classes is not something that is unique to the English department or even MA for that regard. But if we continue to eliminate honors classes rather than addressing the root of the issue, we are doing a disservice to all students. Yes, there are inequities in the educational opportunities that students have across our district, especially in their feeder middle schools. But more worryingly, there's a culture that sees honors and AP classes as only for white and Asian students. If we look at any AP chemistry, AP European history at the time, AP calculus, or AP physics class, you will see a demographic no different than that of formerly AS English 1. If anything, it is worse. When dealing with the achievement gap, we can eliminate these courses that are important for preparing people for the rigorous expectations of college and put everyone on the same standardized curriculum. But doing so does ignore the innate individual ability of every student to succeed and challenge themselves academically in subjects that they're interested in. Don't get me wrong, there is nothing bad about taking college prep courses. Yet in our district, there is a clear problem of underrepresented minorities, for whatever reason, choosing not to take advanced classes even when they should. And fundamentally, what really did struck out to me, and I will talk more about my experience at MA, because that is something that I have more experience with. My freshman year at MA, I had a lot of great teachers in my AS1 class with Ms. Ferreira, where I learned so much. But even in my world studies class, which was DTRACT at the time with Mr. Harris, who actually is teaching my brother APUSH right now. So I learned a lot in that class specifically. And what I really appreciated about that teacher was how the effort he took to try to encourage everyone, no matter what middle school they went to really try hard and love history. And he loved anyone who was really passionate about history, like I was at the time, to really excel and try to challenge us in any way he could. But my sophomore year, I took AP Euro with John Florio, which still to this day, I will say, out of all the classes I've taken from elementary, middle school, and even in college, was the best course I have ever taken and the one that I learned the most in and still remember to this day. But what saddened me was the fact that even with this DTRACT class in world studies, the same students who would have taken an AP history class were the same students who would have taken an honors world studies class. And I think we have not solved that problem. And what's really worrying me, and I think, I wish this was more talked about, is when we have implicit bias, I really think there is an issue that people in our district there's come to this notion that when we think honors class, we implicitly think white and Asian. And one of the most concerning stories I would hear when I was at MA was my friends would say, from friends who were underrepresented in these classes would say when they'd walk into the class, they would get questions like, are you sure this is the right class for you? So if we implicitly have this notion that when we think honors or AP class, we think privileged students from white and Asians or white and Asian students, that is going to rub off on our students. And I think that there are complete merits to the importance of diversity that comes from different perspectives. But what I wish this district would kind of work towards, because I don't think we will ever fundamentally solve this problem, is deconstructing the idea that only a certain type of people are meant to take honors and AP courses. Because if we do not solve that problem, we will never solve the achievement gap and all the stuff that Trustee Stevenson talked about that I feel is so important, of getting people who don't have that support to really have what they need to go to college and succeed in that environment, will all be for naught. And I think that is an area that our district can work greatly on improving. And I think if we can solve that, we really will do great work. So I do all appreciate the diversity. I might have a slightly different perspective in that I feel that there's no reason why honors and college prep courses can't be equally diverse, right? So I think there's a long thought. It's been a really long meeting. I am appreciative of everyone for taking the time to do the presentation. But what I fundamentally say is I think there's a bigger problem that was on the slides, and I do wish that our presentations acknowledge more that we have not solved, and I don't think we've solved. And I think this has existed for the more than the past couple of decades. I don't think we've solved it, and I think it is kind of sad to me that when I was here 3 years ago, I kind of asked that question. I was like, you know, in my experience taking world studies or D-Track classes, when there is an option the next year, we haven't seen any change in demographics. And even though we have seen an increase in the number of people taking AP courses, I've confirmed this when I've talked to multiple people. Those are people who are almost overwhelmingly non-SED and non-underrepresented minorities. So I think that's great that more people are taking AP courses, but that wasn't the group we were necessarily trying to target as to who we want to increase representation in that class. So I really think that this is an issue that our board hasn't addressed, and I think our whole district has tried very hard to address, but we haven't necessarily gotten there yet. And I think there are some interesting solutions that I've seen, whether it be offering a support class for AP and honors, instead of viewing the idea of support as being something that, you know, is remedial, saying maybe there are opportunities for people who are taking these higher level courses to also have access to extra resources. So that's something that I will continue to advocate for on the board. But once again, before I would really like to thank Bonnie, because we don't agree on a lot when it comes to this, but she has always been very respectful, very happy to answer my questions, and always someone I can call and talk about. So I really do appreciate that.
Yes, thank you for addressing some of my concerns, right? Like I had a lot of concerns when I was initially reading the report about, wait, there's this real emphasis on grades, but then my big question was, are the grades based on standards, you know, all sorts of questions like that. And I think tonight was pretty helpful in understanding, hey, the rigor is still there. There's a lot of collaboration amongst the teachers, as well as a focus on standards. And I think that's really important because at the end of the day, our students are not about a grade and it's not about a GPA. It's really about whether they are achieving more than they ever thought they could. Are they mastering the information, and are they prepared to do well in college and life? And so I think from that standpoint, you know, I've learned a lot tonight, and really appreciate that we are making a difference in terms of making sure that opportunities are not closed off to students who may not have had the same experiences or opportunities in middle school. Because I personally went to a K-8 school that had no advanced classes, and I still managed to accelerate in high school, go to MIT, work and actually, when you talk about biases, there are a lot of biases against women going into STEM fields. And it happens in very like microaggression type ways, where questions related to STEM go to the man in the room and not to the woman, or there's assumptions that, oh, you must be like marketing or whatever it is, right? But I just want to make sure that biases are a real thing, microaggressions are a real thing, and until we can calm that down, there's always going to be that second guessing. And so when students are second guessing, that's when we need to actually provide even more support. As the adults, we have to have high expectations for all kids and believe in them more than they believe in themselves, because as students, there's a lot that we're not sure of. This world is a scary place. As adults, we're much more experienced, and we have the life experiences to know that eventually things will work out. But oftentimes teenagers don't have that level of experience. And as adults, we need to maintain that high expectations of all of our students to be able to learn, because students want to learn. I don't think there's any student out there that doesn't want to learn. So we really need to support that. And I think one of the things I wanted to just highlight is people haven't really mentioned this too much, but it was really more on the math side of things, where I still am concerned that there's so many ninth graders that are failing Algebra 1. And I think there's opportunities to improve that. You know, it's kind of surprising that no one's brought it up, but maybe because there's so many other opportunities for students to enter into geometry and other advanced math classes. But the students that are taking Algebra 1, 15 to 19% of the ninth graders are failing Algebra 1. And for those from a socioeconomically disadvantaged background, it's 20 to 30%. And I find that to be very appalling. And really because not all middle schools will have advanced math, and sometimes kids just need stronger foundation. So when you're in ninth grade Algebra 1, if you're not ready for it, because math is one of those things that builds upon previous foundations, the fact that 20 to 30% of socioeconomically disadvantaged ninth graders are failing is really scary. And I think it's also scary that there seems to be many kids who are not taking any math at all sophomore year. And the stats showed that half of those who didn't enroll in 10th grade math failed Algebra 1. So you can imagine failing a class is very demotivating, very demoralizing. It makes you start thinking, oh, I'm no good at this. I'm not a math person. So I think there's more that we could do to really focus on that ninth grade Algebra 1 experience to make sure that our kids are set up for success. Maybe I was being a little graphic, that when I was writing it down, I said to send them into the lion's den with the appropriate weapons so they come out victorious. That's very graphic, but I was just thinking, you know, like if you're already kind of tentative about math and you're not sure of yourself, going to that Algebra 1 class is like going into a lion's den. You really don't know how you're going to fare. So if there's some way that we find out sooner during the course of the class that a child is struggling, is there more intervention we could be doing just to make sure that they're successful? So I just wanted to end on that point. What are the early warning signs? And let's do more to make sure that our kids are successful. So thank you for everything.
Oh, sorry, I missed one thing I wanted to say. Is it okay if I go before you? Thank you. So the last point that, got cut off is I think one of the reasons that this has become such a contentious issue in the community is because people here do care deeply about education. And I think one of the things that our district could work on is kind of meeting people's concerns and being more open about acknowledging them and saying, you know, I will respect where you are and try to work with you to address it. Because I think it is easy in this business. And I do understand where people come from to say, you know, I'm the one teaching, I have the experience here, like I should be able to make that decision. And I do respect that there is a level of knowledge that comes with that. But I do also feel that the concerns in the community didn't come out of nowhere. People aren't trying to, you know, cause problems for our district. I think there was something that came out, and I did sense a difference in this meeting from the one that happened on Zoom 3 years ago, in that there was more engagement. And I think people care just as deeply about this issue back then than they did now. I just think the district didn't necessarily do as good of a job with communication as it could have. And I think that's something to remember in the future, to say that it might be tempting for us to say, you know, if we make these changes, we don't really necessarily want to, you know, have to deal with this, because it is harder to completely air this out in a public setting, but I think it is necessary. And I think in the future, if our communication approach was slightly different, there might not be as much of this explosive tension, which I don't think is benefiting anyone. Like, I don't think it is beneficial that other districts, come and say like, we don't want to collaborate with you anymore if you're doing a certain, making a certain decision. And I think our communication and something that we can focus on in the future is really taking charge of that so that every single person in our district feels like they're aware of what's going on. And I think that's really something that we can work on in the future too. So thank you, President again.
Yes. All right. So I want to start out by saying that it makes me feel really good knowing that every single person here, whatever your opinions are, every single person here truly supports students and truly is interested in student success. Whatever side you're on, everything like that, it makes me feel really good and calm and happy that every single person here truly supports every single student. Now, my job as student trustee is to represent the student voice. And while we're still assembling the Student Advisory Council, over the past couple of weeks, I have spent a multitude of hours discussing this specific issue with every single student I could get my hands on. Every single student at my school, at other schools, at work, everywhere. I asked them what they thought, and I genuinely wanted to hear what their opinions were. Now, I brought up to them a lot of the concerns that I heard from everyone today. Now, their response was almost unanimous. Almost every single student that I talked to gave me a resounding yes and explicitly stated their desire for the return of AS and honors courses that have been taken away, and explicitly stated their desire for the board not to take away any more courses. Students of all races, genders, and academic inclinations explicitly said this. Now, I know a concern that was brought up a lot of times today was that there was only one specific category of students that spoke today. First thing I want to say is that that's a dangerous assumption. A lot of the students that spoke today that I personally know do work other jobs, are part of the said community. You can't assume that every single student that spoke today is privileged enough to be in this situation. Now, further, students of the specific communities that many people talked about not being represented here, I specifically made it a priority to reach out and speak to them. This is what one student said to me. Now, I've never taken an advanced class in my life during my 4 years at Carlmont, and yet I fully support and wish students that do want to take such classes have the option to take as many as possible. My point here is that students of all different communities, whatever their inclinations are, whatever race, gender, socioeconomic status, anything they are, almost every single one of them supports having as many different options as possible. Now, another concern that I heard today was that classes should be heterogeneous and we need students exposed to diverse opinions and have diverse members in every single classes. And I want to say that both I and every single student I talk to uniformly agree with this. Classes should be diverse. Students should be exposed to a multitude of opinions. But what the students that I talk to don't agree with is the fact that the only way to achieve this is by taking away academic opportunity. By taking away advanced and honors classes, you're putting a Band-Aid on the problem. You're not digging to the roots. You're not figuring out why do a smaller percentage of said students of those disadvantaged communities not take those advanced courses. Instead of taking that academic opportunity away, what we should strive to do is focus on the question of how can we get those students that don't sign up for those classes in the same rates? How can we get those students to sign up more and sign up in the same exact percentage as other students that currently do? If we do that, and if that happens, and obviously we're we're far away from that, but we're not far away from trying to get to that. And if we do that, and if that happens, then every single student, whether they be in a standard class or an advanced class, will all be exposed to diverse perspectives. Now, another concern that I heard was, how do students taking standard classes feel when there are advanced options? People spoke to the fact that they feel segregated. They feel as if other students are better than them. They feel as if other students are of a lower class. Now, are of a higher class. Now, I talk to so many students. I talked to so many students that were in this exact situation. And here's what they told me. They told me that in classes that are blended, in classes where everyone is forced to be together, they feel the same, if not more marginalized than in separate classes. In blended classes, marginalized communities told me that they directly see how students that would otherwise be in advanced classes dominate the conversation. They make their voice heard, and there's a clear divide, even in blended classes, between these communities. This divide is not a good divide. We need to try as hard as possible to bridge this divide, and blended classes are not the solution. My next question is, I definitely heard a resounding no today when people referred to the idea that after this, the district is coming for AP classes. But my question is, a lot of the arguments that were said today, the same exact arguments could be applied to AP classes. The same exact students are separated, and the percentages aren't changing. The same exact students are taking normal classes when there's the AP option. What is stopping the district and advocates from giving these exact same arguments and this exact same data on taking away AP classes? Now, another quick concern I wanted to refer to is that some students are not able to take advanced classes. And I want to refer to the fact that at Sequoia Union High School District, these AS classes were open enrollment. There are no restrictions. There are no prerequisites that you have to take in order to take these classes. And as a result, what we should be doing is we should be trying to get as many students as possible to sign up for those classes that usually don't. Now, in addition to this, I heard a lot of times in reference to the specific study that no one is arguing for a causal relationship. Now, my question is, if no one is arguing, or if a causal relationship isn't even being implied, then why is this data and why is all of this information being read? When this information is said, that automatically elicits a causal response from everyone listening. Humans automatically make connections. And when we hear this data, we automatically try to associate a causal response. And as a result, there can be no such thing as a study that doesn't even imply a causal response. Now, here is some data that struck me when I was reading the study, as well as other students. Now, on page 13, the 9th grade pass rate from Sequoia points to worse pass rates after the English change than before. The same exact thing happened with 10th grade ELA pass rates. On page 20 clearly shows that more students are failing English at Sequoia than ever for the past 10 years. Fail rates for non-SED students have increased. In addition, Hispanic, on page 22, it clearly shows that Hispanic and Latino fail rates have drastically gone up in the year 2022 to 2023 when compared to the past 10 years. Further, I'm seeing that almost zero SED students are taking AP Chem. These new changes aren't changing that, and this is a problem. SED students should be encouraged and should be taking AP Chem. And what is happening right now isn't a solution. We need to be encouraging them through programs to take these classes. On page 25, it clearly shows that Hispanic students were already trending towards taking more advanced courses prior to the switch. Further, when looking at ELA CASP testing scores at Sequoia and MA.
Okay, just a quick question. How many pages of the report? Do you
Oh,
wanna refer to?
just a couple more, just a couple more,
Okay.
just a couple more. Yeah, I'm getting through it. I'm getting through it. eh, yeah, anyways, the point is that there is data for both sides. You know, AP Bio scores have gone down since the removal of AS Bio when compared to 2020. And further, an argument that I saw many times was the reference to grades. And while this may not have been a direct, explicitly stated argument of these grades have gone up and as a result, these changes worked, it was still implied. And when I look at these grades, when I look at these drastic increases in grades before and after lockdown, before and after 2020, I don't see a causal relationship between these changes and these resulting grades. What I see is different standards for grading. I'm not saying this is bad. I'm saying there are different standards, and as a result, more students are passing, and that's great. That's a good thing. And more students are passing and eligible for A through G requirements. That's great. But I don't see data that points to the fact that these grades are a result of the changes to the courses. Now, I want to end with the fact that I personally am a child of immigrants where they were ESL students in the United States. English was not their first language. They started in middle school and high school, and they absolutely didn't know anything, and they didn't know the system. And yet, I've heard this before today. Advanced courses and honors courses that were offered them allowed them to succeed. My parents, being ESL students, did not change the fact that they wanted to take these advanced courses and they wanted to take advanced English, even if English wasn't their first language. These courses benefited them and they were able to succeed as a result. I have a sister in 8th grade, and she's going to be a student at the school district next year. And I truly hope for her sake and for the rest of the students' sake at Sequoia Union High School District that instead of focusing on removing academic opportunity, we focus on bringing up students and focus on students being able to receive and have access to diverse perspectives, even in advanced courses. Thank you.
Okay, well, I want to ask a couple questions and then we'll circle back. So I'm not sure who this is a question, so maybe it's to you, Bonnie, or maybe it's to someone from the MA team, but we had a conversation about talking about MCLV compared to the prior course offerings. And what I heard tonight was that AS English 1 was really, really hard. People were stressed out, having a hard time finishing it, and then that my impression when my students were there was that the prior English 1 people perceived as being way too easy. So there's this decision, take something that's too easy or take something that's too hard, that impacted many students. It sounded like the courses were quite different from each other, but I also heard that the courses were very similar to each other, which was contradictory. So I'm wondering if someone can explain if I misheard, but I heard that the AS English 1 was quite different from the non-AS English 1 course, and I also heard that they were very similar to each other.
Okay. Yeah, okay. I'm sorry, I just want to make sure I understand your question. You heard people say that before the classes were combined.
So I think it was one of the MA principals was saying that when they were 2 English classes, that there was a challenge of students in one of them were highly stressed. It was very difficult. Some number were dropping. And then, but I also heard that the two were very similar. I think I heard you say both of those things. And so it's like, they're the same, so we merged them, but they were so different and they had such vastly different student experiences that to me, there's a contradiction that I'm,
So I'm gonna, do you want me to take it or you want to? I'm happy to take it. I just don't want to step in front of the MA principals. You'll flesh it out. Great, great, great. Thank you. So what we definitely heard at the district office level as well was that many students found the AS English 1 class too difficult. I have not heard people say, and it doesn't mean that they didn't, that the college prep English class was too easy. I just haven't heard that. I have also heard that there were students who found the AS English 1 class the highlight of their freshman year. I don't have a poll. I'm guessing that was not the majority opinion based on my conversations with the then superintendent of the Menlo Park School District. Again, I don't know. I think that while one course had a lot of homework, a lot of assignments, a lot of angst was caused for a lot of students, that a lot of the material they were covering was the same. So for instance, earlier this year, Crystal and I went and we visited all of the freshman AS or multicultural voice classes at MA. And in every room that we walked into, students were either discussing Their Eyes Were Watching God, or they were discussing Romeo and Juliet. Both of those were curriculums that were taught, because I taught them when I was an AS English 1 teacher at Menlo Atherton High School, that have traditionally been taught in AS English 1 classes. So I don't think that what people were saying was that the course curriculum was super different, but that the level of expectation was very different.
so how would you describe the MCLV course expectation on the spectrum of the old 1 and the old AS?
So one thing, just to clarify, so in the process of designing a new course, basically, right, the multicultural literature and voice, the teachers worked together the year prior. And that's when there was a lot of, okay, we're teaching common text, which was already known, right? And in our district, we also had created text independent units for the English classes, all tied to the Common Core standards. And so when the teachers worked together to talk about, okay, what are we teaching in English 1? What are we teaching in AS English 1? It was all about the standards that students needed to reach through these text independent units, right? But they were using common text, like you heard the Odyssey, right? As one example. So when they collaborated together for that year, it was to say, okay, what are we teaching? What's in common? What standards do we want students to meet? And that informed the creation of the new course. So for example, these are my favorite standards, being a former English teacher. They talked about exceeding standards like citing sophisticated evidence to support analysis of a text, right? Determining sophisticated theme that shows understanding of textual complexity. Those are pretty advanced, higher level thinking and application skills when it comes to supporting students, right? To access and really engage with text. And that's taken right out of the standards. So I think it was the year that the teachers collaborated together, right? Where it was like, wow, we are teaching very similar things, right? How do these standards, how does that inform this new class that we want to form? I will address the perception that college prep English was too easy. I think it was a perception. Having observed many of the classes, there was actually one year, I think it was the year before we went into distance learning. I think it was 18-19. I actually walked into one of our English classes and I didn't have the master schedule with me. And I knew what different, levels teachers taught. And this particular teacher taught both levels. And I was like, I didn't know if it was English 1 or AS English 1. It blew me away. It turned out it was an English 1 college prep class. So I think there were either these perceptions it was too easy, or there was also a trend that I'm going to take AS English 1 because my friends are going to take it. Not so much that I should take it because, I love reading and I love writing. I also think, going back to many, many discussions over several years when we were getting all the feedback about the AS English 1 class, and discussions in shared decision making site council, we spent hours and hours on rigor charts. Miss Breen's nodding her head, right? But the rigor definition was how many pages you're going to read and how much time. That's not rigor. I think we all know rigor is really engaging. Not that we don't want kids to read a lot and to understand, right? But what is rigor? So all of that came into the conversations about how do we make this a common 9th grade course that is rigorous, standards-based. I hope
guess
that
I'm
sheds
trying to
some light.
understand kind of where the MCLV course fits on the spectrum of the old 1 and AS. It's obviously students aren't all saying it's way too hard, so it must be easier than the old AS. I just kind of wondering how should we think about where that is?
I would say that it's the same text, it's the same critical thinking, it's the same standards, right? I mean, Carl, if you want to add anything, or would you come in, Laura? Laura is actually the both of them, yeah. So I might be missing that. I'm just talking about the process they went through to articulate this course.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand how different it is, and how we should think about comparing it and how different it is from the other courses.
Helpful. When we were listening to families, again, like I just remember talking with family, yeah, she's got it down. Talking with families about trying to decide, should I take AS English or should I play a sport? And I didn't think that that was a fair choice for a 14-year-old. Like you should be able to be in a class that you enjoy and you're happy with, and also play sports and be a well-rounded person. Like that's what we want for you. But the perception very much was like AS English is going to be 40 pages a night. And it was. When I started teaching AS English, we read an entire book of the Odyssey every night.
We started with that
Yep.
in August. Welcome to MA. Good to see you.
Here's Homer.
Here's Homer.
Nothing says
Um,
hey. Like
We all
Homer.
love Homer, right? And now you're
We
going to
actually
read a book of the Odyssey a night.
Right. So we thought very specifically about homework, right? And when students are doing their reading and how they're doing their reading. And whereas I think in the college prep classes, a lot of the reading was done in class, and in the AS, almost all of it was done at home. And so we're like, can we find a happy middle? Right. And when we kind of went in that text negotiation, we went from teaching 8 units a year in an honors class down to 7, 6 units a year in a CP class up to 7. So a lot of the text stayed the same. Our short story unit completely changed. Our narrative unit that we do at the beginning, really it took place of our previous summer reading unit. And we brought in a lot more interesting text actually. So I don't know if that number helps you out a little bit, going from.
So maybe
7
just a
to 8
specific,
and then
like
6
how
to
many
7.
books would AS1 read and how many books does CP, does the current, like,
Yeah,
do you
8.
read the whole book?
8
And how many?
in AS.
And now 7?
Now 7. And then, well, seven units, right, with course readers. And we don't read
But
all
for
of
the
the
books
Odyssey, we
were
read
the
9.
same. Night was, we read
All
night in
in-
AS, we read night in.
But there's one more.
All of Enrique's journey.
It's one more unit than the old CP.
Journey,
All
the
of their eyes.
Odyssey, The Odyssey, a
All of
novel
Romeo and
unit, a
Juliet.
novel unit. And then, so the novels that we cover, the whole text that we cover are the same. It's what other things, like I did a short story unit, they're doing a short story unit, I did a poetry unit, so.
So it's sort of in the middle.
I would say if you're really trying to go like on a spectrum of,
You taught Tale of Two Cities. We don't do that anymore.
Yeah,
Right?
but
Like
I
the-
didn't teach the Rise of Watching God. It was the novel. I chose A Tale of Two Cities
true.
because Homer and Dickens. That's what we're going for. And Shakespeare.
And maybe I'm asking a question that can't be answered. Where I was going with my,
Say that a lot of the curriculum that's used in the MCLV course was from our AS curriculum. And we looked at it and said, okay,
We
in the
paced it
AS
differently.
course, I would assign an hour and a half of homework of reading and then come into the class and do this activity. In the MCLV course, we're going to assign 30 minutes of reading and then do this activity.
Mhm.
So it's not like we're doing the same activities. Yeah, exactly. And because we're going more in depth with it, not saying I have to read.
okay, so then I guess it's sort of the question, and maybe this is back to Bonnie, but the question I'd asked Bonnie before was, how are you judging if the data that you're seeing from the changed offering is because the course, it's now 7 instead of 6 units, it's more engaging text, they found text that would more engage the students. So if students are doing better with that, how do you tease out that it seems to me like you developed a much better class than the class 1 that was there. And so that everybody who's taking the class 1 before is doing better with the new course. And that it's the students for whom the AS1 was too hard, it's a perfect fit. Like it feels like it's this middle class that was needed. I happen to be one of those families who had a child that AS1 was the best class they ever had. And I feel like a huge loss that class isn't there. And so I'm wondering how much of the data that you're seeing is because you developed a better class. And so a lot of students are performing better with a more engaging class. And it doesn't have, and should 25% of the students take a class that's a different class and this new great class stays, then the students, like the student in my family who has the best experience ever, could still have their best experience ever. And the other students are still having this greatly designed new class that meets their needs. And I'm trying to understand why I want to circle back to this. I want all families to believe that our schools are the best schools for them. Shawnice mentioned that. A lot of students from East Palo Alto are choosing to go other places. We've heard several parents tonight say, we're going to look at private schools. I had a neighbor who has a child in my son's class who was very happy with MA. Emails me, we're looking at private schools. I feel like we must address this. We can't hear 500 people sign a letter that they're concerned about the offerings, have dozens of people say they're looking at private school, and just, in my opinion, just do nothing. I mean, I would like to address in some way, and when I look at particularly AS English 1, I see the class that for my family was, one of my students was the best class of their career, and think, it sounds like the new class is a fantastic class that is better meeting the needs of a whole bunch of students. And maybe there's a small group. Well, the other thing I'm hearing, I'll just loop this in. I've had several people tell me that 9th grade is soft. 9th grade is easier than 8th grade. It didn't used to be as easy. People who have like a specific family as a 12th grader, a 10th grader, and an 8th grader. Says it was good before, it was too weak for my 10th grader. Can you fix it? And I've had numerous families tell me 9th grade is now soft. So I'm kind of coupling this concern that 9th grade is soft. Many families saying, we don't feel like our needs are being met. We need to go to private school. Shawnice saying, and me hearing from families in East Palo Alto, oh, we're going to go to MA. Oh, no, we're not going to MA. We're going to private school. And I want all those families to feel like our school is the best place for them. They don't. I'm not sure what the right solution is, but I don't think it's to do nothing.
I just want to comment on a couple of things. I think one, whenever I hear the AS English 1 was the best class I ever had, I always, again, I think is troubling a little bit because it's hard to believe that, and I'm fond of this phrase, I say it a lot, it's maybe a little bit repetitive. I believe that we can get all students the same level of mastery over the course of 4 years of English. We have excellent teachers. I can't imagine that this feeling of AS English 1, but It is maybe the multicultural lit and voice becomes the best class. Maybe AS English 2 becomes the best class. Maybe, you know, English 2 becomes the best class. Maybe AP language becomes the best class. There are a lot of really good classes to have at MA. It's hard to imagine that this is the only one that we care about. And if we lose that one, it's all gone and poof.
Just my point isn't that, it's
Yeah.
sort of coupled with, I'm hearing this concern that ninth grade has gotten soft. I'm hearing many people say that they feel they sent their older child here, happy, off at Berkeley. Next child in eighth grade, my God, we can't go there now because of these changes. And so I'm like, what is an adjustment?
I think
that
I
can-
think we also have to, though, to lean into the multiple opportunities that exist for kids, that the multiple opportunities in the variety of, I'll start with AP classes. Again, we offer, I think, maybe 21 or 22. I lose count sometimes. A lot of,
None for ninth graders.
a lot of academic opportunity for kids.
I'm not hearing any concerns about 11th and 12th grade.
Yeah, but
I'm hearing ninth grade concerns.
But the kids that go on from ninth grade are experiencing tremendous success. I mean, as there, it is something for a board member to represent and to stand up for and say, hey, look, there's tremendous opportunity here. It's not to get hung up on. Ninth grade is an amazing experience that is one. It's healthier. You have a better school climate. You have students being successful, all types of students being successful. When you talk about equity and success, you look at success, again, I go back to, we have been striving to have more kids be A through G eligible, and you see a course here where that's happening. And I understand your question. Is it that we have more kids in the same class, or is it because the class is different? I go to this, we got a lot of suggestions of what programs can we do to get more kids in honors classes. We have been working on this for 20 years. We try so many different things. And finally, we have something that, again, to determine the causation, we should take the report to Stanford or whoever we prefer, and you know, try to ferret that out, suss that out. But we have something that looks like, for the first time in 20 years, I've been here for over 20 years, where you're seeing some real progress, and kids looking like they're getting more success earning A through G. And I agree. You guys have made some strong points about how do we get more representation in honors classes. Those are problems that we still continue to struggle with and need to keep looking at. But I don't know how you can go back on a initiative, a program, a course that is showing the kind of success for kids earning A through G
I'm in no way suggesting an MCLV would go away.
But
not
by
suggesting that the course would go
adding
away.
ASMCLV, right? You are now you're changing the dynamic of the program. So I guess one of the hypothesis, right, is that by being together, we are also valuing all students in a way that leads to more academic success. Again,
Fair. I guess so. Then my question and I don't know, it's a question for today, but I would be interested in some way responding to the parents' concern that ninth grade has gotten too soft and they should send their kids to private school instead of our school, and that our school is no longer the first choice. These are families that sent their older children here and now are saying they don't want to.
And if I could,
Hey, Rich, can I clarify my
ahead.
statement? When I said people were going to private school for my community, when they said they were going to private school for my community, it was because they didn't feel welcome. It is not the academic rigor. They want the academic rigor. They want to come to the powerhouse of MA and Carmine, especially some of our Tinsley families don't all go to MA because they go to where their
Okay,
feeders.
so I spoke to different people than you
Yeah,
did,
yeah.
Ms. Palta, then.
Feeder schools. What they don't want is this inequitable way to get into these classes. And it is based in bias. So I look at you and I say, it is complicated. And this is one way of doing that. And there still needs a lot to have a lot more support.
based off my experience, which I can go on, which I'm not, and some examples I already talked to Simone about, and she tried to address them with me. Thank you, Simone. That there is bias, but you can't just address your personal feelings about bias. You actually have to do something in the system to make it more equitable. What I hear you saying is like, we do need to hear people's concern. And I think you're absolutely right. What can we do to address those concerns? It may not be turning back the clock. It may be something else, which I
Completely agree with that
Right.
statement. My overarching question is that we're hearing this concern. What, and we're not going to solve this here at 1 o'clock in the morning. So,
But
Can you speak into the mic so people can hear you?
I mean, it would be lovely to know, like, is it soft because they're not doing so much homework? Is it soft because they're not stressed? Like, we survey our students at the end of every year, and that's why we integrated persuasive writing in at the end of last year. That's why we like constantly try to check in with them about like, were you able to finish the reading in 20 minutes or 25 minutes last night? How long did it take you? Like, we're constantly thinking about how to be more responsive. So having like more specific details about like what soft is would be helpful.
yeah, I mean,
we're
we should probably
constantly
wrap,
trying to
but
improve.
we're getting
In
late.
addition- Yeah, and it's late and I'm here. So I also think I have had friends say, Larry, you need to bring your students. You need to bring your students to testify. No way. I am not exposing my students to some of the things that were said by adults in this classroom or in this place we are in. Like, no, like we're finally getting them to a place where like they feel capable and welcome because we are structuring our discussions so intensely. And it does slow things down. Forcing students to talk to each other and work together does take more time. And it might be that some of the students in my class have never had to listen so much to other people because I'm not relying on this. We're doing it different. And that's changed. And that's really hard for some people in this room to accept. I'm constantly trying to change. So I do think we need to hear from students, but it's got to be more civilized. It's got to be more protected, and it can't be those.
Well, it's probably not in a board meeting at all, but I mean,
Maybe
there's
that's
hundreds of parents that are, like, my perception is people are concerned about honors classes, not because of honors classes, but because they're feeling like things have changed. Like if the family said, my kid's totally challenged, freshman year was as good as ever, I don't think we'd have hundreds of people worried about honors classes. They changed the name, but it's still fantastic. But that's not what we're experiencing, and that's not what we're hearing from people. And so I'm going to stop just because. Well,
wait,
go ahead, but it's
if I could just quickly add on, because I completely respect, what was said, that it shouldn't be a choice between AS1 and playing a sport. But what I think was kind of missed is there was always a certain segment of people who really, maybe school and like academically challenging themselves was kind of a safe space and something that they really enjoyed. And I think what, it might not necessarily mean like bringing back Honors English 1, but there is something that can be done for those students too, so that if they do want to take a more rigorous load, like that is an option for them. Because maybe previously, they could take those AS classes that are no longer a thing for 9th grade. So maybe it's adding another 7th period course or some opportunity for them to also have to challenge themselves more if they're so inclined. Because I think that is a segment that we can't forget about, like people who might be more interested in academics.
Trustee Nori, the fact that you just called out a population of our students as those students, that is the kind of implicit bias, and that is the kind of language that we are educating our kids with revised and updated curricula, that it's not those kids. These are our kids. These are our kids. And in a democratic, free, and accessible public education, appropriate public education, when we decide to put a barrier, when we say before your very first day of school at Woodside, at MA, at Sequoia, that you can't have access to a certain course because you're not eligible. While you might say, when we say, oh, it's open curriculum, anyone can take AS1 or AS2. But again, when you build that system, when you have that structure as a 9th grader and you're an 8th grader selecting your courses, and you say, yes, advanced standing, I don't know. I'm not that, comfortable. I'm not that confident. And we build that into the structure. That already is a barrier to an equitable and accessible education. When we say that we have a belief system that all students, when they enter our schools, have access to any of the curriculum, when you have a class called AS English 1 or AS Biology, you're already dismissing so many students with perception, with fear. Let's allow the kids in 9th grade to come into our campuses and have an opportunity with a thoughtfully designed courses, and give them that freshman year to explore and build and develop their voices and their confidence. At Woodside, we talk about our 8 conditions for success: the confidence to take action, the confidence to take action and take a challenging class in my sophomore year. Maybe I'll take 2 advanced classes in my sophomore year. Maybe I'll then build even more confidence to take 3 advanced classes in my junior year. But why would we, before the kids even enter our high schools, say, no, we've got these advanced classes. And, if you really haven't already been getting private tutoring and been on the advanced track, it's really not for you. And we may not say that. We may say it's an open curriculum. They can choose. Everyone has the right to choose. But no, when we put the AS before the class, we're already closing the doors on students. So if we're hearing that parents are saying, or students are saying, that the 9th grade classes, that it's gone soft, well, then let's take that feedback back and let's continue to tweak what we need to do. Let's continue to make it better. It's only MA's third year. It's only Woodside's 2nd year. We're always, as good educators, we're always trying to make things better. So I appreciate this dialogue at 1 a.m.
We're still here too.
So, but access, people, access.
I wanted to really quickly mention, I don't mean to get in the middle of such an important discussion, but I'm hearing a lot of speculation and saying, this is what students say, this is what I'm hearing students think. And I think, in addition to acknowledging the biases of the students that I said I talked to, I think, as a result, we need actual data from the students themselves, and quantitative data is not enough because there are a lot of other variables that affect quantitative data. And I urge the board to conduct some sort of research asking these students. It can be a survey of every single student. It can be a randomized selection for interview of students from all locations to see what they think. Because, when I talk to students, I can't talk to everyone, and I'm definitely missing some communities. So I want to make sure that we get to all communities. We hear directly from the students on how they perceive the difficulty of classes. Obviously, the opinion of teachers that teach those classes is extremely important, and their knowledge of how they teach those classes is extremely important. But the students'
To be clear, I was talking about the whole breadth of the experience, which isn't necessarily any one. It's just like the whole thing. So and I think.
Giving that data to the board before.
So I think surveying is a good idea. We're going to have to, thank you so much. And I do think that course, my read was that course is a big part of why there's so much change, the new course you designed, but the.
I have one more thing. I hear the concerns that we're gonna, we're gonna opt for a private school. Let's do the research and find out from our neighboring private schools, how many advanced placement courses do you in fact offer? Let's go on their websites and explore. Is it 21 AP courses? Is it 26? I would actually argue that they have fewer advanced placement courses to offer. In fact, go check out Bellarmine Preparatory Private School, where they actually hold a philosophy that please do not take more than 2 AP classes per year because of the balance of their students. So let's do that exploration. And I do educate my community when they ask me about that. First of all, as I said in my preamble for Woodside High School, we have no intention to eliminate or abandon our advanced
I
placement
appreciate that. That's
offerings.
super important that we're all consistently letting everybody know that that is something
Because
that
that
everybody's
fear-
committed to.
That fear is driving these very impulsive reactions of I'm leaving. But compare the textbooks that private schools are using. Many times they're the same textbooks that we're using. But really, when people threaten things like these veiled threats, we're leaving if you don't offer the honors level at the freshman class, let's really find out what Menlo School is offering in Sacred Heart. No disrespect, let's just do the actual data. Let's go find it. Okay. Thank you.
I agree. Thank you. So, board, we're at 12:55.
Still time.
Our
for
Zoom is
the
going to shut off
thing
at
that I
1 and
forgot.
everybody needs to go home and sleep.
Is there still time for the thing I forgot to
Wait.
mention?
To the chair, to the chair, are we tabling the last item? What, for the minutes?
Can I just say something? I just updated for the last item. I just updated the schedule. Oh, okay. Sorry.
So I'm going to propose that we push future agenda items to and not do that tonight. I don't.
We gotta go.
Could we dismiss the principals at least? And yeah, okay, thank you.
We need that
So,
to be
Wait,
announced.
so like, as the question is, are we ready to recess the closed session? And we're skipping item 8.1. I just need to get approval on this agreement. We have a motion to remove item 8.1 from the agenda and to recess the closed session now.
Motion to remove that item. I don't have it in front of me, but
It's
I
the
give it a
strategic
motion.
plan.
Oh, we can't remove, so we're tabling it.
Table it. We'll table that and we'll recess the closed session.
You're still going to close session?
We have to, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you,
Have a good
everyone.
evening.
What was the second?
Oh, I can second. Yeah, second.